Almost everybody that works with data uses Excel on a regular basis. So that's why I put together this free Excel training, which covers the most important things that you really need to know to get the most out of this beautiful tool, like formulas and functions, data visualization with charts and conditional formatting and Sparklines, and of course, pivot tables and pivot charts. Now, my name is Bas, and I have over 15 years of experience within the field of business intelligence, and I've done hundreds of projects, and on almost every project I needed Excel in some form. And all of that practical experience I integrated into this training. Now, I encourage you to follow along with all of the examples. There's a download link in the description below this video, which brings you to the example files. Now, thank you for checking out this training. Let's get started. When you work in Excel, it's very important that you have a good understanding of all of the basics and fundamentals before you move into the more intermediate and advanced topics. Now, I've seen a lot of people that work already for quite some time with Excel, but still don't know many of the basic functionalities. So in this section, we're going to have a look at all of these fundamental things that you really need to know when you start working with Excel, like formatting, doing transformations to your sheets or columns and rows, and working more efficiently using shortcuts. Let's get started. The Excel workbook that we're going to use for this section you find in the first folder, Basics First. So let's go there and open the Excel workbook. And we're going to start off on the sheet that's called Example 1, Hotel Booking Info, where we have a data set about the bookings for different hotels with data on the booking date, check-in date, how many people came, how long they stayed, etc. For most of the transformations that you're going to do in Excel, you first have to select the data and then apply the transformations to the selected data. For example, if you want to adjust the formatting, you first have to select the cells and then apply the formatting. Or you want to summarize your data with a formula that uses maybe the sum or the average function. Then you need to select the range of which you want to take the sum or the average. Now, because this is something that you do all the time, you want to do it in the most efficient way. And this is where keyboard shortcuts come in. And you might think, oh, I'm just starting off with Excel. Why do you already come with keyboard shortcuts? Because it makes your life so much easier and you can work so much more efficiently. I think it's something that you need to get used to straight away from the beginning. So let's then have a look how we can select the data over here in the most efficient way. Well, one option that we have is to use the mouse. We could go over here to B3 and then scroll all the way to the right and then all the way down. And with the scrolling wheel, go down and down and down until I reach the end of the dataset. However, if you have a big dataset, this could take quite a long time. And instead of doing it like this with the mouse, we're going to look at the alternative using the keyboard. Now, we're going to go back to the top. And here with the arrow keys, we're going to select cell B3. Now, together with the control key and the arrow to the right, you see we jump to the cell W3, which is the last cell that contains some data. And if we do this once more, then we jump to the very last column in the worksheet. Now, if we do the opposite, so control to the left, then we are back to W3, which is then the first cell with data that it finds. And if I do it again once more, control to the left, then we're back in cell B3, because to the left of B3, there's nothing. Now, of course, this also works vertically. If we select B3 again, and then control down, then we are in the very last cell where we have some data, because right below it, you see, there's nothing. And if I do this once more, so control down, then it brings us to the very last row in the worksheet. And control up, then we are back in cell B5003, and once more, then we are back in cell B3. So this is how we can jump very quickly from one side of the dataset to the other side. However, usually we don't just want to jump to the other side. We want to select the data in between. And this is where we also have to hold the Shift key. So if we select B3 again, and now we hold Control and the Shift key, and then we press the arrow to the right, then you see we again go to the cell W3, but select everything in between. And now we can also go down, so hold Control Shift and the arrow key down, and we go all the way to the bottom of a dataset. So we have the whole dataset selected. Now, if we want to make an adjustment, then simply hold the Shift key, and then with the arrow keys, we can go to the left, or we can go up a little bit to adjust the selected range. Now let me go back to the top again. Control, up, and to the left. Now, so to select data in the most efficient way, you can use the arrow keys in combination with the Control and Shift key. Now, if you already know that you want to select the whole dataset, then there's also another alternative that you probably want to know, and that is Control A. if we select just any cell inside of your data set, and then you do Control A, then you see it also selects the whole data set. However, Control Shift is still very useful if you don't want to select the whole data set, but just parts of it. Another thing that you will be doing all the time when you work in Excel Workbook is to jump between different sheets. Now, of course, you can use the mouse to click on the sheet you want to go to. However, we can also use the keyboard, which is maybe a little bit more efficient. So, to go to the page that's to the right-hand side of the current one, hold the Control key and then page down. If we want to go to the page that's to the left of the current one, then hold the Control key, page up. All right. So now you already know a few shortcuts. Now if you want to have a full overview of all of the shortcuts that are there, I included a PDF that you can print out. Now don't learn them by heart because that's completely useless. Now only learn those shortcuts for transformations that you find yourself doing all the time. Now during the training, I will highlight those shortcuts that I think you really need to know and of course try to use them as much as possible. Now in the next section, we are going to create a short summary table in which we are going to talk about how to enter text, values, and dates. In this section, we're going to create the start for the summary overview that you find on the sheet and result. Now, to create a summary overview like this, we of course need to enter some text, values, and dates. And that's the main focus point. Now we're going to start off on a new sheet. Now to insert a new sheet, we can either click there on the plus icon in the bottom right corner, or you just right click on one of the sheets and then click on insert. Now we want to have a worksheet and let's click on OK. Now if you want to zoom in a little bit, we have the zoom button here in the bottom right corner where we can zoom in and out. Now let's start by giving our overview a title. So here we're going to enter some data about the booking info. So I'm going to call this one booking info hotel 1 and 2. And then using the arrow keys, we go to cell A3 and here we can type in the headers, maybe the hotel. And then with the arrow key to the right, go to the next one. And here we want to have the hotel ID. And here we can have the booking date. All right, now there are a few more, which we can add a bit later. Now for the hotel, let's just type in here, hotel 1. And then here for the hotel ID, let's say we're going to have in this summary overview, just 5 bookings. So I can type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now at this point, you should already notice one big difference between those cells in which we have the values and those cells where we have text. By default, you see that the values pop up on the right-hand side of the cell. So they align to the right-hand side. However, for the text, it aligns to the left-hand side. This becomes clearer when I make this column a little bit wider, which I can do by placing the cursor in between the headers for column B and C. You see the cursor changes? And now I click and drag that column a little bit more to the right. And then you can clearly see that the values are aligned to the right and text is aligned to the left-hand side. Now this is something that you always want to check before you start analyzing your data, especially when you have a new data set where you have values and dates. There it can quickly go wrong. Now let me give you an example. Let's say we would not have whole numbers, but we would have decimal numbers. So for example, 1.5. You see 1.5 pops up on the right-hand side, which is where it should be because it's a value. However, let's say we would have data from a region where as a decimal separator, a comma would be used, and I start using that data and Excel didn't interpret it in the right way, then this could happen, 1,5. And you see, it pops up on the left-hand side. It recognizes it as text. So therefore, always double check this. Now, after you check this, then of course, you could change the alignment. You will see that here under the Home tab, there we have different alignment options. For example, we can say align to the left. However, by default, it's always aligned to the right-hand side. Now let's remove these values again, which we can do by selecting B4 and then hold Control-Shift down to select all of the values and then press delete. Okay, so the values are gone. Now, you saw before when I entered the values, I did it manually, one by one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, for 5 values, that's not a big deal. However, what if we would have 100? You don't want to do this 100 times. Now, there are different, more efficient ways in which we can fill up this series. Now, as an alternative, we can also use the Fill Series option, which you can do by first selecting the cell with the 1, then go to Home, and then a little bit right from the middle, there we have Fill. Now, we want to have a series, so we go for Series. We want to fill it down, so in the columns, and here we want to go from 1 to 5. And the type, you see, we have also this option for the dates, and we can have also growth if we want to, but here we keep it simple. We just go for linear. Okay. Good, and we have our series with 1, 2, 5. Okay, so far we entered text, we entered values, we used the series functionality, but what we didn't do yet is enter dates. So let's go here to cell C4 and enter a date. Now, in the end result is the first booking date, we have the 22nd of January, 21. So let's type this in. So I'm gonna enter 22, and here we have an option for a dot or forward slash or a minus sign, whatever you like. So 22nd of January, so 01, and as the last argument, the year 2022. Okay, now here I'm going to make this column again a little bit wider, so just like this. Okay, and you see it shows on the right hand side of the cell, which means, well, just like a value, it pops up on the right, because actually a date is stored as a value. Now to show you this, we can change the formatting. Now the formatting you find under the Home tab, here in the middle. You see here we have different formatting options. And instead of formatting it as a date, we could choose either general or number. Let's go for general. You see the underlying number as which the date is stored. 44,583. What does that mean? Well, that is the number of days that we are away from the 1st of January 1900. So if I would have typed in here 01/01/1900, and then change the formatting to general, you see, that is number 1. But what if you have dates before the 1900s? Well, then Excel cannot really work with those dates as dates. But of course, for most people, you have dates that are after the 1900s. Now, let's undo what we just did, which we can do by going to the Home tab, and then here on the left-hand side, there you have the undo button and the redo button. Okay, so here also the shortcuts, Control Z, Control Y. Try to remember those. So I'm gonna undo it, Control Z, and let's do this once more and once more until I get my date back. Now it might be that you have done exactly the same, but your date looks a little bit different, or your date pops up on the left-hand side. Well, that has to do with your regional settings that you're using in Windows. If you want to change or check what regional settings you're using, you just go here right next to the Windows button, type in region, and you see here we have region settings. A new window pops up, and from here we can say what region we are using for the format and make individual changes to how the short date and long date should look like. But also here under additional settings, we can change what our decimal separator should be. All right, now here I'm just gonna leave everything as it is and return to Excel. All right, so if you're in the US, just type it in the US format. So first the month, then the days, and then the years. Okay, but just double check that when you do it, that the date pops up on the right-hand side, because Excel should store it as values, and values, they align to the right-hand side. Now let's say we want to create a series where we just increase that booking date by 1 day. Then we can just take what we filled out over here, go to the bottom right corner, you see the cursor changes, do a little cross, and then we can drag it down and it fills up the series. This would be one option. Now if you don't want this series, then you could also click on the plus icon and say that you only want to copy the cells. Okay, now let me undo this and go back to C4. Alternatively, we could also go to the Home tab again, and then Fill, then Series, and then here we can say that we want to have it in the columns, type, now it's date, and here we want to have date unit day. Now also interesting is that here you have different options like month and year, and you have to say what the step value is and the stop value. Now the stop value, either you put in the number that corresponds to a certain date, or you could also just type in the date. So over here, we want to have 5 days in the end. So I type in 26th of January, 22. Click OK. And you see, there we have our series of dates. Now, if you want to practice a little bit, then also add the other columns and all of the data. Just go back and forth between the end result. And the result of this part should look like this over here. All right, in the next section, we're going to have a look at different options and transformations that we can do for sheets, rows, and columns. So now we have the basic structure of this summary overview that we want to create. Now in Excel, if you want to have a look at the options for a certain object, whether that is a cell or a range of cells, whether that is a column or a row, or maybe a sheet, just right-click on the object for which you want to change the options, and it will give you an overview of what is possible. Now, as an example, let's see what options we have for a sheet. Now, here we have sheet 1, the sheet that we are currently working on, and I right-click on it,
And you will see we have the option to insert a new one, delete the current one, rename it. Now let's do this. Let's rename the sheet and let's call this one example. Now let's right click on the same sheet again and let's have a look at some of the other options. So we can move or copy the current sheet somewhere else. And over here, this can be within the workbook. And here we can also choose a new workbook. So if you want to just copy it over to a new workbook, you would say new book, create a copy, click OK. And now it creates a new Excel workbook with that same sheet. Now let's go back. So I minimize this new workbook. Now let's right click on that same sheet again. And here you see we have tab color. So if you want to assign a certain color to a sheet, then you can do that over here. Now this can be very helpful if you want to keep everything nicely organized and assign a certain meaning to a color. All right, now for this example, I just go for blue. And here at the bottom there, we can also hide or unhide a sheet. Now, if you hide it, then you see it disappears. However, we can always bring it back by right-clicking on one of the other sheets. So if I right-click on any sheet, doesn't matter which one, unhide, then I can bring it back over here. Example, and click OK. And now it's back. Now, just like we do transformations on sheets, we can also do transformations on columns or rows and cells. All right, now let's first have a look how it works then for columns. So if we want to adjust a column, we already have seen before that we could left click on the column header and then go in between the column headers, and then the cursor changes and we can increase or decrease the width, just like this. Now, if you make it too small, then you will see hashtag pound symbols instead of the actual values. Now that just means the values don't fit. So you have to make it a little bit wider. So we can then just drag it to the right so that it fits again. Or alternatively, we can do this also for multiple columns. So if I select all of the columns and then adjust the width, then the same width gets applied to all of these columns. Now, if you want to do this automatically, then let's say it is like this, and we want to auto adjust the width of the columns, then you go also in between one of the columns and just double click. And then it makes it as wide as it needs to be to fit in the content that's inside of that column. All right. Now, just like before, we could also right click on one of the column headers. So let's say I take this one over here, right click on the column header. And here you see we can either cut or copy that column and then paste it somewhere else. Or we can insert a new column, delete the column, clear the contents. Now, I think this is quite self-explanatory what it does. But the one that's kind of interesting is also here at the bottom, where we can then also hide and unhide the column. So if we hide it, you see, we are hiding that column. If we want to bring it back, then we just select the columns right next to it, and then right-click on the column header, unhide it, and that brings it back. Now, the one that can be tricky is the very first one, because there's no column to the left of it. So if you do this for column A and hide it, you see it's hidden. And now you have to select column B and just drag your mouse a little bit to the left, all right? And then right-click and unhide. And this way you can also bring back column A. Now, hiding and unhiding is no protection, okay? So you can always bring back that column by right-clicking on the column or the sheet. However, what often happens, especially when you have hidden sheets, is that people forget about it and then send it maybe outside of the organization. And this way you might share data that you were not supposed to share. So always watch out before you send something to somebody else. Double check in your Excel workbook, are there still hidden sheets? And maybe take them out first. Especially when you get it from a colleague, then you might not be even aware that there are hidden sheets and that there are hidden columns. Okay, so always double check this before you send it out. And of course, also when you get an Excel workbook, then one of the first things that I personally do is check, are there hidden sheets? Because you never know what you find. In the next section, we're going to have a look at different clipboard tasks. So how can we bring over data that we already have in a different sheet or a different workbook to the current sheet? So let's have a look at different clipboard tasks. How can we bring data over from one sheet or another workbook to the current one? Now, for this, we're going to work with the same example that we built before. So here we have our data. We have the main structure set up for only Hotel 1, but we will also need the data for Hotel 2. And you might have this data already somewhere else. So here in our case, we have it on the end result sheet. Now we can click on it, but try to use the shortcut keys. So with Control and then page up or page down, we can go to the end result page. Now, from here, I would like to have the data for Hotel 2. Now you see, I'm using the arrow keys. I'm gonna go all the way to the left where we have Hotel 2, Control Shift to the right, and here we have all of the cells selected that I want to bring over. Now, here to copy it, we can do either the following. We go to the Home tab, and then from here, cut or copy. Now, what is the difference between cut and copy? If we copy, then the data stays here. However, if we do cut, then it will disappear from here. Okay, now you see when I hover over it, there it also gives you the shortcuts, which is actually also very helpful in this case, and one that you want to remember. So for cut, it's Control X, and for copy, it's Control C. Now, alternatively, you can also always just right click on the object that you're working with, which is in this case, arrange, and then right click, and then you see over here we have cut and we have copy. Now, let's go for copy or Control C. Now, when you do this, then you see a dotted line going around. That means at the moment it's copied, and then we can go to the sheet where we want to have this data using the shortcuts Control and then page up or page down. And here we want to have it in A9. This is the top left cell of where we want to have it. And then we have to click on paste, either here in the Home tab, or right click and then paste. And you see we have different options, or shortcut Control V. And actually this is a transformation that you really want to know the shortcut of. Control C, Control V. You will be doing it all the time. Control C to copy, Control V to paste. If you want to cut, Control X and then Control V to paste. All right, so let's do Control V. Now here you see everything was copied, also the formatting of the values, okay, so that you don't have to redo it again. However, this might be a good thing or a bad thing. If you only want to have the values, let's say, then we can click here on the Control button that is there in the bottom right corner, so the paste option. Now, if you want to do it with the keyboard, you can also actually hit Control and you see all of the options. Now over here, you see we can paste only the formulas or only the formatting or only the values. Now, so you're flexible. Okay, now let's say we only want to have the values. Let's go for the V option. So that is this one, values. All right, and you see also for the dates, we then only have the numbers, okay? The numbers that underlie basically these dates. Now, you see we have one column extra. That's because over here in the end result, I have a checkout date. And here in the example that we built before, we only have the booking date and the check-in date. Okay, now, either we insert over here a little bit of space and then find the data for the checkout date, or we get rid of that column. Now, also here, select the cells that you want to get rid of, that you want to do a transformation to, right-click, delete, and here we want to shift the cells to the left. Okay, so now the next thing that I want to have is the same formatting applied to the bottom section. Now, here we can select those cells from which we want to copy the formatting, Control C to copy, and then over here, we can only paste the formatting, this option here. Okay, now I want to have Hotel 2 also here for the other cells, so I just drag it down. However, you see it automatically increases the number. So I click here on the control box and choose copy cells. All right, so now that we have all of the data that we need for a summary overview, let's make it a little bit prettier and adjust the formatting. So we have all of the data in, however, it doesn't look so pretty yet. So how can we make it look just a bit nicer, and how can we, for example, adjust the formatting for the values or for the dates, or maybe add a little bit of color? And maybe we also want to get rid of these grid lines that you see there in the background. Now, all of these formatting options we're going to talk about in this section. Now let's start by having a look at the end result. What do we want it to look like? Now, let's say this is the formatting that we want to go for. Now, here at the top, you see I made the title a little bit bigger in a different font color. And we added over here a different background color for the headers and a different font color as well. And then you see we have some grid lines in the back. We have merge cells here on the left-hand side, and space around it is just nice, clean, and white. Okay, let's go now to our current sheet. So I go back, and here, let's start by updating the formatting for the title. So I select here cell A1, and here we can make the font a little bit bigger, and we can also choose a different font if you like to do so. All right, so let's go for a bigger font, maybe 18, and let's give it a different color. Let's go for blue. Now here, I would like to have it in the middle. One option is to select the cells that you want to merge. And then here at the top, you find merge and center. So different options in which we can merge the cells. So if we click on merge and center, it becomes one big cell. However, try to avoid merging as much as possible because it can lead to troubles later down the road. So if you can, avoid merging. In this case, we actually can. If I undo this, click on it again, we can also right-click on the object that we want to see the options for. Now, in this case, a range of cells. And now we want to format the cells. Now, click on it. If you want to know the shortcut, it's Control-1. So maybe another shortcut that you want to learn. Over here, select the cells, Control-1, formatting options pop up. And from here, we can choose a different alignment. Now, here we have horizontal alignment, and we want to center it across the selection. Click on OK. And this way, we don't have to merge the cells, but it still shows at the very center of our cells. Okay, now perfect. So we have the title. The next thing that I want to do is, well, make these grid lines disappear. Now, what I see a lot is that people select the whole sheet. So every single cell on the sheet. And then go here to Home and apply a different background color. But if you do that, you do it for all of the cells in the sheet, which you probably don't want to do because there are a million rows, about 16,000 columns. Well, that is a lot of cells, right? So instead of that, let me undo this, Control-Z. And now we go over here to Page Layout and turn the grid lines off. Or alternatively, you can also go to View. And from here, you can also say that you don't want to show the grid lines. Okay, now in this way, you can always bring it back and you don't have to apply a different background color for all of the cells. Now, we want to have a different background color here for the headers. So let's select the headers, go to Home, and then here we can adjust the background color. Let's maybe go for blue as well. Now, also here, alternatively, you could also have done again, Control-1, go here to the fill options and choose a different color. Now, these options that you see here correspond to the options that you see here at the top. So most of these options you find either here under the Home tab or here under the Formatting Cells window, and when you right-click on the cells and go to Format Cells options. Now, let's click on OK. Now we want to have a different font color. So also here, either Control-1, change it there, or directly here under the Home tab, and maybe go for right. Okay. Now, the next thing that I would like to do is I would like to have some grid lines in between the rows. Now, here, select the cells to which you want to apply grid lines. Either go here to the top, go for one of these options, or go to More Borders, which then brings you again to that same Format Cells window as where we were before. Now here we want to add a border. Then here under Style, you can choose the border type. So maybe we want to have these dotted lines, and we want to have them in light gray. We want to have them in between. Click OK, and see we have these dotted lines in between. Now if we also want to have a borderline around a summary overview, select the summary overview, either Control-1 borders, or we go here and maybe we want to have an outside border just like this. And maybe we also want to have a borderline in between Hotel 1 and Hotel 2. Just do this, and there we have also a thicker line in between right now. Okay, now let's insert over here new column. So right click on column A, insert. And here we can adjust the width of the column. So let's do that for all of the columns. If you want to have an equal width, just go in between the column headers and then adjust one of the columns, and you see it gets applied to all of the selected columns. All right, so just play around with it until you're happy. Now maybe here for the beginning ones, let's make these two a little bit smaller, that they don't take that much space. Perfect. And what about the number formatting? Because here we have values where I actually want to show a currency symbol, or maybe I also want to have decimal places here. Well, this is also formatting, but number formatting. Now, also here, two options. Either we change it here under the Home tab, and then go here to number formatting. And here we see all of the different options when you click on the drop down. Now, also here, we have more number formats, or we do, again, Control-1, and then go here to number. And here you see we also have all of these different options to choose from. In this case, we could go for number, or maybe currency or counting. Now, in this case, I do want to have currency symbol. Choose the currency symbol that you like. So maybe over here, let's go for the euro symbol. So over here, I just have to look. Euro symbol, Germany, where I am at the moment. And then adjust the decimal places, click on OK, and we have our euro symbol behind it. Perfect. Now to control the space at the top a little bit more, what you could do is maybe also insert an extra row there at the top. And now the last part that we still need to set up is page layout. Something that's often overlooked, but it's very quick to set up. However, can be very frustrating when somebody doesn't do it, and 90% of the people don't do it, which means that if you click on print, it prints out in the wrong way, which can be very frustrating and always happens at the wrong times. So that's going to be the next topic. Now we're almost at the end. We have a summary table, the formatting is set up. However, this very last step is very important. Page layout. Make sure that when somebody clicks on print, it prints out in the correct way. And this is something that too many people skip, but it's very quick to set up. So make sure that from now on, you always set up the page layout. Now, where can you set it up? Two options. Either you go here to the top, page layout, and you find things like margin, and so how much space you want to have around the page. Then we have orientation, portrait, landscape, the size, print area, and this is the most important and usually my starting point. What part of the sheet do I want to print? So let's start there. You can either select what you want to print from here, go to print area, set the print area. Now, this is one option. Now, another option is to actually go here to the bottom right corner where we have the zoom buttons, and right next to it, we have these three buttons. Okay, now the first one is what we are currently looking at, the current view. But the last one is the one where I switch to when I want to set up my page layout. Now let's zoom in. Now here you see these blue border lines, and these blue border lines indicate the print area. So we can adjust it so that only this part gets printed out and everything fits on one page. If we want to have an additional page, we can add breaks into it. So make sure that everything that you want to be printed out is within the print area. And once this is set up, you can also go to the middle part where you also see the borders around it. So basically the margins and the extra stuff that you're going to put in the headers. All right. Now, after this is done, I just return to the normal view. Now, if you want to get a full overview of all of the options that are there, I usually would go then to page layout and then here click on the little arrow in the bottom right corner, page setup. Now here you see we can set up the page just like we could do also directly from the ribbon. Here we have margins, header, footer, if you want to have a header or footer, sheet, and the one that is most useful, I think, is the rows to repeat at the top. If you have a large data set and you print it out and it prints out over 10 different pages, now let's say that you have headers, well, you don't want to go back and forth between the different pages to say, okay, third column means this field, okay? Instead of that, you might want to repeat the header part, okay? So you can just click on that button to the right, select the rows you want to repeat on every single page, enter, and click on OK. Okay? Now, in this case, it's not relevant because everything is just on one sheet, but if you have multiple pages, then this becomes very relevant. So this brings us to the end of the first section. We covered things like how to enter text, values, and dates, and what you have to watch out for. We talked about different clipboard tasks, how to bring over data from one sheet or workbook to the current one. And we talked about how to do transformations to sheets, columns, rows, and also to individual cells, and to get the formatting exactly the way that we want it to be. Now, I hope that you're excited to go to the next part where we will talk about formulas and functions to add additional insights to our summary overview. Being able to write formulas and use functions is a crucial part of working in Excel. However, it is also something that a lot of people struggle with. But knowing just a few fundamental things will enable you to use any function available in Excel. And that's exactly what this part of the Excel Bootcamp training is about. In this section, we're going to have a look at formulas and functions, something that you will be using all the time when you work in Excel. Now, formulas basically just let you do calculations, like in a calculator. But in Excel, you can do much more once you start using formulas in combination with functions. For example, to clean up your data, or maybe you want to extract data using some of the lookup functions. Now, let's start all the way at the beginning and go over some basics first. The Excel workbook for this part you find in 02, Formula Fun, and then go to 01, Formulas and Functions 101. Now open up the Excel workbook. Now in this workbook, we're going to start on the very first sheet, which is 01, Creating Formulas. Now here we have exactly the same summary overview that we have built in the previous section. But let's now add a few extra insights to this data set. Now, starting off by adding the averages for the value columns. For example, the booking window. Let's say we would like to have the average booking window for Hotel 1 and Hotel 2. Now, how could we do that? Now here, let's go to the cell H11. And here we can do our average calculation by starting off with an equal sign. And as soon as you start typing, you will see in the formula bar, there we have now an equal sign. This is always the start of a formula. Now, if we want to calculate the average, what we could do is sum up all of these values and divide it by the count of bookings that we got for that hotel. So we sum up all 5 values and divide it by 5. This would be one option. Now, how could we do that? We could go and hard-code the values like this. 35 plus 31 plus 36 plus 50 and plus 30. And then divide it by 5. Now what we are doing here is wrong because of 2 reasons. First of all, the division happens first, because division happens before the addition and the sum of the other values. So what happens is it divides the 30 by the 5 and then only adds the other values. So we end up with a value of 158. Now how can we change the order of calculation? With brackets. So let me go back to that cell and we can put in brackets around the sum of these values before we do the division. So the sum happens first and then the division by 5. You see, now we do get the correct value of 36.4. However, still, it's not really good. Now, the second reason why our formula is not so good is because we have hard-coded the values. That means if one of these values changes, for example, the first one, let's change it to 40, then my formula doesn't automatically update. Now, to make sure that our calculation nicely updates when the underlying values get updated, we have to refer to the cells that contain the values instead of hard-coding the values. Now, I'm going to change the 40 back to 35, and let's go back to the formula. Now over here, let's get rid of the sum of these values, and instead of this, we could also just click on the cell from which we want to have the value. And then again, plus, and then I click on all of the other cells. And you see, each time when I have a new cell or a new range, that gets a different color. So that makes it very easy to find the ranges that you're referring to inside of your formula. All right, now let's press enter and let's see if we still get the correct result. Yeah, we still have the 36.4, but if one of the values changes, then the result of a calculation also nicely updates. Now you might be wondering, well, what you're doing here is not the most efficient way. I've already used Excel a bit and there's the average function, which lets you do this much more easily. And of course you're correct. However, here we are starting with the beginnings. Normal formulas without using any function just yet. So we will get back to this very soon when we start talking about functions. All right, so now that we have a formula that works, how can we do the same calculation for all of the other columns? So the length of stay, number of rooms, nightly rate, and total revenue. And then also do it for Hotel 2. Now you don't want to do this manually. Instead of that, we are just going to copy the cell with Control C, then select the cells where you want to paste it to, and then Control V to paste. And here you see we have different values for all of the columns. And that is because when we copy a formula to the right, then all of the cell references, they also move to the right. So here for the length of stay, let's click on it and then go to the formula bar. Now you see we have the cell references to the values inside of that column. And what if we take our formulas and copy them down to Hotel 6? So let's do that. Let's take our formulas, Control C to copy, then go 6 rows down. And here for Hotel 2, Control V to paste it. And you see also here, the cell references moved 6 rows down. So here we have the average booking window for Hotel 2. So this is how we can do normal calculations using formulas in Excel. Now the next thing that we're going to have a look at is conditional formulas. So where we can check different conditions and then see if it's true or false. We have just seen how to do simple calculations using formulas. Now, in this part, we're going to have a look at how we can do comparisons inside of our formulas. So basically check for logical conditions and return true if it's true and false otherwise. Now, let's see how it works. Now here we have the same summary overview from before, but now we're going to do a few checks. Now here at the bottom, I have a few things that I want to check for. For example, the first one. Here I want to see if the average booking window of Hotel 1 is longer than in Hotel 2. So here is this value that we have in H10 bigger than the value that we have in H16. Now, how can we check for this? Now, of course, you can do it manually, but in this case, I want to do it automatically using formulas in Excel. Because if you need to do this check thousands of times, then you of course don't want to do this manually. And therefore we have formulas. Now here, let's go to H19 and again start with an equal sign, because this is just another formula and a formula starts with an equal sign. Now here I want to see if the value that we have in H10, so click on H10, is bigger than the value that we have in H16. Now, this is it. So we have a bigger than sign in between. Now let's press enter and see it returns true, because the 36.4 is bigger than 31. If we would have a value below the 31 here, so let me type in, let's say 20, then it would turn false. Now let's undo this, Control Z, and let's go to the next one. Now for the next comparison, we want to see if the average length of stay for Hotel 1 is shorter than for Hotel 2. So over here, we are now focusing on the length of stay column, and I go here to I20, and let's type the next comparison formula. Again, with an equal sign, we start, and now we want to refer over here to the value that we have in I10. I want to see if it's shorter, so the lower than the value that we have in I16. So let's click on I16, and you see the operator sign that we have in between these two values, these two cell references, is smaller than. Now let's press enter, and you see it also returns true, because the 2.8 in cell I10 is smaller than the 4.2 in I16. Okay, so let's keep on going. So for the next comparison, we want to see if the average number of rooms between the hotels is not equal. So it's different. Now, how can we do that? Now let's go over here to the number of rooms column. And here we start again with the equal sign. And now we want to first refer to J10. And now how can we do not equal? Not equal you can do as follows, with a smaller than, bigger than sign, so different from. And then we refer to the value that we have in J16. All right, press enter. And again, it's true, because they are not exactly equal. So you see, the way in which we can do these comparisons using formulas is always the same. The only thing that you really need to remember is the operator signs. So bigger than, smaller than, not equal to. And for the next one, there we're going to have a look at the next operator sign, which is a combination of bigger than or equal to. So here we want to check if the average nightly rate in Hotel 1 is equal to or higher than those for Hotel 2. So here I want to check if the 325 is equal to or bigger than the average nightly rate of Hotel 2. Okay, now let's go here to K22, start with the equal sign, then refer to the value that we have in the cell K10. And now I want to check if the value that we have in that cell is bigger than or equal to, so bigger than sign, equal to sign, the value that we have in cell K16. All right, press enter and see it returns true. Now this works. However, I can imagine that you might forget in which order to place these signs in between. Does the equal sign come first or the bigger than sign? Now, if you forget this and do it the other way around, so equal to bigger than, let's see what happens. Press enter and you will see that Excel recognizes what you try to do and gives you an information box. Okay, I believe you're trying to do this, and let me put it the other way around for you. Do you accept this? All right, we accept, click OK, and that's it. So yeah, you see, Excel tries to help you out here a little bit. Now let's do the very last one, where we want to check if the total revenue of Hotel 1 is smaller than or equal to the revenue of Hotel 2. Now, over here we go to column L, where we have the total revenue, and here we can do an equal sign to start our formula. Then we want to see if the total revenue for Hotel 1, the 4.7 thousand, is smaller than or equal to, first the smaller than sign, then the equal sign. And we want to compare it to the value that we have in L16. Press enter, and this is false. So now you know how to incorporate logical conditions in your formulas. Now, the main takeaway is that you have to remember these operator signs. So let me highlight them for you. So we have the bigger than sign, we have the smaller than sign. If you want to check if something is not equal, then you do a smaller than and a bigger than sign. If you want to check if something is equal, then an equal sign. And if you want to check if something is bigger than or equal to, or smaller than or equal to, you can do the combination of the bigger than sign with an equal sign. And of course, this also works the other way around. So let me copy this down. The last one is then smaller than or equal to. So now you know how to do normal calculations, you know how to do comparison formulas. The next thing that we're going to have a look at is cell references. Because there sometimes you want the cell references to move when you copy your formula, but sometimes you don't. And for that, we have to have a closer look at how we can fix either a row or column inside of our references. Let's talk about cell references. Before you have seen that when we copy a formula to the right or down or up or to the left, then cell references move in the same direction by the same number of columns or rows. Now, sometimes this is a good thing. Sometimes you actually want the cell references not to move. Now, here we are going to have an example that's based on the same summary overview that we built before. Now, I added, however, 2 new columns over here. Rate after discount 1, rate after discount 2. Because I want to check if we might want to give a discount to a certain person when they stay for a longer time. Now, before we're going to do that, we first want to calculate how much the price would be after these 2 discounts. Okay, now, the first discount rate that we want to apply is 10%. The second one is 20%. Now, the first thing that we want to calculate is the price after the first discount rate of 10%. And then we do the same thing for the price after the second discount rate, which is 20%. Now, let's start over here in cell L6 and select that cell and start again with an equal sign. Now, how can we calculate the price after that 10% discount? Well, we can do the following calculation. We take the nightly rate, let's click on it, K6. And then we want to multiply that. And in between brackets, we can do 1 minus the 10% discount, close the brackets, and that's it. Now, first it calculates the 1 minus the value in L3, which is 10%, so 90%. And then it multiplies that with the nightly rate, which is 319, and that should give us the discounted price. Now let's see, let's press enter, and it gives us 287. That looks good. All right, now this calculation we don't want to do over and over again for all of the other cells below it and right next to it. So instead of that, I'm just gonna copy it down. So I go over here to that cell, bottom right corner, you see my cursor changes, and I drag it down over here, but this doesn't look right. What is going on? Why do we have there an error? And why do these values look a little bit off? Now, to figure out what's going on, let me go over here to the value that's right below it, so L7, and let's have a look in the formula bar. Now you see that my references moved because I moved my formula down. So now we do not have K6, but we have K7 because we went 1 cell down. Okay, so I take the next nightly rate, which is good. However, now the problematic part. 1 minus the value that is in L4. Now L4 is just an empty cell. I still want to take the 10% discount rate, but because my formula moved down, my cell references also moved down, and now we are selecting that empty cell. And that's also why the next one returns an error, because 1 minus, well, the text that we have here, that's not possible. Okay, so it returns an error. All right, so how can we make sure that the cell reference to the 10% discount doesn't move down? Well, let's go back over here to the very first formula and let's remove all of the other ones. So I go back over here to L6. Now here we want to fix the reference to L3, which contains a discount rate of 10%. And that we can do with $signs. But the question is, where do we need to put the $signs? Because here we have 3 alternatives. We can either have 2 signs, 1 in front of the L, 1 in front of the 3, or only in front of the 3, or only in front of the L, or none. Well, none doesn't work. However, where to put then the $signs? Which of the remaining 3 options? Now, let's first put both $signs in there. Now, to do this in an easy way, you just take your cursor, put it on your reference, and press F4 on your keyboard. And then you can toggle back and forth between all of the options. Okay, now I want to have 2 $signs in front of the L and in front of the 3. Now press enter, and now I'm going to take my reference, drag it down, and you see now we do have the correct values. If I now go again to L7, you see we have K7. Okay, that is still the same. However, L3 didn't move. All right, so we are still taking the 10%. And over here, if I copy that down also here to the bottom, again, also here, it works. Okay, but what if we want to now do the same thing for discount rate 2? Now here we could take, again, the very first formula, copy it one cell to the right, and then over here for M6. Now you see we have 258, which is a value that might look okay. However, actually it's not. If we go to the formula bar and check the references, you will see that my reference to the nightly rate now is a reference to the rate after discount 1. And here, what about the 10% discount? Well, it didn't move to the 20% discount because I fixed it before. So now how can we make sure that a formula works correctly so that it takes the nightly rate and instead of the 10%, we take the 20%. Now you don't want to do this manually, so we have to check our references again. So let's go back, let's delete over here M6. Let's go back to L6, and then we just go reference by reference. Now, you saw before that K6 turned into L6. Now, to make sure that the column doesn't change, you need to put $1 in front of the K. So you always put the $sign in front of what you don't want to move, what you want to fix. Now here we want to fix the column and not the row number, because when we copy it down, that reference should still move up and down. All right, then what about L3? Why didn't it become M3? Well, that is because we have a $sign in front of the column. So if we get rid of that $sign and only keep a $sign in front of the 3, that means the column is not fixed, but the row number is fixed. Okay, so I'm gonna press enter. Now let's drag it to the right and let's go here to M6. You see, now it takes the normal nightly rate and multiplies that by 1 minus the 20%, so 80%. Okay, so that looks correct. So now that we have the correct formula, I just copy it from L6 and then paste it to all of the other cells that we have over here. Okay, and this is a working version of a formula with the correct cell references. Now again, to do this in the most easy way, the shortcut key over here is F4, which lets you toggle between all of the different alternatives. Now cell references and working with these $signs, where to place them, can be quite tricky at the beginning, so it's time for an exercise. Where to put the $signs inside of your cell references to fix the columns or the rows can be tricky, so let's do an exercise. Now over here on sheet 4, exercise, there we are going to do the following. We want to have a scenario analysis where on the left hand side we have the different share prices and the projected growth here at the top. Now, first of all, we need to calculate the share price after the projected growth rate. Now let's get the formula to work first before we focus on the cell references. Okay, so I go over here to E7 and start with the equal sign. Now, here we want to have the share price 11.19, and to calculate it after projected growth of minus 5%, so a shrink, then we have to do a multiplication. We can say multiply this by, and then in between the brackets, 1 plus the projected growth rate of minus 5%. Close your brackets, press enter, and that gives us 10.63. Now, how can we now then copy it to all of the other cells without having to redo our formula over and over again? Now, to do that in the most efficient way, we can work with the $signs. Now here for our first reference, C7, where do we need to put the dollar? In front of the C or in front of the 7? Well, if you have no clue, then just take over here the cell and copy it one cell to the right. Now if we do that, then you see C7 turns into D7. So we need to fix the column. All right, so I'm going to delete that one, go back to our original formula and put a $sign here in front of the column. See? So now when I drag it to the right, you see our reference is still C7. Okay, do we also need a $sign in front of the 7? No, because when we take a formula and drag it down one cell, then you see it just takes the next share price, which is exactly what we want. All right, so the first reference is good. Now let's go back to the original formula and delete the other ones. Now we have to do the same thing for E5. What happens when I take my cell and drag it one cell to the right? E5 becomes F5, so it moves to the right, which is good because we want to take the next projected growth rate. However, when we go back to the formula and drag it down one cell, then you see E5 becomes E6. Now that's not good, and we want the row to stay the same. So let's delete the other formulas, go back to the original formula. We need now to fix the row number, which we can do with a $sign in front of the row number. Press enter, and now it should work. Let's try it out. Let's copy the formula, select all of these other cells, and do Control V to paste, and that's it. Now, always double check. So just take a random cell, go to the formula bar, and see if it takes the correct input value. So we have the share price over here in column C. We have the projected growth rate over here in M5. Looks all good. So we got it working. All right, so the main takeaway, first get the formula to work, and then just go cell reference by cell reference. And if you don't know exactly where to put the dollar signs, just try it out. Drag it one to the right or drag it one down and see how the references change. Okay, so far we talked about how to do calculations in Excel, how to incorporate logical conditions, doing comparison formulas, and we talked about cell references. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is talk about functions, which makes our life a lot easier. Now it's time to talk about functions, and functions take your calculations to the next level. But not only normal calculations, it also lets us do other things like data cleaning or extracting data using lookup functions. All right, but let's start with the beginning. Now here we are going to go back to a summary overview from before and redo that average calculation because it was not the most efficient way in which we did it. We can do better than that using functions. Now here we wanted to have the booking window average for both of these hotels. So let's go back to H10, and in H10 we can start with the equal sign, just like before. But now we are not going to refer to every single cell and then divide it by 5, but instead of that we use the average function, which lets us do this average calculation in a much easier way. So let's start typing AV, and now you stop. Don't type in the whole name of the function. Instead of that, try to just start with AV. It gives you a list of all of the functions that start with AV, and then go to the one that you need using the arrow keys. Now to select it, you could use the mouse, but try not to. Instead of that, select it by pressing the tab key. All right, so you see when you do that, then it capitalizes the function name, already has the opening bracket, and then it tells you what it needs. Now, always pay close attention to the syntax, to the structure of the function. Now here it's an average function, relatively simple. It just needs one or more ranges. Now where is my range? Over here, the booking window values for hotel 1. All right, then we can close the bracket or just press enter because Excel knows what you're trying to do and it adds the closing bracket for you. And again, we have exactly the same value as before, the 36.4, so that looks good. All right. Now we want to do the same calculation for all of these other columns. So how does that work with the references? Does it work in the same way? Let's try it out. Okay, so I'm gonna copy over here the cell, then select the cells where you want to paste the formula to, Control V, and you see we have the same results as before. The cell references, they also move to the right. Now, we can do the same thing again, but then vertically. So copy the cells, but down to hotel 2, and now you see we have the same values as before. All right, so what if we don't want to have an average, but maybe a sum or a count? Well, it works kind of in the same way. Let's take, for example, the total revenue. Let's select L10, and instead of the average, we could also have done a sum function. So sum, selected by pressing tab. Then also here, we just need one or multiple ranges. So here, the range that I want to refer to are these values above it. Press enter, and now we have the sum. Then I can copy it, paste it below here for hotel 2, and there you go. And what if we want to have the count? Well, then in a similar way, we could go over here. Instead of a sum function, we could go for a count function. And you will see there's count A, there's count blank, all different kinds of variations that we can have a look at. However, for now, let's just go for a normal count. And then the range stays the same. Press enter, and you see it returns, of course, 5. Okay, so this is how we can do simple summary aggregations using functions in Excel. So now that we know how to work with some basic aggregation functions like sum, average, count, let's have a look at some logical functions. Now the first ones that we are going to focus on are the AND function and the OR function. So let's go back to our summary overview and extend our analysis by making some more complex comparisons this time. Now here at the bottom, I have different things that I want to check for. Now, before, when we were talking about our comparison formulas, we had just one comparison, one logical condition that we were checking for. However, now this time we're going to have 2 or more than 2. So let's see how the AND and the OR function can help us do that. Now, let's go here to the first one. We want to check if the average booking window and the length of stay for hotel 1 is longer than for hotel 2. All right, so 2 logical conditions. Now, here I want to check if both of these conditions are true. And only when both are true, I want to return true. And that is what the AND function lets us do. All right, now let's see it in action. Let's go over here to the cell H26. And just like before, we start with an equal sign. And here we're going to write an AND function. So type in AND, select it by pressing tab, followed by the logical conditions. Now, here it just needs multiple logical conditions. So logical 1 is going to be whether the booking window, the average booking window for hotel 1, is bigger than the average booking window for hotel 2. So here we can do it exactly in the same way as before. So I select over here H10 and I want to see if it's bigger than H16. Okay, so just like before, but now it's just the first argument within the AND function. And now we can add multiple conditions inside of this AND function. So to do that, type in a comma. And now you see over here, logical 2 is in bold, which means we are now going to define the second logical condition we want to check for. So here we want to see if the average length of stay in I10 is bigger than I16, the average length of stay for hotel 2. Now we have 2 conditions, but we could add more if we wanted to, and then close the brackets and press enter. Now here, this is false. Why is it false? Well, the first logical condition was actually true. 36.4 is bigger than the 31. However, the second logical condition, 2.8, is not bigger than 4.2. And because not both logical conditions are true, our AND function returns false. So if over here we would not have 4.2 for the average length of stay for hotel 2, however, maybe a smaller number like 1, then it would return true, because now the second logical condition would also return true. And then both logical conditions are true and the AND function would return true. Okay, now I'm going to undo this so that we have 4.2 here again. And let's have a look at the next one where we have a similar comparison, but this time we want to check if the average booking window for hotel 1 or the average length of stay for hotel 1 is bigger than the one for hotel 2. So now we are not going to use the AND function, but the OR function, because now we just want to see if one of these conditions is true. All right, so let's go and try this out. So I'm going to go over here in H27, start with an equal sign, and here we can start with the OR function. Now here we want to see again if H10 is bigger than H16. Then the second logical condition, logical 2 is bold, and then we can refer to I10 and see if it's bigger than I16. Okay, close your brackets. You see the logical conditions are the same as for the AND function, but this time it returns true. The reason it returns true is because, well, one of them is true. The first logical condition over here is true. 36.4 is bigger than 31. And the second one is not true. But this time we have an OR function. So the OR function returns true if one of the conditions is true. So the next ones you can first try on your own. So pause, try them out, and then continue watching. Or just follow along. All right, so comparison number 3. So here we want to see if the average nightly rate and the total revenue for hotel 1 are equal to or higher than for hotel 2. So let's go over here to J28 and start with an equal sign. Now here we're going to use an AND function. Logical 1 is if the nightly rate in K10 is bigger than or equal to, so bigger than and the equal to sign, and then refer to K16. Now, then the other test that we want to do is L10 bigger than or equal to L16. Now, these are 2 logical conditions and both need to be true for the AND function to return true. And indeed, that is the case. So the AND function returns true because here we have 325 bigger than 108, 4,786 is bigger than the 2,964. And what if we would have used the OR function instead of the AND function? Let's try it out. I'm not going to retype the whole thing. I'm just going to copy it from the formula bar, Control C, Enter, go to the cell below, and then I go to the formula bar and paste it in there. Why didn't I just drag it down? Because then the cell references also move down, and then we have to bother with the dollar signs, and I want to just skip that part for now. Okay, so press enter, and over here we have at the moment the same function, but I'm going to replace the AND function with the OR function. Okay, now this is also returning true because, well, at least one of them is true, but actually both are true at this point. But what if the total revenues for Hotel 1 would fall to, let's say, 1,000, then only the first condition would have been true. And then the AND function returns false, but the OR function would return true. All right, so now you're able to do more complex comparisons, but probably you don't want to just return true and false. Usually you want to do maybe one calculation if it's true and another calculation if it's false. And for that, we need the if function, which is going to be the next part. So we are exploring different logical functions, and we have already seen the AND and the OR function to make more complex comparisons. But the next one that we're going to have a look at is the if function. And the if function is one of the most used functions within Excel because it's so useful. And basically, it just comes down to the following. If this, then that. Now let's see how it works in action. So let's first start with a simple example. Let's go over here to the column N. And our final goal is to calculate the actual rate that the customer has to pay on the basis of the length of stay. So if somebody stays 4 or more nights, then this person gets the rate after discount 2, so the 20% discount. If somebody stays 2 or 3 nights, then this person gets the rate after discount 1. And if somebody stays for just 1 night, they have to pay the full price. Okay, now let's get there step by step. Now let's go to the cell N6. Now here we can start with an equal sign, and let's first check for a condition. Let's see if the length of stay is equal to or bigger than 4. Now this is something we have done before. So we can refer here to I6 and check if it's bigger than or equal to 4. Press enter, and here that is true because the length of stay on the first row is 5. All right, now this is a comparison. And comparisons, these logical conditions, is what we need inside of our if function. So let's go back, and right after the equal sign, we're going to add an if function. If, bracket open. Now what is my logical test? Well, we just wrote a logical test, our comparison formula. And then we go with our cursor to the end and add a comma. Now we go to the next part of the function. For the next argument, we have to say, what do we want to return if that condition is true? And then for the third argument, there we can say, what do we want to return if the condition returns false? All right. Now, if it's true, then we can return, well, the rate after discount 2. So over here, let's click on rate after discount 2. Now, you see that these arguments are in between square brackets, so they're optional. So if you want, you could already close the if function here. Now it returns 255. However, if the length of stay would have been below 4, so like 3, then it would return false. All right, let me change it back to 5. There you go. Now let's go back to our function. Now, if I want to return something different than false, when the condition returns false, then we can add that third argument. So we could say if somebody stays for less than 4 nights, then they pay just the rate after discount 1. This one over here. Click on the cell, press enter, and let's check if it works. Change the length of stay back to 3, and you see now we would have the actual rate of 287. Now I'm going to change it back to 5. So you see the if function is actually quite easy. However, where a lot of people struggle is when you need more than one if function. So you need to nest if functions. Now, when is this necessary? When you have more than 2 outcomes. The number of if function depends on the number of outcomes that you have. For example, if we have 3 outcomes, then it's 3 minus 1, you would need 2 if functions. If you have 4 outcomes, then you need 4 minus 1, 3 different if functions, okay? Now, here, let's add a third outcome, which is going to be that if somebody books for 2 or 3 nights, they get the rate after discount 1. And if somebody books for 1 night, then the nightly rate. Okay, so let's go back to a function. Let's go over here, and where we need to go is to the argument, the third one, value if false. Now let's, instead of L6, let's delete it. And now a function basically says the following. If the length of stay is bigger than or equal to 4, then return the rate after discount 2. But if not, well, then we are not sure yet, either the nightly rate or the rate after discount 1. So we need another if function. So let's type in if, Now here the logical test is if somebody stayed 2 or 3 nights, or. So we're going to use an OR function. We want to check if the length of stay that we have here in I6 equals 2, comma, click on it again, I6 equals 3. Close the OR function. Okay, now the OR function will return, again, true or false. Now, if it returns true, comma, then we want to return the rate after discount 1. And if that is also not true, then there's only one option left. That person stays only 1 night, so we want to return the nightly rate. So now we can close the if function, and you see we have another closing bracket for the outer if function. Okay, now let's see if that works. We have now a rate of 255. Now, if I change the length of stay to, let's say, 1, then we have the full price of 319. And if I change the length of stay to, let's say, 2, then we have the rate after discount 1, 287. All right, so the function works. And just like before, we can copy it down by taking the cell, Control-C to copy, and then Control-V to paste it to the other ones. Now, if you only want to paste the values of the formulas, then click here on the Control button and choose that you want to have only the formulas. And then we can do the same here at the bottom, copy the formulas, paste the formulas as formulas. Now let's go back to our initial formula where we started, here in N6. Now here we can go to the formula bar and we can expand it a little bit by clicking on the drop-down arrow there on the right-hand side. And now we can divide it over multiple rows. So we can place the cursor right in front of the if function, Alt, Enter, and then it goes to the next line. And just divide it over multiple rows like this. And if you want to, you can also indent it with the spacebar. And then you do the same for all of these other arguments. So here, after the comma, I would put that also on a new line, etc. Now you can just make the formula bar a little bit higher and just keep on going like this until you have it formatted in the most readable way. And what is the most readable way? Well, that depends on you. I probably would format it like this over here. So over here, each argument on a new line. And once you have it formatted, it becomes much more readable. It's actually also easier to write in this way because you see exactly where everything starts and where it ends. And if you're missing a bracket, that it points it out very quickly. I'm just gonna press enter and you see it still works. So placing parts of a formula or a function on separate lines and working with spaces doesn't affect the functionality of your formula. Now let's do then also the finishing touch and let's add the total revenue. Now here we just want to have the product of the actual rate that the person needs to pay and the length of stay. So we can do this by taking the actual rate and multiplying this with the length of stay. Press enter and now just drag it down. And then over here, we do not want to have the formatting. So say fill without formatting. And then we can also copy it over here to the other cells. So this is how you can use an if function. You see, the basics are pretty straightforward. However, as soon as you need to combine multiple ifs, and maybe also with other comparison functions like OR and AND, then it becomes complex. So it's time to practice with the next exercise. We just have seen how the if function works and how to handle multiple outcomes by nesting if functions. Now let's do another exercise to practice a little bit more, starting off with a simple if function with just 2 outcomes. Now here we have a data set where we have the sales for different countries, the target sales, and the comparison between the two in the form of the difference and percentage difference. Now, if we want to check if the target sales are above the actual sales, well, then we could do that with an if function, but actually we don't need an if function yet. We could also just use a logical comparison, starting off with an equal sign here in I5, and then seeing if the actual sales is bigger than the target sales. Okay, now that gives me true. All right, alternatively, we could also have looked at the difference or percentage difference. Now, let's go back to a formula and start with an equal sign and then refer here to the percentage. Now, we can check if this is bigger than 0. So let's type in 0 and press enter. Okay, now that is true, just like before. Now, here, just pick one of these variations and then we can copy this formula to the other cells. Control-C, Control-V. So this works, however, we want to return above target or below target, not just true and false. So let's go back to that initial formula And here we need now an if function. So if this logical condition is true, then return above target, otherwise below target. So right after the equal sign, I'm going to write if bracket open, logical test. Well, we just wrote, so that is already there. And then we can place a comma right after the logical test. Now value if true, above target. Now here we need to put text always in between quotation marks. So above target. So for text, always in between quotation marks. For values, you don't need it. The reason that you need to put this in between quotation marks is otherwise it thinks that you're referring to a named range, which is something we didn't talk about just yet. Okay, so just remember, use quotation marks when you want to return text. Okay, now what if it's false? Then we want to return below target. So also here, in between quotation marks, below target. Let's close our if function. You see now, instead of true, it returns above target. And there where we had false before, it returns below target. So that is working, but let's now make it a bit more complex. Let's add a third outcome. Let's say we want to check the actual sales versus the target. And if we miss the target by more than 20%, that's very critical. If it's somewhere between 10 and 20%, that's critical. And everything above it, well, we don't care, it's okay. So 3 outcomes. Now let's go here to J5 and let's type again our first if function with our first logical condition. And here I usually start with the most extreme outcomes. So here I start with the outcome below or equal to minus 20%. So I can check here the percentage column after I start with the if function. So if bracket open, logical test, H5 is smaller than or equal to minus 20%. Okay, now you can say minus 20% or minus 0.2, that's the same. Okay, so don't forget the minus, right? Minus 20%. All right, then we want to go to the next argument, value of true. Well, if this is true, that is very critical. So very critical is text, so I place it in between quotation marks. And what if it's false? Well, before we define that, let's just close the bracket and see if this works. Press enter. We see here it returns false, but when I drag it down, then here you see we have 2 times very critical, minus 36 and minus 40%. Okay, so that works. Now, the next thing that we need to do is what if it's, well, better than the minus 20%, so above. Is it then critical or is it okay? There's still 2 outcomes left. Okay, so we go back to that very first formula and then let's get rid of that closing bracket. Let's extend it further and define the value if false. Now here, we still have 2 outcomes. So we need another if. So if, bracket open, logical test. Now we want to check if that percentage that we have here, if it's below or equal to minus 10%. So also here, either 10%, minus 10%, or minus 0.1. Now, if this is true, then it's somewhere between the minus 10 and minus 20%. And then we want to return critical. Now also here it's text, so put it in between quotation marks. And when it is not below minus 10%, that means it's above. And the last outcome is that it's okay. So let's just type in okay. Close the brackets for that if function, close the other bracket for the outer if function, press enter. All right, now we can copy it down and see we have okay most of the times, but here we have still very critical, and we have one where it says minus 12% critical. You see the other one, that's 12% plus, which is okay. That means the sales is above the target. Okay, now let's go back to that initial formula again. Let's have a closer look. Now also here we can extend the formula bar, place it on multiple lines if we wanted to. However, for now, just let's leave it like it is and go through it. Now here, the outer logical test that gets performed first is this one here. Is the percentage value below or equal to minus 0.2? Now in this case, it's not. So it continues with the next one. So here, value of true gets skipped, it goes to value of false. Then we have another if function. If it's between the minus 10% and the minus 0.2, why in between? It says equal to or lower than. Well, we already checked here that in the first condition, whether it was lower than 0.2. So that means if there is a value that's below or equal to minus 10%, it must be somewhere in between. So we don't necessarily need to write an OR function here. So if it's equal to or lower than 10%, then critical. And if that is also not the case, there's only one outcome that's left. That means it's higher than minus 10%. And then we return okay. Now, if you're just starting off with if functions, you probably need to repeat this a few times before it really clicks. Also try it on your own data, but practice makes you master it. The next function that we're going to look at is the ifs function, so plural. Now, here we were nesting if functions. Now, if you find that a bit difficult, then maybe you like the other alternative more. Let's have a look. We have just seen how to write logical formulas that use the if function. Now, if you have more than 2 outcomes, then we need to nest one if inside of the other if. Now, you need as many if functions as you have outcomes minus 1. Now, this can become quite complex when your number of outcomes grows. However, there's an alternative that you might find easier, and that is to use the ifs function. Now let's see how that one works. Now here we have exactly the same example as we had before, but now let's go here to column J and delete the formulas that we wrote. Now we're going to rewrite them using the ifs function. So let's go here to J5, type an equal sign and open up with the function name. And when you type in if, you see there at the bottom, there we have ifs. So here checks whether one or more conditions are met and returns a value corresponding to the first true condition. Now, sounds good. Let's select it. Now here have a close look at the syntax of the function. Now we need logical test 1, that's the first argument. And then the second argument is value if true 1. And then we can continue like this. Logical test 2, value if true 2. There's no false argument like you have in the if function. Now let's see it in action. Let's type in the first logical test. Now we want to test if the percentage that we have over here, if it's lower than or equal to minus 20%. Now, if this is the case, then it is very critical. So quotation mark and then very critical. So now we can continue with the next scenario. Now here, I want to check if it's somewhere between minus 10 and minus 20%. Now here we could do that with an AND condition, but because this is the second condition that will be checked, we can simply write the following: H5, and then lower than or equal to minus 10%. Now, if this is the case, then we want to return critical. So now we have defined 2 scenarios with 2 outcomes. Now, at this point, if this would have been an if function, there would be still an argument if false. Then I want to return the text okay. But with the ifs function, you cannot do that. You still need to define that last logical test. So here we need to say, okay, if H5 is bigger than minus 10%, then we want to return okay. All right, now let's press enter and you see the first one here it returns okay. And if I drag this down, we have here very critical, critical, just like we had before. Now also here with the ifs function, it is very helpful if you divide it over multiple rows. So let's expand that formula bar and let's place the if function on the next line and let's edit the formatting a little bit and let's put each logical test and outcome on a separate row. Now over here, that closing bracket, I also put in a new row and then let's indent each line a little bit that goes inside of the ifs function. All right, now you see it's also much easier to read. So now you have 2 alternatives to deal with logical formulas where you have more than 2 outcomes. Either you go for nested if functions or alternatively you go for the ifs function. Now at this point, you know how to use the if function and you know where to put the dollar signs for your cell references. Now let's combine the 2 in the following exercise. Follow me to the sheet 09 cumulative sum. And here we have a column for the year, the months, and we have a value column over here. Now the cumulative sum, what is that? Well, that is just the accumulated values. So for January is 850. Let me type in here 850. Then for February, we take the 850 in the previous cell and we add the February value. Now I could just take that formula, drag it down over here, and that is the accumulated sum. Now that works perfectly. However, let's say that you really insist to use a sum function. Now, how could we rewrite this? Now, let me just delete all of these values that we got over here. And let's go to the February value in F5. And instead of having here F4 plus E5, I'm going to use the sum function. Now, I want to take the sum of, well, these 2 values here for January and February. Now, we can take this formula and drag it one cell down, and let's see what happens. Now you see that we are referring not to the cells January to March, but only February to March. So our range moves down when we copy our formula down. Now, how can we make sure that we always start in January? Well, dollar signs. Now, where do we need to put the dollar signs? Well, let's go back to our original formula here in F5, and we need to fix the row number for the cell reference E4, because we don't want that row number to change. Now, what about the column? Well, here we don't really care. We just copy the formula down, so we don't necessarily need to fix the column. So we are going to put the dollar sign in front of the row number, the 4. Okay, and that's it. Now I can take my function, drag it down. So here we have the same result as we had before, where we didn't use the function. Okay, but you see how we can fix also here inside of our functions the references using the dollar signs. Okay, now why did I say we need the if function here as well? Well, because the next thing that I want to do is for those months for which we don't have the actual values yet, there I also don't want to, well, show the year-to-date sales. Okay, now how can we make sure that nothing shows here when there's no value in the amount column? Well, with the if function. Now again, let's go back to the cell where we wrote the original formula and delete the other ones. Now let's write an if function here at the beginning. And what is the logical test? Well, here we want to see if there is a value for that month. So we can just refer to E5 and see if it's different from nothing. And nothing you can write with quotation mark, quotation mark. So you are saying you want to return text. However, there's nothing in between, so nothing. All right, now if it's different from nothing, then I want to return, well, the year-to-date sales, because that means there's a value. And otherwise, value false, they're at the end of the function, then we want to return nothing, quotation marks. All right, let's close our function, press enter, and you see we have 1,750, so that works. And what happens when we drag it down? It still works. But here, for the month July onwards, where we don't have any value just yet, there also no year-to-date sales value shows up. All right, so that was a small exercise with the if function and the dollar sign. So you see now that you can use the dollar signs also for references inside of a function, and that the if function can also be very nice for aesthetic reasons. Now the next topic that we're going to have a look at is conditional aggregation. So the COUNTIF function, the AVERAGEIF function, and the SUMIF function. Now let's go to the next topic. We have seen how to do simple aggregations with functions like sum, average, and count. And we have seen how to build in logic inside of a formulas using the if function. Now, the only thing that we need to do now is put the two together, and we are able to do conditional calculations like SUMIF, AVERAGEIF, and COUNTIF. Now, we're going to start off with the COUNTIF function. We're going to start on sheet 10, multiple criteria counting, where we have a simple data set with sales data for different months and years. And the first thing that we're going to do is count the number of months where we had sales equal to or higher than 1,000. So we cannot simply do a count, because a count would give us just the number of months for which we had sales data. No, here we need to have a COUNTIF. So let's go to cell H4. We start with an equal sign, and then we type in count. And here you see all of the functions that start with count. And the one that we need is COUNTIF. So counts the number of cells within a range that meets the given condition. So let's select it by pressing tab. Now here we need to define the range on which we want to perform the count, which is the sales column. So let's select E4 all the way down until E27. That is the first argument. Then we go to the second argument, where we need to define the criteria itself. Now the criteria always goes in between quotation marks. So let's start with a quotation mark. And then we put in the criteria, which is bigger than or equal to 1,000. And then again, quotation mark, and then we can close the COUNTIF function. And you see that returns 7, which seems to be right, because over here we have 6 months in 2019 with higher than 1,000 in sales, and just 1 month in 2020. So now we can go to the next one. What if we want to check for 2 criteria? So what if we want to check if the sales amount is equal to or higher than 1,000 and the year is 2020? Well, then we can use a COUNTIFs function. And also here, you see, it counts the number of cells specified by a given set of conditions or criteria. Now, this can now be multiple conditions. So let's select it by pressing tab. And you see that the syntax is just a bit different. Now here we start with the criteria range 1. Now that's just like before, the sales column. Then we go to the criteria. Here we can say bigger than or equal to 1,000. And then we close the quotation marks. And now we continue with the second criteria range. Now the second criteria range is going to be on the year column. So over here at the beginning of the data set. And then here for the criteria, we can put in between quotation marks the year 2020. Close the brackets, press enter. You see it just returns 1 because we only have 1 month in 2020 with sales over 1,000. Now you might be wondering, what is then actually the purpose of SUMIF? Because couldn't we just go to the very first one and turn COUNTIF into COUNTIFs? Now let's try this. And you see it returns exactly the same. And that's why personally I only use COUNTIFs. Even if there's just one criteria range and one criteria, because you never know in the future, you might change your mind and you need a second criteria. So now that we know how the COUNTIF and COUNTIFs function work, let's go to the next calculation. Now here we want to count the number of months where we had sales over 1,000 and where the month was either May or June. Now how can we handle that OR condition? Well, let's start again with our COUNTIFs function. And now we have, just like before, the sales as a criteria range, and we have the criteria which is bigger than or equal to 1,000. And now the next criteria is on the month. So I'm gonna select here the month column. And for the month, we have May or June. But let's just type in May for now, and then close the quotation marks and bracket. Okay, now let's press enter. It gives us 1, because there's only one May where we had a sales amount over 1,000. Now, how can we say or June? Well, to keep it simple, we could just copy the whole formula, plus sign, and just repeat it, and then add the 2 up. And here I just have to change the month May to the month June. And that gives us 2. Now, if you would have many months, then of course you can expand the formula bar and just place this on the next line to make everything a little bit more readable, just like this. Now, is there maybe another alternative where we don't have to repeat the whole function? Well, yes, there's using arrays. Now, it's a little bit early to talk about arrays, but let me show you an example here. Now, instead of having this here, I'm going to go to the criteria where we wrote May. And here, I'm going to have a curly bracket open, then May, which was already there, comma, and then the second value that I want to have inside of this array, which is going to be June. Then close the array with the curly closing bracket. And now we can press enter. You will see it gives us spill. Now it spills over to the other cells because it returns actually more than one value. Now let me show you. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it below over here in this empty cell. You see we have here the value 1 and over here the value 1. So it returns the count if May over here, and it returns the count if June over there. All right, now the only thing that I still want to do is sum them up. So let's put this inside a sum function. Now this gives us 2. So this is an alternative using arrays. Now I'm just gonna copy this over to where I originally wanted to have it. There you go. There you go. You might also be wondering, why do we actually need these quotation marks? Well, this is something that you need to remember, but let's say you forget. What can you do then? Well, let's go back over here to that initial formula all the way at the top in H4. Now let's say that you are writing your COUNTIFs function, just like this. Then at this point, you could also click on that Insert Function button. Now, if you do that, then it pops up this helper window. And from here, you see all of the arguments of this function. And here below, you see what it actually means with a description. So here we have criteria range 1. Well, we already selected the criteria. Then over here, we have the criteria itself. Here we could, for example, fill in bigger than or equal to 1,000 without the quotation marks. And once you're done with setting this all up, you just click on OK. You see, it puts it automatically for you in between these quotation marks and closes the function. So now it's time for you to practice. Try to do the remaining 3 yourself. And once you're done, in the next section, we're going to talk about SUMIFs and AVERAGEIFs. We have just seen how to do conditional counting using COUNTIF and COUNTIFs. But of course, there's also SUMIF or SUMIFs and AVERAGEIFs. Now, let's see how they work. Now here we have the same data set and we're going to do the following calculations that you find over here. Starting off with finding the sum of sales for January 2019 and January 2020. So all of the Januaries. How can we do that? Now let's go to H4 and let's type in the sum, and you see all of the functions that start with sum. And in this case, we want to have the SUMIF. Now here you see we have one criteria extra if you compare that to COUNTIF, because now we do not only have the criteria range and criteria, we also have the range of which we want to take the sum. Now here it just says range. Well, is that the criteria range or the sum range? It's the criteria range because the last argument, that's the sum range. All right, so here in this case, we need the month column, comma. Then what is the criteria? Now in between quotation marks, this is going to be the month, January, and the sum range, that is the sales column over here. Now let's press enter and you see 1,600, which is the sum of the Januaries. So 750 plus the 850 over there. Now what if we don't want to have the sum, but the average for the Januaries instead? Well, then of course there's the AVERAGEIF function. So let's go here to H5 and now type in average. Use the arrow keys to go down and the tab key to select AVERAGEIF. Now we should just repeat what we just did. So here we have the month column. Criteria is going to be again January, and now the average range. So that is the sales column. Press enter and we have now an average of 800, the average of the 750 and the 850. So that works, but what if we need multiple criteria? Well, then we have the SUMIFs and AVERAGEIFs function. So over here, for the next one, we could write SUMIFs. And you see the syntax changes a bit because now we start with the sum range, not the criteria range anymore. So first the sum range, which is sales, and then the criteria range. Well, we want to have, let's say, the January, so the month column. And then here the criteria is going to be January. And then we have the second range, which is the year column. Now here we want to have the year 2020. All right, so you see criteria range, criteria, criteria range, criteria. And in this way you can keep on going. Close your brackets once you're done. And it gives us 850, which is just that value for January 2020. All right, so that works. Now, if you want to make it a little bit easier for yourself, just expand the formula bar and divide it over multiple lines. So over here, the SUMIFs, bracket open, and then here we have the sum range, and then maybe all of the criteria ranges with the criteria you put on separate rows. All right, so over here, you can also indent it a little bit. And all of this makes it a little bit easier to write, gives you a better overview, and is also easier for any person checking your formulas. Now, if we want to find the average, of course, we can retype the whole thing or simply copy what we just wrote. So over here, copy this. Why don't I just drag it down, but copy the actual formula? Because if we drag it down one row, and then over here, you see the range also moved one row down. So we would need to add the $sign so that the range doesn't move down, which is something I don't want to bother with at the moment. So here for H7, I'm just going to get rid of this and copy paste the formula from the cell above. All right, press enter. And then we just change SUMIFs to AVERAGEIF. All right, press enter and you see it gives us the average. Now, what if we want to have the total sales in 2020 Q1, so for January, February, and March, then we can repeat that same function 3 times. Once for January, second time for February, and then for March. So you will literally just copy paste this over here to the next cell, and then plus, and then over here we can just take this top part, go to the next row, paste it over here, do that once more. Let me just expand the formula bar, and then change January over here to February. And over here to March. That can happen sometimes, that it gives you a correction and asks you, do you want to accept it? Well, why did I get it over here? Because I added that plus sign in the end, which was not really necessary. So double check before you click on OK. Everything looks fine. And now I just make the formula bar small again, and you see 2,500, which looks correct. And what if we don't want to have the sum, but the averages? Well, then we just take the average if or average ifs function. Now the last one, average sales in 2019 Q2. So that means April, May, June 2019. How can we do that? Well, it is an average, so we need to start off with an average ifs function. And then over here we have the average range, which is going to be the average of the sales. And then we can add the criteria just like we did before. We want to have the year 2019, so the criteria range is the year column. Then the criteria is going to be 2019. And then we can continue with the criteria range 2, which needs to be based on the month. Now, let's select the month column and then the criteria. Now, the first option here is to just type in April, the first month of that quarter, close the bracket, 1,217, and then repeat this for May and June. And then of those values, again, take the average. Or alternatively, we can use these arrays again, which you might want to try, but don't worry if it doesn't work out at this point just yet. But just so that you've seen it again, we could go here just right before the quotation marks of April, curly bracket open, and then say for which months do you want to have it. So April, and then we have May, and then we have June, all right? And then a closing curly bracket. Now that gives us 3 values. Basically, it just returns the average for each single month. So you will see if I press enter, it spills over to the cells right next to it. So therefore, it's not very visible. So I'm just going to put it over here 1 cell lower. Then you see the actual values. Now, here we have the 3 values. Now we want to take the average of those 3. So I'm going to go back to where it says spill and just wrap the whole thing inside of a normal average function. Okay, it takes now the average of these 3 values that you see below over here. Now let me delete those and go back. Now to end this section, let's take a normal average here of the sales. So over here, average of the sales column, which gives us 701, but that includes the zeros over here. What if you don't want it? Well, try to think of a solution. And do you have a solution? Yes? AVERAGEIF, exactly. Now let's go to cell E30 and type in average ifs. Now here I always go for the ifs, not for the if version. All right, so what is the average range? I want to take the average of the sales. And then we have the criteria range, which is going to be exactly the same column. And the criteria is just that it needs to be different from 0. All right, let's close that quotation mark, close the bracket, and you see that value is considerably higher because it doesn't consider the zeros here at the end. All right, so now you know how to do conditional calculations using SUMIFs, AVERAGEIFs, and COUNTIFs. It's time to practice a bit more. Very rarely, the default chart options are what you want to actually present. Sometimes there's missing data that breaks a chart, or you want to get rid of a few chart elements, or the default formatting is not as good as it could be. Now, in this section of the Excel Bootcamp training, we will focus on skills that will help you to make any chart look good in just a few steps. When we have one big data set, it's very difficult to retrieve any insights from it by just looking at the data. So therefore, we want to summarize the data and communicate it in the most efficient way possible. So in this section, we're going to have a look how to create different types of charts and adjust all of the different elements that you find inside of a chart to communicate your insights in the most efficient way possible. Now the workbook for this section you find in 03, Making Insightful Charts. And here we go to 01, Charts 101, and open the workbook that you find inside of this folder. In this workbook, we're going to start in the very first sheet, 01, Creating a Basic Chart. Now you might think, easy, just go to Insert and then choose the chart type you want. Now that's true. However, just like always in Excel, there are 3, 4, 5 different ways of doing the same thing, and maybe you prefer one option over the other. So let's try the first option. Now, I want to create a line chart. Now, how can we do that? We can first select the dataset, then we go to the Insert tab, then here in the middle, there you find the Charts section. Now here you see all of these different icons that represent the chart type, and I want to have a line chart. So let's click on the line chart icon. Then it gives you all of the different line chart options. And you see also here, a bit hidden, we have the area chart as well. Now you can hover over it. You see exactly how the chart would look like in the preview. Now, I just want to have a simple line chart. So let's go for the very first option. Now, if you want to have markers, you could also go over here to the fourth option. However, markers we can also add at a later point. So it doesn't matter for now. Now, I go for the first option. And once you click, then it inserts the charts. Now, a chart basically floats on top of the sheet. So that means we are not restricted to the cells. We can just place it wherever we like. And also here to resize it, just go to the bottom right corner and here you can resize it, or you select the chart, go to the Format tab, which is only visible when the chart is selected. And then all the way on the right hand side, there we have the width. So we can, for example, go for a width of 12 and a height of 8. Okay, so there you go. We have a chart. Now, if we want to remove the chart again, just select the chart, press the delete key on your keyboard, and it's gone. Okay, now let's go to the second option. For this option, we can again select the dataset, go here to Insert, and you see over here in the bottom right corner, there we have recommended charts. Now we can either click there or click over here on recommended charts. It opens up the same window. Now here we have two tabs. We have recommended charts and we have all charts. Now recommended charts looks at your data and tries to give you some recommendations of what chart types would be suitable. Now this might be helpful to get a quick idea of how your data would be visualized using these different chart types. However, I don't use it that often because usually I do know what chart type I want to create. However, if you have no clue, then this might be helpful. All right, now on the second tab, all charts, now over here, you see all of the different chart types that you can choose from on the left-hand side, which corresponds to the chart types that you have seen here on the ribbon with here and there an extra option. Now, we wanted to create a line chart. So I choose a line chart from here. We see all of these different variations and then the preview option where we can choose how we want to visualize it. Now, I want to go for the first option. Let's click on OK. And we have a line chart again. If you want to remove it, just press delete. Now, option number 3 is to select the data, then go here to the bottom right corner, quick analysis. And then from here, we can also go to the charts tab and then choose the chart type that we like, the line chart. And there you go, we have a line chart again. Now let's delete this one and go to option number 4. You could also just insert a line chart without selecting any data. Now, of course, this line chart is empty. And only now we go to chart design here in the ribbon, select data, and now we can choose the data range. Now the data range is the data over here. Press enter, and you see it fills out automatically what the two different series are. Series for client 1 and client 2, what we want to have on the horizontal axis. Click OK, and we have a line chart. Now, of course, this option required us to do a little bit more work. However, it gives us also more flexibility, which we will need when we are going to create more advanced charts. But if you don't need this extra flexibility, then probably you would go and prefer one of the first options. Now let me delete this chart again. And now option number 5 is to use a shortcut. So we can also select the dataset and now use the shortcut Alt F1. So with Alt F1, it will insert a column chart. Now, how can we then convert it to a line chart? Well, now we can go to chart design, change the chart type, or right click on the chart, go to change chart type, and then from here, change it again to a line chart. And you see this is the same window as we were in just before. Now let's go to the next data set that we find over here, where we have 3 columns, one with the time period, and then we have website visits data for region 1 and 2. Okay, now select the data, then go to the Insert tab, and then from here, we want to have a column chart. Now here we have all of these different options. We have clustered column charts, stacked, and 100% stacked column charts. Now we will cover them in detail in a second. However, just remember, stay away from the 3D columns. It's very difficult to see where the end is of every column, and therefore just stay away from 3D options. Now the same for the bars, which is basically just flipped column charts, a bar chart. Okay, now also here, kind of similar options. We have clustered bar charts, we have stacked and 100% stacked. Now, for this visualization, I want to have a simple clustered column chart. So the very first option. click on it, and there you go. Now you could also, of course, use one of these other options that we covered just before. Now, if at any point you change your mind and you want to change the chart type, then just right click on the chart, change the chart type, opens up this window where we can switch between the different options. Okay, now let's click on cancel. Not something that I want to do at the moment. Now let's go to the next data set where we have two different series, one with the number of clicks for each month, and the other series is the CPC, the cost per click. So the average cost per click for that month. Now let's try to visualize this data. So I'm going to select the data set, go to insert, and then let's go for a column chart again. Now there we have the chart. I'm just going to remove the other one. And over here we see the clicks, but the cost per click is not really visible, but it is there because you see it in the legend. Now, why is the cost per click not visible? Because the CPC, the cost per click, well, these values are very small compared to the total number of clicks that we have. So therefore, if measured on the same axis, you don't really see any bars, any columns for the CPC. Now, how can we fix that? By using a second axis. That is then going to be used for the cost per click. Now, how can we add that second axis? We can just go over here to the chart again, make sure that you select it, then go here to the top, chart design, and change the chart type. Or just right click on the chart and then change chart type. And then from here, we can go for a combo chart where we combine two different types of charts. Now the clicks is going to be a clustered column chart, and the CPC can be a line chart, can actually also be a column chart, but let's keep it as a line chart. And we have the option here to show a secondary axis for the CPC. Now click on the checkbox, then on OK. And see now on the right hand side, we have a second axis that measures the CPC. And now the line for the CPC is visible. So now you have already seen how to create a line chart, a column chart, and a combo chart. So the combination of different chart types. However, we didn't talk about all of these different options that we had before for the column and the bar charts. And actually also for the line chart, we had clustered, stacked, and 100% stacked. Now let's scroll down a little bit further. And here you see another data set where we have the number of visits for different regions and different months. Okay, let's select the data, go to insert, and then from here we have the different chart options for the column chart. So we have clustered, stacked, and 100% stacked. Now you can hover over it and then it already gives you a preview, but let's start with the very first one. Now let me just move it here to the right hand side. Now if you go for the clustered option, then you see that you have a separate column for each region, which is also being used in the legend. However, if you have many months, this becomes very difficult to read. Now, in this case, we just have 5 months, but usually you would have more. And it might also be difficult to see how it changes from one month to the other. So, as an alternative, you have the stacked option, where each region, each item within the field that's being used in the legend is not placed right next to one another, but on top of the other one. Now, let's take this chart and move it a little bit to the right and see the next option. So the stacked column chart. Now I'm going to select the data, insert, and then over here, I go for the stacked option. Now I'm going to place it right next to the other one. Here you see the stacked column chart option, where we have the same level of detail. So we still have the breakdown by the region, but instead of having separate columns for each region, we stack them on top of one another. So that means that the whole column is the overall total. And you see how it's split between the different regions by looking at the legend and the colors. Now there's the last option, option number 3, which is a 100% stacked column chart. Okay, so I'm going to place this one here. Just gonna delete that previous chart over there. And I'm gonna select the data set, go to insert, and now the last option, 100% stacked. Now if we compare this one to the other ones, then you see it is like a stacked column chart, but everything is expressed as a percentage of the total for that month. So 100% stacked column chart. So what Excel basically does, it just takes each value and then divides that by the total of that month. So with the 100% stacked option, you don't have to go to your data set and then calculate all of these percentages yourself. No, Excel does it for you, which is kind of nice. So now that you know the difference between the clustered, stacked, and 100% stacked option, let's talk about how you can easily switch whatever you have on the legend with what you have on the axis. Now it's very easy. You just select one of the charts. Now I'm just gonna go over here to the stacked option. Then at the top in the ribbon, you see chart design. And here we can choose switch rows and columns. And when we click on it, then you see it switches whatever you have on the legend with what you have on the axis. Okay, so switching rows and columns. So you don't have to go back to the underlying dataset and restructure the dataset. No, you can just click on that button. So now you already know how to create a few charts. Now in the next section, we're going to have a look how to deal with missing data and how to filter the charts. So we just had a look how to create a few basic charts. Now the next thing that we're going to have a look at is how to deal with blanks in your dataset. So with missing data. Now here we go to the next sheet, 02 missing data. And we have the same dataset as before, but we have some blanks over here. So we have, for example, no data for May and no data for September and October. Okay, now what happens when you create a basic chart? Now, then you will see that you end up with some gaps. Now let me recreate the chart that you see over here. So I'm going to delete it, select the dataset, insert, and then choose the chart type that you like. This one over here, let me make it a little bit bigger. And you see, indeed, we have gaps where we have no data, which is probably what you want, which is the most accurate reflection of the data that you use as a source for this chart. However, there are a few other options that you can choose from. Now, how can we see these options? Well, first, select the chart. Then in the ribbon, you see chart design. And then here we can go to select data. Now we have seen this window before because here we can see the data that flows into the chart and you see the split into the different series and what is on the axis. But you also have this extra button in the bottom left corner hidden in empty cells. Now click on it and here we can choose what we want to show when the cells have no data. So by default it's gaps, but we can also go for 0 or connect data points with a line. Now let's go for that option. Let's click on OK. OK again. And you see now it looks as if there are no gaps in the underlying dataset for this chart. Now if this is a good thing to do, well, you have to make that decision. Because what happens is that Excel just puts the data points right in the middle between the very last data point before, so that's the April value, and the June value. And it just takes the average, so the middle value, and plots that value on the chart. Now, of course, this could have been the case that it's somewhere in between, but it could also be 2000 here in this case. And now you might think, oh, then better stay away from that feature. However, maybe you're not so interested in one outlier and it takes away from the main message to show gaps. So in those scenarios, it might actually be helpful to connect the dots. So now you know the different options of dealing with gaps in your data. Now, but what happens actually if you hide the data? So the entire data set. Now, first of all, why do you want to do that? Because maybe the only thing that you want to show to the end user is the chart itself, not the underlying data set. Of course, you could take the data set and place it on a different worksheet, but maybe you just want to quickly hide over here the very first few columns and just show the chart. Now, let me do this. I'm going to hide these columns and the chart disappears. Well, it's still there, but it doesn't show anything. Now, why is it not showing anything? Because when you hide the underlying data, it also thinks that you don't want to show it on the chart. Now, but in this case, we actually do want it. So select the chart, go to chart design, select data, and go back to the hidden and empty cells window. Now here at the bottom, there we have another checkbox, show data in hidden rows and columns. Click OK. OK again. And there you go, we have our lines back again. So it doesn't matter whether the data is hidden or not. Now in this case, let me unhide the data set again. So over here, unhide, data is back. Now the next thing that we're going to do is filter out some of the data. Let's say we are only interested in client 1 and the months for the year 22. Now, how can we do that? Option 1 is to select the chart and then adjust the selected data set for that chart. So over here, you see in purple is what is on the axis, in red is the name for each series, and then in blue, there we have the values for each series. Okay, and here we can just make an adjustment. So here in the bottom right corner, I could drag it a little bit to the left so that I only have the data for client 1. And what if I want to show only the data for one of the years? Well, then we can also adjust this part over here. So I drag this down so that I only have the data for the year 22. This is, in this case, quite easy because the data set is right next to the chart. But this is not always the case. Now, and there's also another better option, which gives us a little bit more flexibility. So instead of doing this, let me undo this. So I'm going to reselect client 2 and the year 21. And instead of that, just select the chart. And you see there we have a filter button. Now click on the filter button, where we can also just choose client 1. And then here I deselect all of the months. And then reselect the months for the year 22. Apply the filter, and there you go. So much easier, and in this way we also don't have to make adjustments to the selected data set for that chart. Now to end this section, let's do a quick exercise on the next sheet. 03, where did my chart go? Now over here, you see we do have a chart over here, but why is the data not showing? Well, think about it, try to fix it. Once you have found a solution, only then continue. And did you figure out what the problem was and how to solve it? Well, it's actually quite easy. Now here we do have the chart, but there are hidden columns in between B and F. So we either unhide it and then it shows, or alternatively, you take the chart, go to chart design, select data, hidden empty cells, and show data in the hidden rows and columns. And in this way, you can get the data back. Now, another thing that can happen is when you have a chart, then right next to the formula bar, there you see the name of the chart. So chart 6, in this case, just the 6th chart that was inserted in this workbook. Now you can give this a different name. We could, for example, call this one sales by client, just like this. Now, why am I showing this? Because if we now go to the Home tab, and then here we go to Find and Select, then we can open the selection pane. And here you see, well, there's a hidden chart. So charts on the right. There was another chart hiding that you might have totally missed if you wouldn't know. Now this selection pane is really useful to keep your reports organized and to sometimes hide an element that's on your report if you want to hide it for the time being and then maybe bring it back later, or maybe it's just important for you and you don't want to delete it. So in this case, just by clicking on all of these eye symbols, you can hide the elements and you can rename the elements. So if I bring back, let's say, the sales by client, also from here, you can just double click and rename it, press enter, and there you go. So now you know already quite a bit about charts, but not how to adjust all of these different elements, because inside of a chart, you have a title, you have axes, you have the data series, you have grid lines in the background. How can we make adjustments to those things? Well, that is going to be the next part. So now you're able to create a few charts, but we didn't talk about the different elements inside of the chart yet and how we can make adjustments to them. So let's do that next. Here I'm on the sheet 04, chart elements. And here we have a simple data set where we show the revenue for 3 different regions, 3 different years, and I want to insert a column chart. Okay, now that I have a column chart, let's have a look at which different elements are inside of this chart. So first of all, we have the title there at the top. Then on the left-hand side, we have the y-axis, we have an x-axis, and we have different data series. 3 different data series, and we have a legend. Now, in the background, you see these little lines, those are grid lines. So each one of them is a separate element to which you can make adjustments. Now, how can we do that? Now, the first option is to click here on the plus icon. Then this gives you an overview of the different elements. And from here, we can, for example, add a data table, or we can go over here to data labels. And when you hover over it, it already gives you a preview of how it would look like, right? So if you like the data labels, you just click, and there you go. Now, if you want to see more options, there's this arrow on the right. And here you can choose between center, inside end, inside base, outside end, data callout option, or more options. Now, if you click on more options, then it opens up more options. And here you see all of the options for that element that we're currently working with. So a separate menu that pops up from the right. Now, this is the interesting part. Now you have this for every single element. So here you see all of the full options. Now, if this ever disappears or you close this, then to get it back, you can also just double click on the chart, pops back open. However, you need to be careful what is selected, because now I double clicked on the chart area. So that includes basically all of the elements. Now, if I would double click on the axis, then you see format axis. And now once this menu is open, you can just click on any element and see how it changes what is selected. Now, alternatively, let me close it again. We can also do Control 1, a shortcut that we have seen before. Control 1 opens up the formatting options for whatever is selected. And now we have the chart selected. So the formatting options for the chart show. Now, I want to make changes to the labels, then select the labels. You see here, format data labels. And if you want to switch again, there's also here a drop-down where you see also all of the elements. And then we have 4 different tabs to choose from. Now, I always start with the one that is actually on the right, because there we have the options that are really specific to the element that is selected. So in this case, the label options. And from here, we can say, what do we want to show on there? Well, by default, it's the value, and the leader lines is when you just drag these a little bit to the left or to the right, then it connects it to the data point, okay? Now the label position, well, we have center, inside end, base, outside end. So basically what we had before. And here we have number. What is that? That is number formatting. So here we can change the number formatting for the values that are being shown on the label. Now let's see another example. So I'm going to add over here a data table. So here, data table. Now I want to make adjustments. How can I do that? Well, either just click on the arrow to the right, see if that is enough, or go to more options, or just double click on the element. Then the formatting panel opens up with that element selected, and then go to the 3 little columns on the right. We see all of the options that are specific to the data table in this case, and we can play around with the grid lines for the data table, and if we want to show a legend or not. Okay, now I'm just going to remove it. We don't need it here. So over here, I just deselect data table, and then it's gone. Now, a very last option to add a chart element or get rid of them is to select the chart, then go here to the top, chart design, and then all the way on the left-hand side. There we see kind of the same options, almost the same. There is 1 or 2 that you have here that you don't have over there when you click on the plus icon, and that is lines and up-down bars. All right, so let's say that we want to make an adjustment to the y-axis. How can we do that? Well, let me just close these panels, and now I go over here to my chart and click or double click on the y-axis. Now, here on the right-hand side, double check what is selected, format axis, that's good. And then we go to the axis options, the 3 little columns. Then here you see for the axis, we actually have quite many different groups with options. Now, the one that we are interested in is, let's say that we want to show everything not with 3 zeros, but we just want to say thousands, so that we get rid of 3 zeros. So I go here to display units and choose thousands. Okay, and what if we don't want to go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3, but we want to change the step size? So go from 0 to 2 to 4. Then we can adjust the units. So here, instead of 1,000 for the major unit, we can go for 2,000. And when you change this, then also the grid lines, you see they are connected to the major unit. Now you might be wondering, what is then the minor unit? Well, if we put this one to 1,000, then nothing really changes, because the minor units are connected to certain elements. For example, here for the grid lines, there we have also minor. So here we can go for primary, minor, horizontal. And if we select the checkbox, you see we have also now grid lines in between. Now, adjusting any element works always in exactly the same way. And once you have done it for 2 or 3 different elements, you will see it's quite easy. Now let's do another example. Let's change the gap width between the columns. Well, which element do we need to select? Well, I want to change the gap width between the data series. So I need to select one of the data series. Okay. Now you see, I clicked once. So here on the right hand side, it says format data series. Always double check. Now, once you're 100% sure you have the right element selected, then go here to the 3 little columns. And here we see the series options. Now, here we can change the series overlap. So if I would put in 50%, it overlaps for half of the column width. However, I don't want this. I just want to put it to maybe, let's say 0%. Okay, then the gap width is the width that we have in between different years here. So there I would go for 150%. Now here the guideline is, if you would have 1 column, I would have put it to 50%. But in this case, we have 3 different series. So therefore, I want to have 1.5 times the width of one column in between the different years. And that is 150%. Now, of course, this is just a guideline. You can choose whatever you like here. However, this is a rule of thumb that I often use. Now you see that this process of how to change each element is always the same and pretty straightforward. However, now and then there is this one tricky case where you really have to watch out. Now let me give you one example here. Let's remove this chart that we just built and let's go to the other data set, which we had before as well. And we're going to create a line chart. Now let me make this line chart just a little bit bigger. And what I want to do is I want to have here the legend connected to the last data points of the lines. Now, here for the legend options, let's have a look. There's no option that let's just say, okay, I want it to be on the right, connected to the last data point. No, I can put it on the right, but that's it. But if the data point changes, for example, here in the end, let's say it turns into 2000 for one of the series, then I want that client 2 to show up right next to the last data point. Now, why would you want to do that? Because it makes it easier to read the chart. So you don't have to go back and forth between the legend and the data series to figure out what it is. However, to achieve that, we cannot make use of the legend. So let's click on it, delete it. And instead of that, we're going to work with data labels. Now, with the chart selected, if I go here to data labels and check that box, then you see it adds a data label to every single data point inside of the chart. Not what we want. All right, so let's undo this. Now I'm going to select only one data series. Then click on data labels and you see it only applies the data labels to the series that was selected. That's still not what we want because we only want to have a label for the very last data point. Okay, so again, let's undo it. And now I'm going to select that very last data point of that series. So let's click on it. Now you see here on the right hand side, always double check, format, data point. Okay, so I'm going to add a data label to the very last data point. All right, that works, but I want to place it on the right and I want to not show the value, but the series name. Now, this adjustment, we want to do to not the data point, but to the data label. So I'm going to click on it. And now this is the tricky point. Because here it says format data labels, plural. Now, if I click here on series name, then you'll see all of the other ones, they pop up again. Okay, well, because it says data labels. Now, how can we make sure that this doesn't happen? Let me undo this with Control Z. Now I'm going to click on that data label once more, and you see only now it says format data label. Now, of course, this example is a bit extreme, but just to show my point, how tricky it can be. So now I'm 100% sure I have the right element selected. Then I go to the 3 little columns. And now I can say that I also want to show the series name. And let's get rid of the value and delete a line. Okay, so there you go. We have over here now client 2 instead of the value. But I want to have it on the right hand side. So the label position is what we need to change. I want to have it on the right. Is that the right? Doesn't really show on the right. What if I show it on the left? Well, then it clearly shows on the left. But for the right, well, the problem here is that there is not enough space in between, well, over here, the plot area and the chart area. So the plot area is the middle part, the chart area is the outer part. So if we take the plot area, the middle part, and drag it a little bit to the left, then you see we create a bit of space so that it can show the label on the right hand side. And what if our value now changes back to what it used to be, so more or less 1100, you see that the data label also moves with the last data point. Okay, and this is exactly the fact that we wanted to have to make this chart easier to read. All right, so now we were always taking an element and adjusting the main structure of the element, but not so much the formatting. Now, formatting changes are even easier. You just select the element that you want to format. All right, so over here, data label now, okay. Now, then you go to the fill and line bucket, and then we go to the fill and line bucket here on the left hand side, and then we have different formatting options for the filling and for the border. So in this case, it's not going to be pretty, but let's just add over here background color, blue, okay. Now here for the border, we can also add a solid line. And let's make it orange so that you can see it. Okay, now the text kind of disappeared. So to change the text, we can go to text options. Now over here we have different text options, text fill, the color, the transparency, and we can make all of these changes from here. However, we can also still make use of what you find under the Home tab. You see the same functionalities, and actually that is what I often would do. Instead of changing the text from here, I often do it here from the Home tab. So if we want to have a different background color for the chart, then select the whole chart area, then go to the Home tab, and then fill in line bucket, and then choose the color that you like. All right, so over here we can choose a color that you find pretty. Now it always applies the changes to whatever is selected. Now in this case, I have the whole chart selected. So if I make a change here to the color, for example, I make it black or maybe dark blue, then you see all of the text turns dark blue. However, if I want to have a different color for the title, let's say orange, then I select only the title, format chart title, and then make my changes. For example, orange, I see it only applies it to the selected element. So now you know how to create a few different types of charts, you know how to adjust the elements, but the charts that we created so far are not so pretty. So that's going to be the next part. How can we make prettier charts? It's time to make our charts prettier and easier to read. Now this is very important because it all contributes to a better user experience. And that in turn helps with communicating our data insights from our charts. All right, now let's get started on sheet 05, making a chart pretty. Now here we have the same data set as before. We are showing revenue by year and region. Now we're going to start off with a simple column chart that we then make it better and better. Now the first thing that I want to do is create this column chart over here, which is the default, and then turn that one into the one that you see here, which is already quite a bit better. However, you can still do again better, and that is that last chart that you see here at the bottom. Okay, now let's go step by step. Let's scroll all the way up, select the dataset, go to insert, and I want to have a column chart. Okay, now I'm going to place it here on the left hand side, and let's start making some changes. Now, how can we turn this chart into, well, the next version that we got over here, where we have a different color scheme and also the positioning of the title and the legend is a bit different. You see there are changes made to the y-axis. Now, how can we do all of these changes? Let's go step by step. Starting off with the legend. I want to have the legend at the top. Now, here I can go to the plus icon, look for the legend, click on the arrow, and here we can either choose the top from here or go to more options. Now let's go to more options because I want to have it in the top right. So I go here and click on top right. Now, this is not exactly how I want to have it because it needs to maybe overlap. Still not perfect. Now, how did we manage to get it there then? Well, you can also just manually drag certain elements to where you want to have them. Okay, so this works not for everything. For example, here I cannot change the order of the years and then drag 2001 to the right. That doesn't work. However, for the title and for the legend, you can do this. So also here for the title, I can just drag it to the top left corner. And for the legend, we can make it a little bit wider and drag it to wherever we like it to be. And then for the plot area as well, I can make it a little bit smaller and put it over here in the middle. So now that everything is in the right position, let's go to the next change. Now here I want to go to the y-axis first, and I want to change the step size so that we make steps of 2000 every time, and I want to get rid of 3 zeros, so show everything in thousands. So select the element to which you want to make the adjustments, then go here to the right hand side. If it doesn't show up, F1 or double click on the axis, and then here we go to the axis options. Now, axis options, let's open it up and see what we got here. Now, if you just go top down, you see we have there display units. Now let's change this to thousands. Okay, so now we are displaying everything in thousands. And then the next change that we want to do is to make the steps of 2000 instead of 1000. So here we have the units, and I changed the 1000 to 2000. Now the minor unit is not really relevant for this case. So the y-axis starts to look like in the example. Now the next thing that we want to change is maybe the gap width in between the columns. So let's select one of the data series, doesn't matter which one, and then again go to the right hand side to the formatting menu, 3 little columns, and here we can change the gap width. So maybe minus 10%, so that we make the gap width a little bit smaller in between the columns, and then in between the years we go for a smaller gap width, maybe let's say 100%, or if you follow that rule from before, 150%, so that it is 50% of all of the data series combined that we have there for a certain year. Okay, so that starts to look more or less the same as this one. Now the next thing that we could do is change the colors. Now one option is to just click on one of the data series that you want to change the color of, then go here to the right hand side, fill and line color, and then from here we can change the fill color. Now you can do this one by one, or you could also go to chart design, change colors, and here we have different palettes. So if we choose a palette from here, let's go for this one, then you see it applies it to all of the data series. So it could save you a little bit of time. Now for all of the data elements, actually here, there's also this whole section that you could make use of. And if you hover over it, you see what it does. However, I never really use it. It just gives you kind of suggestions to get to an end result, maybe a little bit more quickly. But if you know very well how to modify the different elements, then you have much more flexibility. You can make exactly the chart that you're looking for. So therefore, I don't use this too much, only when you want to be really quick. Now, at this point, a chart looks quite similar. However, there are a few more changes that we need to do. For example, we need to change the title. So over here, I want to have revenue by region. So let's change the title to revenue by region. And now we want to have a different color for the title and a different color for all of the other text. Now, I would first select the whole chart, pick the main color, let's go for maybe lighter gray, and then for the title, let's select the title and let's go for a dark blue color. So this one over here. Okay, so now we have exactly the same colors as in the example. And what if you want to have a smaller font size? Well, then you just select what you want to change. For example, maybe the y-axis title. And then here we can make the y-axis title a little bit smaller if you find it. Now as the very last change, let's make these grid lines in the background, maybe also a different color. So select them, go to the right hand side, go to the fill and line bucket, and then from here we can play around with the color. So maybe lighter gray. So over here, this one, and maybe the compound type or the dash type to make changes to the line style. Okay, now this chart is quite okay, especially if you compare it to the default chart that we started off with. However, that doesn't mean we can still do better. Compare this one to the example that we have here at the bottom. Now, why do I think that one is better? First of all, we don't have a y-axis anymore, so it makes it a little bit easier to read. I don't have to go to a column and then follow the grid lines a bit to the left to figure out what the value is. And then you still don't have exactly the value. You have more or less the value. If you just add labels, then you see it straight away. Now, another reason why I think this chart is a little bit better is because of the colors. Now here you see that we have different kinds of blue, and sometimes it might be a bit difficult to see what is what region. Now, if you have a look at the last one, there's very clear and distinct colors that nicely match as well. And that also makes it better if you have a report with multiple charts, you have a clearly distinct color for each region. And the very last reason why I think that chart at the bottom is a little bit better is because it is less crowded. We don't have grid lines and we don't have the y-axis, and there's more space around the plot area. So that works a bit more calmly. Now let's create it. Let's go back to the chart that we were working with and turn it into the one that we have there at the bottom. So I'm going to slide it down so that we are here. Okay. And let's start making some changes. Now let's get rid of the grid lines, select them, press delete. Get rid of the y-axis, select it, press delete. All right. Now I take the plot area, resize it a bit. Okay. And let's create a bit more space on the left and the right, just like this. And now, of course, we still have to add the data labels. So let's click on the plus icon, add some data labels. All right. So the data labels, they don't show one extra decimal. So how can we get that decimal in there? Well, that's number formatting of the labels. Okay, so to change that, select one of the data label series and then go over here to 3 little columns, number, and here we can change the number formatting. Now, let's go here for number with 1 decimal. Okay, and you can do that for the other ones exactly in the same way. So also those, I'm just going to change to number with 1 decimal. And then the last one, also here, we want to have number with 1 decimal. Okay. Now that starts to look better. Now then for the x-axis, I want to get rid of that line that you see there at the bottom. Now to do that, select the element that you want to adjust. And where do we go now? Well, before I always said go to the 3 little columns, but this is more formatting change. So therefore we need to be on the fill and line bucket. Now here you see we have line, and we can just simply click on no line. And then that axis line disappears. Okay, now the next thing that I want to do is get here this in thousands. Well, how did I get it right below the title? This is just another element that we can add to a chart. Well, this other element is not available from here. However, we can select the chart, go to insert, and then you see here we have shapes or icons. So here we can add a shape or a text box. That would also work. So I'm just going to add a text box. And let's just add over here the text. So in thousands. Okay. And then we can select the text box and drag it right below the title and resize it so that it just fits. And then also update the formatting. Maybe the same color blue and a little bit smaller, just like this. Now it still looks a bit different, but that is just because of the colors. So now we have to choose colors that nicely work together. Now, one option would be, if you have a good feeling for colors, to do it yourself. So select one of the series, go to fill and line, and then over here we can choose a color. Now, these are the default colors that are in line with your theme. But you see, if we go to page layout, there we have different themes that we can choose from. A lot of companies, they have their own theme, so that would be the easiest. Having a company theme, of course, makes this whole process a bit more straightforward because you don't have to think about which colors to use. It's given, it's in the template, in the theme that you can import here into Excel. However, if you don't have it, then you have to figure out which colors go well together. Now, if you have a good feeling for it, then you're lucky, but I think most people don't really have a good feeling of which colors could go well together. So there are a lot of tools that help you figure this out. Now, let me show you. You could, for example, open up your browser and then do a simple Google search like color themes. And then here we have that first option, coolers.co. And from here, we can explore different palettes. Now let's see what it gives us. And you see a website full with different color palettes. Now just go down until you find the palette that you want to use. Now let's say you find this a good one. You can open it up just by clicking on the 3 dots and then open palette. And here you have a detailed view of the color palette with the hex codes. Now here in Excel, you either need to use HSL or you can also use RGB colors. And then you see the color codes that you can then bring over to Excel. Now let's remember this one here. So 224, 251, 252. Then you just go back to Excel. Let's say we want to apply it here to this data series. Then I'm going to go here to color, more colors. And that code we can just copy in here. Also the hex code, or we switch here to HSL, whatever you like. So we have 224, 251, 252. Click OK, and there you go. And then you can do it for all of the other ones as well. Now I went for a different color palette that I kind of liked. So let me just reapply the same color palette. So I go over here, select the first data series, click on color, and then make them purple. And then I go to the next one, change the color to green. And then the very last one over here, let's change that one to pink. Okay, and now we have the same color palette. So this is how you can figure out the color palette and apply it to your chart. So let's do a last finishing touch for a chart. Let's say we want to change these borders and make them round and maybe add a little bit of shadow so that it looks like they float on the report that we're going to create. So I'm going to select the chart and fill in line. And then here on the border, all the way at the bottom, there we have rounded corners. Okay, so that looks nice. Now I'm going to select the chart again. And now I want to add a bit of a shadow. So here, shadow you find in the effects. Now always be very careful with effects. Don't overdo it, but a shadow can be nice. So here I'm going to add a bit of shadow. Choose the shadow I like. Add maybe a little bit more transparency. And you see, now it looks as if it's floating on my report. So this is how you can go from an ugly default chart to a pretty chart that's easy to read and creates a better user experience. Now, it takes a bit of time, however, you will get faster over time, and you can make use of templates, which makes this whole process much quicker, which is going to be the next part. You just have seen how to do a chart makeover and make pretty charts. However, this process takes a bit of time, and to speed this up, you can make use of templates. Now, how can you create a template and apply it to a new chart? Now, let's try it. I'm here on the same sheet as before, 05, making a chart pretty. And here we created this chart over here, and I'm going to right click on it. And from here, we can choose Save as Template. All right, now here you can give your template a name. So this is going to be my column chart template. CRTX, that is the extension, just leave it as it is. And then we have to choose a location. Now, this location you cannot change because Excel looks at this folder for your templates. Now, of course, you could change it and put it on your desktop. However, then Excel doesn't find it. So therefore, I'm not going to change that folder, leave it as it is. Click on Save. Now what happened? Well, we saved the template that we can now reuse. So that chart that we have over here, this was the default chart. Now let's try it out. You just select the chart, right click, and then go to Change Chart Type. Now from here, you see there's a folder, Templates, with our first template. Now select it, press OK, and boom, there you go. We don't have to do anything, and it looks exactly the same as the one that we just created. Okay, now let's try this again, but then on a different data set. Would it still work? Now follow me to 06 chart templates. You see we have a different data set here. I'm going to create a column chart. And now again, let's apply the template. I go here to Change Chart Type, Templates. There it is. Click on OK, and boom, there you go. Our chart looks much better already. Probably in this case, I want to switch rows and columns so that we have the periods on the axis. And over here, the legend, let's just adjust it a little bit so that it looks a bit better. So just like this, place it wherever you like. So maybe here. And that is then the final chart. Now for this chart, you probably want to change the position of the legend. So let's put it over here on the right hand side. So we can either manually drag it there or make use of the more options, but let's do it manually. So then we have full control, and then adjust the plots area size, and that's it. And you see how much time these templates can save you when you create a report. But what if your colleague also wants to use the same templates? Well, then you just go to the folder where you store the template, take it from there, and send it over to your colleague. Now, how do you know where that folder is? Well, when we right-clicked on a chart and said Save as Template, then it gave us the file path, which you can just copy, and then you just go to your File Explorer over here, paste it in there, and it brings you to that folder where you find the template. And then that is the file that you can share with your colleague. Now, if you then have a whole bunch of templates for different types of charts, put them together, share them in your team, and then you can also create more consistency in your reporting between team members. Now it's time to practice again, because of course it's easier to follow when I do it with you. However, now you're going to do it on your own. Go to 05, making a chart pretty, and here we have a second data set. Now use that data set to create a line chart, then turn it into a pretty, more insightful and more readable line chart. Save the template, and then go to 06, chart templates. Now here, again, a data set with some values over time. Show it as a line chart, but then apply the template. Good luck. Knowing how to work with pivot tables and pivot charts in Excel is a game changer. These tools let you analyze data more quickly, more easily, and build interactive dashboards in just a few minutes. If you would ask me what is the tool that gives you the most value in Excel versus how long it takes to learn it, then I probably would choose pivot tables. Now, in this section, we're going to cover everything you need to know about pivot tables and pivot charts and how you can use it to build effective reports. Now, the files for this section you find in folder 05, quicker with pivot tables. So let's go there. And here we have one Excel file for each main topic. We're going to first answer the question, why do we need pivot tables in the first place? And what are the main advantages? Then, once that is covered, we need to make sure that the data that we use as a source for the pivot table is in the right structure. And then we can explore all of the main functionalities of pivot tables, from how to structure them to filtering, sorting, grouping, and doing calculations within pivot tables. And at the very end, we will see how we can use pivot tables and pivot charts to create effective dashboards. Now, let's get started with the first section. Why do we need pivot tables in the first place? So I'm going to open the very first Excel workbook, and the main example dataset that we're going to use is on the very first sheet, 01 Data TV Market. Now in this dataset, we have information about how much we spent on TV advertising. Now you see we have the date, the month, the time of the TV spot that we bought, and what the weekday was, what the channel was, the position in the break, how long the break was, the advertisers in break, and the price that we paid for the TV spot. Now let's say we want to create a small summary table on the next sheet. So I'm going to go here to 02, summary report without a pivot table. Now just imagine your colleague comes and asks you to create a small summary table that shows the average price that we paid for TV spots for each month, the average spot length, and the average increase of visits that we got from our TV spot. Now without using pivot tables, we could do the following. We could go back to the dataset and create a table first so that our formulas are a little bit easier to write. So I'm going to select one cell inside of the dataset, go to Insert, and choose Table. Now, if you like shortcuts, Control T. Now, our dataset does have headers, so let's leave that checkbox selected, and let's click on OK. Now, all the way at the top, there you see Table Design, and if we go all the way to the left-hand side, we can give our table a name. So let's call this one Data. All right. Then we go back to 02, where we want to create that summary overview. Let's then go to cell C6, where we want to find the average extra visits that we got for our spots for that month, which we can do with an average ifs function, because we don't want to have the average for the whole data set, but only where we have the month January. So I'm going to start with the equal sign, type in AV, the average ifs function pops up there at the bottom, and select it by pressing tab. Now the first argument is the column over which we want to calculate the average, which is the incremental visits column. So to refer to that column, we can either go to the sheet and select it manually, or if you work with tables, it's probably easier to just write the name of the table, data, square bracket open, and then we can choose the column of which we want to take the average, which is, in this case, the incremental visits. Now, click on it or press tab to select it. Then you can close the square bracket, and then a comma to go to the next argument. Now, the criteria range is then also in the same table, data, square bracket open, and the criteria range is going to be the month column. Now, we only want to take the average for those rows where the criteria is Jan. All right. Now, I can just type in Jan in between quotation marks, then close the bracket for the average is function, press enter, and we have here 2,634. So this is the average extra visits that I got from our TV spot for the month January. All right, so that took quite a little bit of time to write that function, but it works. But now I need to do it also for the price and for the spot length, and then for all of the months. Now to make this a little bit easier, we could go over here and not hardcode Jan, but just refer to the cell that contains Jan. All right, then I take that cell and just drag it down until we reach December. And over here, I do not want to have the formatting, so fill without formatting. So now we have the incremental visits column, and we need to repeat it for the price and the spot length column. So I'm going to go back here to C6, just going to copy it over here to D6. And you see, now it doesn't work anymore because my reference to Jan changed. It also moved to the right. Now, I could have fixed that by using $signs, or simply I can now drag this one to the left. And then we need to also change the column over which we want to calculate the average. So instead of incremental visits, we want to have the price. So in this case, we're going to go for the price. Press enter. Now we have the average price that we paid for the TV spot in the month January. Then I can drag it down again, all the way down. And then we can repeat it once more for the spot length. So I'm going to go here to D6, take the formula, then go to E6, paste it inside of the formula bar, and then update the price with the spotlight. All right, so over here, press enter and drag it down to the month December. And there you go, we have our summary table. And then you give it to your colleague and your colleague says, oh, I made a mistake. I actually don't want to have a breakdown by month, but a breakdown by the TV channel. So again, you have to go back to your Excel workbook and then create all of these average ifs functions, but now based on that new criteria column, TV channel, which is of course going to take another 5 to 10 minutes. Now, this is not a very flexible way of creating this summary overview. Now with a pivot table, this would be much easier. Now let me show you. Let's go back to the first sheet where we have the data set. Now it is already a table with the name data. I select just one cell inside of the table and I go here to insert. Now, all the way on the left, you find the pivot table functionality. So I'm going to click on that icon and you see we have there as a source for this pivot table, the data table. Then you can choose where to place it. If you want to have it on a new worksheet or an existing one. For now, let's go and place it on a new worksheet. Then click on OK. And there you go. We have a new sheet with a new pivot table that we can now structure using that menu that we have here on the right hand side. That's the fields panel. Now here we want to analyze first of all the incremental visit. So I take that field and I just drag and drop it onto values. And then I can do the same for the price and the spot length. Then we want to have a breakdown by the different months. So I'm going to look here for the month field and drag it onto rows. Now, here at the moment we have the sum for each month and I want to have the averages. So I right click on that first column for the incremental visits, summarize values by, I'm going to choose the average. And the same thing I do for the next column where we have the prices that we paid. And here we have the average spot length. Okay, now let's take these fields, let's update the formatting. And there we have our summary overview. Now that was much quicker, but also much easier and much more flexible. And on top of that, there's also a less chance that you make an error. So what if we now give this to our colleague and the colleague says, you know what, I actually need that breakdown by TV channel? Well, no problem. You just select the pivot table and then replace month with the channel. And there you go. We have a new summary overview where we show the average of incremental visits, price and spot length, but now by channel instead of month. So you see how flexible pivot tables are. What if we need a breakdown by TV channel and by month? No problem. Then we can just bring back the month as well and put it also on the rows. Now you see with pivot tables you're much quicker and much more flexible. Now let's see what shape the data needs to be in to actually be able to use pivot tables in the first place. Before we dive into the topic of how to structure a pivot table and go over all of the functionalities, it is important that you know what structure the data source should be in to be able to use pivot tables properly. And that is where often a lot of people go wrong. They have seen how useful pivot tables are and what the advantages are, but as soon as they start using it, they run into troubles. Now this happens often because the dataset is in the wrong structure. Now the example for this part you find in the next workbook, 02 Preparing Data. Now here we have a small dataset where we see the different channels at the top and we have here the different months on the left hand side. Now let's say we want to use that dataset for a pivot table. Now, then we could select the data, go to Insert, Pivot Table, and click on OK. But then we get the following error. The pivot table field name is not valid. To create a pivot table report, you must use data that is organized as a list with labeled columns. And if you are changing the name of a pivot table field, you must type a new name for the field. Now what's going on over here is that the data that we want to use, well, is not structured in the right way. Now one of the problems here is we have a completely empty column in between the channels. Now this is not allowed. If we would delete that column, so let me delete it, and try again, Insert Pivot Table, and click OK, you see now it seems as if there's no problem. And that is dangerous because we do have a pivot table and we can start dragging the fields to values, rows, and columns. However, you will run into trouble. Now let me show you. Here on the right hand side, you see we have one field for each column. And let's say that we want to analyze the average prices that we paid for channel 4. Then I could take channel 4 and let's put channel 4 onto rows. And what do we have here? Well, this is just a list of all of the unique values in the column channel 4. You see, it just corresponds to all of the unique values that we got over here. Okay, so not very helpful. What if we take channel 4 and put it on values? Then you see we have over here the sum of these values inside of the channel 4 column. And this gets us already a little bit closer because we could say, instead of the sum, right click, summarize value, I could go for the average. Okay, we have now the average for the channel. And then we could do the same for the next one, for discovery, and for the next one, for Fox. And then change all of these summary aggregations to the average. But just imagine we would have hundreds of different channels. I would have to do this 100 times. And if there would be a new channel, we'd have to go back to the pivot table, drag it onto values, change it to the average every single time. And then we are not really better off than using functions. Okay, so what is then wrong with the underlying data set? Let's have another look. Now, inside of this data set, we have information about the month, we have information about the different channels, and we have information about the prices that we paid. So 3 fields. And the number of columns should always correspond to the number of fields that you have. So in this case, we should have actually 3 columns. How can we turn this into 3 columns? And why do we have it like this in the first place? Well, this is a common data structure that people use in Excel files, right? So here to have one separate column for each channel is easy to read. So we should have a month column, a channel column, and a price column. However, here for the field channel, for each item inside of that field, we have a separate column. And inside of that column, we have the prices that we paid. So what we need to do is turn these columns into rows. Now, this is relatively a small data set, on which I can show you how this transformation works. So I'm going to go to a new sheet where I copy this data set to. So let's copy it, insert a new worksheet, and paste it over here. Now, right next to it, I'm going to create the correct data structure. So we need 3 columns because we have 3 fields. The first column is going to be my month column. Then we're going to have 1 column for the channel and 1 column for the price. Now here, I'm going to copy over all of the months to the month column. So I'm just going to copy over values, and then we're going to start with the very first channel. Let's call it channel 4. We're going to copy it down, and holding the control key, you see, then it just chooses copy cells instead of fill series. Okay. Then I want to have the prices that we paid for channel 4 over all of the months. So I'm going to copy that over to the third column where we have the price. Now I repeat this process for the next channel. So I'm going to copy over all of the months. Then the next channel for which we want to do this is discovery. And then we can copy over all of the values. So I'm going to copy that over here as values. And also here for discovery, we want to drag down till the month of December. Okay, so just like this, we repeat it for all of the remaining channels as well. All right, so here I also did it for all of the remaining columns, so all of the remaining channels. I took the columns and turned them into rows. This process is called unpivoting. Now, once you have it in the correct structure, then we can create a pivot table just by selecting one cell inside of this data set, go to Insert, Pivot Table, and now I want to have it on the existing worksheet. Now we have to choose the location. So I select over here that arrow up on the right hand side, and then select where I want to have it. So I'm just going to place it right next to the data set that I just created. Press enter again, and there we have an empty pivot table. Now, on the right hand side, you see in the fields panel, it looks quite a bit different. We have now 1 field for each column. We have the month, channel, and price. And now, if we start structuring the pivot table, I usually start with the value field. So we want to analyze the price. So I can take the price, put it on values. Now I want to have a breakdown by the different channels. So I take the channel, put the channel on rows. And what if I want to have the average price? Then I just right click on these values, summarize values by, and take the average. And then we can also update the formatting to a number formatting. And that's it. So this is how the pivot table should work. Now, you see, this is quite a bit different from what we had before, where I was dragging in all of the channels one by one on values. And if there would be a new channel, then I would have to go back to the pivot table and manually update it. But with this structure, that would not be necessary. We could just take the channel, put it in rows or columns to create the breakdown, and it doesn't matter if in the future there are 100 channels or 1,000 channels, it would automatically update when the pivot table would be refreshed. But probably at this point you might think, okay, but you have just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different channels, and this transformation, well, took about maybe 5 minutes. But just imagine you have one separate column for each employee, or you have one separate column for each month over multiple years, and you need to do the same transformation as I just did. Well, that would take you easily a few hours. Now, is there an easier way to do this? And yes, of course, there is. And that brings us to a new topic, which we didn't cover just yet, which is Power Query. Now, let me give you a little bit of a quick introduction so that you can already use it for this particular transformation. Now, here we're going to select the table or one cell inside of the table. Then you go to the Data tab. And here, what you find under Get and Transform Data, this is where Power Query starts. Now here, we want to go to Power Query from this table. So we use that as a source. We click on From Table Range. And in case that data range is not a table yet, then it will ask you, do you want to turn it into a table? Click on OK, because it has to be. And then a new window pops up. And this is the Power Query window. Now, important to know is that when this window is open, then you cannot do any transformations in your normal workbook. Okay, so the normal workbook is blocked until you close Power Query. Now, let me maximize this window again. Now, let me give you a quick overview of the main sections that we have here in Power Query. In the middle, you see the data, or if you have a larger data set that goes over 1,000 rows, you see a preview of the data. Now, on the left-hand side, you see a query. Now, here we have one query, which is called table 3, so just the name of the table that we used as a source for this query. And then where it gets interesting is on the right hand side, because there you see all of the transformations that this query performs to the original data set. Now here it's kind of easy because we have only 2 steps. Step 1, let's click on it, click on the source tab. Here it connects to the table, and then change data types. Here it looks at each column and checks what kind of data is inside of that column. Is it text, is it a date, or do we have whole numbers or decimal values? Okay, now in this case, you see that for the first column, the data type ABC, so it's text, and for all of the other ones, we have decimal values, the 1.2. Okay, now this happens automatically, but then we can add more transformations to this query ourselves by using those buttons that you find there at the top. Now for our example, we want to take those channel columns and turn them into rows, just like I was doing manually before. Now we can select these columns, channel 4 up to sky, holding the shift key. Then we go to transform in the top ribbon. And then here we find unpivot columns. That's the name of this transformation. Click on it. And that's it. We have 3 columns corresponding to the 3 fields, the month, the channel, and the price. Now, here we can then also update the names of the columns. So the first one is the month. Then I double click on the next one. That's the channel. And the last one, that's the price. Now, every time when we make a change, then on the right hand side, you see we have an extra step that gets added to the query. So here we have unpivot column step. Let's click on it, and you see how the data set looks like at that point in the query. And if I go one step up, then you see the original data set where we started off. Now, the last step, rename columns, that is where we assigned new names for each column. Now you see that Power Query is a very helpful tool that lets you clean up data in a very quick and easy way. And the big benefit is that when new data comes, we can just rerun a query and it automatically then applies all of these steps against the new data. So it is a perfect tool for automation. All right, but now we have the data set as it should be. But how can I now load the data to a worksheet? Because now, at the moment, we are just looking at a preview of the data inside of Power Query. Now to load that data to a sheet, we go here to the Home tab and then Close and Load or Close and Load to. Now if I click on Close and Load to, I can choose where I want to load it to. I want to have it as a table. Where do I want to have it? Here we can choose maybe an existing worksheet, which is going to place it right next to the pivot table from before. And then here at the bottom, add this data to the data model. That is Power Pivot. That's a topic for another time. Now I'm going to deselect that box and press OK. And that green table that we have over here, that's the output of a query that we can then use for a pivot table. And you see that was actually much easier and much less manual work than having to do this transformation on your own. Plus, if in the future we would get new data, the only thing that we would have to do is go here to data and then refresh. And then it would reapply all of these cleaning steps. Now, before we end this section, let's quickly go back to 01 wrong data structures. Now, here in columns J to L, there we have also our data set, but here the structure is also not correct, even though we have only 3 columns. You cannot have empty rows in between here the different months. Okay, so delete the empty rows, shift the cells up. And after you deleted all of the empty rows, you also want to get rid of any merged cells. So here in this column where we have the months, there I would unmerge the cells that we got there. Okay, and then instead of having these empty cells right below, I would just drag it down, holding the control key and copy the month names down. Okay, and that would then be the right structure that we could use for a pivot table. After you did this for all of the months, then you can also fix the headers, of course. So let me delete over here that empty row that was still there and fix the header. So here we have channel 4. Let me change the font color to white. And here we have the month column. So I type in month. So this would then be the correct structure that we could use for a pivot table. So now that you know why we need pivot tables in the first place and how the data source should be structured for the pivot table to work as it's supposed to work, now it's time to actually build some pivot tables and go over some of the main functionalities. Now, follow me to the next workbook, which is Pivot Table Fundamentals. So workbook number 3. Now here we're going to use the same data set as before about TV marketing. So the spots that we bought on television for different channels. Now before I create a pivot table, I always format the underlying data source as a table. Now why? Because later on, when we get new data and refresh the pivot table, then new rows and new columns automatically are part of the table and get reflected in the pivot table. So this is very important. So let's take one of the cells inside of this data set, go to Insert and choose Table. Now, the shortcut is Control-T. My table has headers, yes, so click OK. And now we see Table Design. Now, then we can go all the way on the left-hand side. And let's call this one Data, and then TV Marketing Spend. Okay. Now that's the name of the table. Let's now create then the pivot table. We go here to Insert, and then all the way on the left-hand side, there we can either press the pivot table button, or there's a drop-down. And here we have 4 different options. It can be that you don't see all 4 of them. That probably means you're an older version of Excel, but as soon as you would upgrade to one of the newer ones, then you have 4 different options. And here the very first option is the one that we need, from table or range, because we want to use this table for a pivot table. However, what are the other 3? We have from external data source. That one lets you connect to the data that's outside of the workbook. And then we have from data model. That is when you use Power Pivot. Now here we first have to cover pivot tables before we can talk about Power Pivot. However, that adds some extra functionality where you can build what is called a data model, which can consist from data coming from different sources that you then can use inside of your pivot table. And you can work with much larger data sets. So that's interesting, but still a little bit too early to talk about that. Then we have from Power BI, which kind of uses a similar technology. Also there you can build a data model. However, it's a separate software outside of Excel. And there the visualizations are very nice and adds some extra functionalities when you want to, for example, share your workbooks. Okay, now here for us at this point, we want to use from table range, or just press the button itself and then we get the next window. Now here we want to connect to the table data TV marketing spend, so that's good. And then we can choose where we want to put the pivot table. Now I want to have it on a new worksheet, so I will leave it like it is. And then here at the bottom, add this data to the data model. Well, that has to do with Power Pivot. Interesting, because then we can use multiple tables, but for now, still a bit too early. Now let's click on OK. This inserts a new sheet, and then here we can structure the pivot table. Now we did this before very quickly. However, now let's go a little bit more slowly, step by step. Now, here on the right hand side, this is called the fields panel, and we have two main sections. The fields that we have here at the top that we can choose from. Then at the bottom, we have 4 drop zones. The first one is for filters, if we want to filter the values on the pivot table. Then we have columns and the rows. Columns is to create a horizontal breakdown, rows is to create a vertical breakdown. And lastly, the values that we want to show inside of the pivot table, what we want to analyze. And that is usually where I start. What do we want to analyze? Now in this case, the prices that we paid for the TV spot. So here at the top, I look for price. If you cannot find it, there's also a search box where you can just type in price and it pops up. And then once you found it, you can also click on the X. Okay, now the price we want to put on values. So we can just click here on the checkbox, goes to values. Why does it go automatically to values? Because it only sees values in the price column. Then in the pivot table, you see we have there the sum of price. Now let me just format it a little bit differently. There's a number. And you see we have 7,091,736, which is the sum of all of those values. Now, just to show you, we can take the sum of what? Of the data TV marketing spend, square bracket open. We want to have the price column, square bracket close, round bracket close for the sum function, press enter, same value. Okay, now let's delete that again. That was just to prove the point that it's the sum. And now we want to create a breakdown. Now, where did the field panel go? Well, we have to first click on the pivot table to see the pivot table's field panel. Then we want to have, let's say, a breakdown for the different channels. So I take the channel field and now I don't put it on values, but I put it here on rows or columns. If you put it on columns, you get a horizontal breakdown. If you drag it onto rows, you get a vertical breakdown. So what is that very first value that we have in the pivot table? The 2,030,315. That is the sum of the prices that we paid for all of the TV spots that were aired on channel 4. Now, how could we get to that value using a function? Now, let me show you. We could go here to C4 right next to it, and I could type in a SUMIF or a SUMIFs function. Now, what is my sum range? Well, we have the data TV marketing spend, bracket open, and we want to have the sum, the prices. Okay, so the price column. Then the criteria range is on the channel. So I can go to my table data TV marketing spend, square bracket open, and we have over there the channels. Okay, then the criteria is channel 4. Now, close the brackets for the SUMIFs, and there we go. We have the 2,030,315, the same value. Now you see, it's quite a lot of effort to write that function. It's much easier to do it with pivot table. So if you can go for pivot tables, go for pivot tables. It's much easier, quicker, less error prone, and much more flexible. Okay, so let me delete that formula and go back to the pivot table, remove that yellow color in the background, and now let's add another breakdown. Let's say we also want to have a breakdown by the weekday. Then we can take the weekday field and drag it onto columns. Now we also have a horizontal breakdown. So the value that you see in the top left corner, the 276,736, that is the sum of the prices that we paid for all of the TV spots that were on channel 4 on a Monday. So how could we get to that value as well? Again, with a SUMIFs function, but then with 2 criteria range, 1 criteria on the channel and then another criterion on the weekday. Okay, now it's much easier to use the pivot table instead. Now, here we have a lot of flexibility. We could also put the weekday onto rows. Then you see we have first a breakdown by the channel and then a breakdown by the weekday. Now, if I go here to the rows and drag them the other way around, then you first have a breakdown by the weekday and then a breakdown by the channel. Okay, now here I think it's quite okay to have the weekday on columns, and then maybe we want to have another breakdown by the spot length. So take the spot length and add it here onto rows. Now, what if I want to have the spot length also as a filter? Well, let's try. I'm going to take the spot length and put it on filters. Now you see, it removes it from rows. So if you have already a field on rows or columns, then you cannot also have it on filters. Okay, so you have to choose. Now what actually happened? Well, not so much. We have just a filter box at the top of our pivot table, which lets us put a filter in place. So at the moment, nothing is filtered just yet. By having spot length on filters, we can put a filter in place on the spot length, but we still have to do it. So click there on the drop down, select multiple items, and let's say I only want to have the 30-second spots. Click OK, and now the values are of course smaller, and because that 129,449 is the sum of the prices that we paid for all of the spots that were aired on channel 4 on a Monday, but only the 30-second spots because we have that extra filter over there, which you see in B1. Now, instead of creating that pivot table from scratch like we just did, here's another option. If we go back to Data TV Marketing Spend and just select one cell in the table and then go to Insert, then you also see recommended pivot tables. Now, when you hover over it, it says, want us to recommend pivot tables that summarize your complex data? Click this button to get a customized set of pivot tables that we think will best suit your data. All right, let's give it a try. Click on it. And then we cannot recommend any pivot tables for the selected data because there are too many blank cells with duplicate values or not enough numerical columns. And now we don't get any recommendation because it complains about too many blank cells or duplicate values or not enough numerical columns. No, not very helpful. But even if it would have recommended you some alternative structures for your pivot table, it's probably not something I would use because before you create a pivot table, you already have an idea of what you want to analyze, and then you're much better off doing it manually yourself. So recommended tables is not something I would recommend. Now, so therefore, let's close it again, and let's have a look at some of the other functionalities. I'm gonna go back to sheet 1, where we have the pivot table, and select it by just selecting one cell inside of that pivot table. And now we're going to have a look at slices. Now, what are slices? Slices are just good-looking filters. Now here we have already a filter. We have a filter based on the spot length. And as soon as you have placed the filter on a field, you see here in the field section, there's a filter button, okay? Now we could add more filters over here. We could, for example, put another filter on, let's say, the month, okay? So we could take the month, drag it here on filters. You see we get another box for the month. Click on the drop down, select multiple items, and then choose the month that you want to have. For example, January, okay? And now you only see the January values, okay? So we can just keep on adding extra filters, and every time we place a different filter on it, it gets this filter icon right next to it. Now to clear it, you can either go here and then select all of them. You can also go over here and then select all of them, or you click on the pivot table, go here to the top, pivot table, analyze, and then clear filters. Okay, now this is okay, but it's not maybe the most user-friendly way of adding filters. And these filters only apply to this pivot table that we built over here. In the future, you might have more pivot tables, and you might have multiple charts, pivot charts that you want to add to a report that all need to be filtered at the same time. Now, this is where slices come in. If you take pivot table and you go here to the top, pivot table analyze, then here there's a filter section. We have insert slicer or insert timeline. And these are basically just good looking filters that are a little bit more user friendly, and we can make them look much better. So let's insert a slicer. Here we see all of the fields we can use for the slicer. So let's go over here for maybe the channel. And let's pick over here the spot length and click OK. Now here we have two slices. Now let's put them below one another. You can resize them in any way you like. And if it doesn't fit, you get this scroll bar. Okay. Now I'm going to put them over here. It doesn't have to be so pretty at this point. Okay. And now when we make a selection here for the channels, then you see it filters the pivot table and some of the channels disappear. Now, to make a selection, you can just click, or you can click and drag, or you hold the control key and choose the ones that you want to filter on. Now for the channel, it's kind of interesting that we can use that as a slicer, because here we could not use channel and on rows and on filters. You can only have it either on filters or on rows. But now that we have channel and rows, we can have a slicer filter that filters the pivot table. That is possible. Now let's try out now the spot length slicer. So if I click here on 10, then we only have the values for the spots that were 10 seconds in length. Now what happens if we add another pivot table to this page? Now let's see. I'm going to go back to my source, click on the cell, insert, and now let's choose a pivot table again. And I'm going to place it on an existing worksheet, which is over here, sheet 1. And before you click on OK, you still have to click on a specific cell. Let's place it a little bit more down from the other one and click OK. And here I want to analyze, let's say, the incremental visits. Let's put it on values. And I would like to have a breakdown by weekday. And let's put the channel on rows. Now here you see these hashtags. That just means it doesn't fit. So we have to resize the columns. And this looks better. Okay. Now what happens when we change the selection that we have on the slicer? So over here, I'm going to only select the first 3 channels. Now, the very first pivot table is filtered, but the other one is not. And when this would be both on one report, you probably want to filter both. So how can we make sure that that slicer connects to both pivot tables? Now, 2 options. We can either go to the slicer, right click, and then report connections. We can also click on the slicer. And then here at the top, we have Slicer Tools. And then from here, choose Report Connections. Or we can go to the pivot table, go to Pivot Table Analyze. And then from here, Filter Connections. And then we see to which slices it is connected. Now let's first try option number 1. So I go here to the Channel Slicer, right click, Report Connections. And here we have a window that shows us the 2 pivot tables. And you see only the first one is selected. Now, which one is which? Well, the pivot table at the top was the first one, so that is probably the one that's called pivot table 1. And we can also see this sheet. So sheet 1, now over here we only have pivot tables on the sheet, so nothing too complex yet. However, you can lose oversight very quickly when you have a lot of pivot tables and pivot charts. So how can we make this a little bit better? Is we can first select the other one, pivot table 3, so that both are selected. So now you see when I change over here the selection, then both of the pivot tables are filtered by that slicer. But the other thing that I want to do is give these pivot tables a better name than pivot table 1 and pivot table 3. Now, very easy. You just select the pivot table or a cell inside of that pivot table, go to Pivot Table Analyze, and then on the left-hand side, there we have the name. And here we can change, for example, the first one to Price Pivot Table, and the other one, that's going to be my Visit pivot table. Okay, so just give it a name so that you know which one is which. And then we can do the same thing. Go to the slicer, right click, and then report connections. And you see now they pop up with their name. So if you have a lot of visualizations, a lot of pivot charts, pivot tables, then you definitely want to give every pivot table and pivot chart a name. And in this way, everything stays nicely organized. Okay, now we had 2 options. The other option was to go to the pivot table analyze, and then from here we can also say filter connections. Now here you see the slicers with their name pop up in this window, and you can see to which one it is currently linked. Now it is not linked to the spot length slicer, so I'm going to select the second one as well. Click on OK. You see now when we change the selection for the spot length slicer, then both of the pivot tables change their values. Okay, so it's filtering both. Perfect. So this is how you can work with slicers, just good looking filters. Now, there are a lot of different options for these slicers. For example, if you select one, then go here to the slicer options. Then here on the right hand side, we have options to change the height and the width. Okay, now you can also do this manually, but by using these boxes there, you can be a little bit more exact. Then we have the number of columns. So when you increase that number, you can also place these buttons from left to right, maybe at the top of your report. Then the buttons, the size of the buttons you can change. Okay. Then here we have the arrangement of the slicers. So this is kind of the same as in PowerPoint. And we have the slicer styles. Okay, now here we can go for a different style or create our own custom slicer style, which we will do at the end of the pivot table section. Okay, now here we have report connections already covered and the slicer caption. Now there's also a button for slicer settings. Now here you see the name of the slicer. So channel 1, we could also just call it channel, and you see the caption. So channel. Then below it, we can change the order in which the buttons show on the slicer. You can use custom lists for sorting. We can hide items with no data, which is actually quite helpful, especially if you want to make slicers dependent on one another. For example, if you have a country slicer and a state slicer, then if you select a certain country, for example, let's say the US, and you want to have only the states within the US, then for that second slicer, make sure to hide items with no data so that no states show for different countries. Okay, then just click on OK, and that's it. Okay, so now we have seen two ways in which we can filter pivot tables. We can put over here on the filter drop zone the fields that we want to use as a filter so that the user can pick the filter from this drop down. Option number 2 is to use slicers. Now, slicers are also just filters, but you can make them look nice and they are maybe a little bit more user-friendly. Now, the third option is to just go to one of these fields that we have here on the right-hand side, for example, length of break. And then here we can just pick those breaks that were, for example, exactly 300 seconds long. Click on OK. And that also puts the filter in place. Even though we don't have it on the filter section, we don't have it on the slicer, but we just put that filter in place using that pivot table field section. Okay, so we will get back to the filtering topic a little bit later. Let's now continue with the next thing that you need to know about pivot tables, which is really important, and that is refreshing the pivot table. Now, for that, follow me to the sheet that is called 06 data source change. Now here we have two small data sets. The one that we see here at the top, that is a table. And you see over here, it's called data source changes. Then here at the bottom, that is not the table. Now, let's build two pivot tables. One where we use this one and the other one where we use that one. Okay, now I'm gonna first build a pivot table on the one that's here at the bottom, and then go here to insert, pivot table. I'm gonna place the pivot table right here, right next to it. Click OK. And now I want to show the price by channel. So I take the price, put it on values, take the channel, put it on rows. Then we can update the formatting, select these values, and change the formatting. Now here we have the same values and almost the same structure as the underlying data source. So what is the point of a pivot table? Well, in this case, there's no point. However, here I want to give you an example of what happens when new data gets added to the source. So when we get over here a new television channel, let's say new channel, then let's say that the price is 5,000, the average price, and I go here to the pivot table, nothing happens. The new row doesn't automatically pop up. That is because we need to refresh the pivot table. So when I right click on the pivot table, click on refresh, where's the new channel? Still, nothing shows. It didn't get added. Okay, so new rows don't automatically get added to the pivot table. And what if one of these values would just change? So let's say the first one changes the price to 7,500, right click, refresh. Well, that clearly does get reflected, okay? So changes only show up when you refresh the pivot table. But new rows, they don't show up automatically. Now, why is that? Because if I go to the pivot table analyze, change the data source, okay, then you see it only goes until row 27. Okay, but we have that new row. So I would have to reselect the data source. Not ideal. So let's click on cancel. And instead of that, let's go here to the top data set. It is the same data. However, over here, this one is formatted as a table. You can see when I select the cell, table design, here we have that table. And now I'm going to create a pivot table. So insert, pivot table. Now let's place it on an existing worksheet. And I'm going to place it right next to the other one. Enter, let's click on OK. And here we want to have the price on values, channel on rows. Everything is the same. I'm just going to update the formatting again. And now, what if one of the values changes? Well, that's the same. So only shows up when I refresh the pivot table. So even though it's a table, the underlying source, changes don't automatically get reflected. We still have to refresh. And what happens when we get a new TV channel? So new channel, where we have, let's say, a price of 5,000. Then still nothing happens. We still need to right click on the pivot table, refresh. However, the big difference is that now, because this is a table, that new row inside of our data set shows up in the pivot table. So it doesn't take away from refreshing. You still need to do that. You're probably wondering, what is the point? Why doesn't it go automatically? Well, that is because otherwise it would be super slow. What happens with the pivot table is basically it takes a picture of your data set, uses that, and then once new data comes, you have to refresh it so that it takes a new picture and can work with that picture very efficiently. That's basically what's going on. Well, if you think, oh, this is a little bit dangerous, because if I share my workbook with a colleague and the colleague gets new data and forgets to refresh the pivot table, we have a problem because you might be looking at old data. Now, how can you make this a little bit better? What you could do is you could go to the pivot table, analyze, and then options, or right click and then go to pivot table options. And then from here, you go to the data section. Now, there's one checkbox for refresh data when opening the file. This refreshes all of the pivot tables that are inside of the workbook. And this way, you are working with the latest data in case there's new data. However, keep in mind, then opening the workbook might take a little bit longer because it has to refresh the pivot table. Okay, so let's click on OK. Okay, so another way to refresh the pivot table is just to click on the pivot table, go to pivot table analyze, and then refresh the current one, or refresh all of the pivot tables. All right, then a few more small details. I'm gonna go here to the pivot table that we created before on sheet 1. And let's say we want to move one of them. Then to move one of them, you cannot just take one cell and move it somewhere else. Doesn't let you. You need to select the whole pivot table. And only then you can go to the borderline and drag it to wherever you like. Or what I think is a little bit easier is when you select the whole pivot table, Control X to cut, and then you click on the cell where you want to have it. This can be the same sheet, but can also be a new sheet, and then Control V to paste it over there. Okay. Now, what is important is that when you have a pivot table with filters, for example, let's say length of break, right? There we have the filter section. I cannot just take this part of the pivot table and move it somewhere else. We have to select that filter section there at the top as well. Control X to cut, Control V to paste. Another thing that you really need to know when you start working with pivot tables is what if that panel here on the right-hand side doesn't show up? Well, that can happen when you didn't select the pivot table, but sometimes also happens when the pivot table is selected, because here we can click it away by clicking on the X. How can we get it back? Well, not by just clicking on the pivot table. You clicked it away. So you have to go to the pivot table analyze, and click there on the field list to bring it back. Now, another thing that's worth knowing is that that pivot table field list, you can also structure a little bit differently. Instead of having these main sections stacked, we can also go for side by side. And often I have it actually like this, because then you see all of the fields over here, all of the drop zones over here, and this gives you a little bit more working space. Then we also have field section only, or areas 2 by 2, or areas 1 by 4, so a few different variations, okay? And we can sort A to Z if you find that a little bit easier. So maybe you want to go for A to Z and then field section and area section side by side. For me, this is probably the easiest setup. Okay, so that was Pivot Tables 101. Now in the next section, we're going to dive a bit deeper and look at different ways in which we can customize the pivot table. That covers not only design, but also different ways in which we can summarize and show the values inside of the pivot table. So we know already quite a bit about pivot tables, but now it's time to dive a little bit deeper. Let's have a look at how we can customize the pivot table. Now, for this, we go to the next workbook, 04, Customizing Pivot Tables. Let's open it up, and for simplicity, let's stick to the same dataset, which you find on the first sheet. And here we want to use that dataset again for a pivot table. Now, it is already formatted as a table. As you can see, when you select the cell, table design pops up. The table is called data, all right? Then we can go to insert, pivot table, and we're gonna place it on a new worksheet. Now on the right hand side, you see there we have our pivot table field list. And here we can say what we want to analyze. Now, just like before, let's put price on the values. And here channel, let's put that one onto rows to get a vertical breakdown. Now by default, it always takes the sum of the field that you put on values. However, sometimes you want to have the average, or sometimes you want to have the max or the min. Well, then you can change that by either going there to one of these values that belong to the sum of price field, right click, and then here we have summarize values by. Now, here you see all the common different aggregations like sum, count, average, max, min. Now, let's say we want to have an average. Let's click on it. And see here we have the average values. Now, let me just get rid of the decimals like this. And there you go. Now, option number 2 is to go to the value section where we have the sum of price or the average of price. Click there on the drop down, value field settings. And then over here, you see we have the summarize value field by section where we can choose the summary aggregation. Okay. Now, what if we want to have and the sum, and right next to it, another column for the average of price. Now here, let's stick to the average of price. Click OK. And what you can do is just take the price a second time and then add it a second time on values. And you see, now we have the average right next to the totals, the sum. Okay, now just like this, it can keep on going, add it a third time, and then maybe you want to have the max, right? So over here, we can go to value field settings, or right click on that third column, summarize values by, and maybe take the max. Now the names that we have in the headers, you can just override. For example, here we have the max, there at the beginning we have the average, and here for sum of price, we have the totals. Okay, now you can override it. You can, of course, also go again to value field settings. And there you have also the custom name of that column. So you could do it there as well. All right, now let's close that box and go to the next step. Now you might want to not only change the aggregation to sum, max, average, but maybe you want to have, let's say, the percentage of total, or maybe you want to have a rank, or maybe you want to have the difference from one channel to the other. Well, in that case, we can use of what is called show values as. Now let's remove the fields for the average and the max. So here we can just drag the max out, the average out, so that only the totals, so the sum is left. And now I'm gonna drag the price again right next to totals on the values. Okay, now it's 2 times the same value right next to one another. But for the second one, let's right click on that column and then go here to show values as. Now here we have a lot of different options to show these values in a different way. So we can take the sum of the prices for each of the channels and then do a second calculation with those summed values. Now, here in this case, I want to have the percentage of the column total. Okay, now let's click on it. You see the column total is 100% and all of the other absolute values get expressed as a percentage of the total. And just like this, we can do some more examples. We could also take the price, put it on values, and maybe we want to have the rank. Then right click on that column, go here to show values as, and then over here we also have the rank. Rank smallest to largest and largest to smallest, however you like. And then we have to choose what is the base field, what do we want to rank, well, the channels. And now here there's no other option because we only have one field on rows. Click OK, and you see we have the highest value gets the highest number. Okay, if you wanted to have it the other way around, right click, show values as, and rank largest to smallest, then the highest value gets the rank number 1. So you see, show values as is really important. Now, let's look at more examples. If we now would take the length of the spots, so the spot length, and put that also in rows, now you see the percentage is nicely updated, so that's all good. The rank over here is based on the channel, okay, which is now maybe a little bit weird if you see 2 to 2. However, that is because of the base that we chose. Now, if I go back here to that column, right click, show values as, and then rank largest to smallest, now you see we could also choose spot length. Click OK. Now we are assigning a rank for each spot length within that channel. So over here for channel 4, the spot length 10, that it has the second rank. But over here, if we go down for free TV, there the 10-second spots have the first rank. Okay, so it is always within that pane, within that section. Now, and what about the percentage column? Now here, this is the percentage of the column total. However, what if we want to have, let's say, the subtotal? Then right click, show values as, and then we could say, for example, percentage of the parent total. Now, what is the parent, the base field? Channel. Click OK. And now you see each time 100%, 100%, because that's the total. And all of these values in between for the spot lengths get expressed as a percentage of the parent, the subtotal. Okay, one more example, but for this one, we're going to have a totally different structure. So let's take the pivot table, go to pivot table analyze, and just clear the pivot table. All right. Now here we want to have a breakdown by date on rows. Now what happens is that based on the date, it creates groups for the months. However, you can change this. So you can right click, ungroup, so that you see all of the dates. And you can group it by right clicking on it again, group, and then choose how you want to group. Maybe we want to have by month and year. Now, select both the month and the year, click OK. And now you see for 2020, all of the months. Okay, now we have only data for the year 2020. And now I want to show right next to it the price. So price on values. Now let's say we want to have a running total. Then we take the price once more, put it on values. And for the second one, we right click, show values as. And then from here, we can choose now the running total. Running total or percentage running total, however you like. Click on it. And what is the base field? Well, over here we have the date or the years. Now we want to have the date, that's the months breakdown. Click on it, click OK. And now here you see the running total. So for February is the year-to-date value. The 689,303 plus the 518,325 gives us the 1,207,628. And this accumulates until the end of the year. If there would be 21, then it would restart for that. Okay, so we know how to summarize the values. We know how to show our values as a rank or as a percentage. Now the third part is formatting. Now with formatting, you have to be a bit careful. Like so far, what I was doing was I was just taking the cells for which I want to apply a different formatting and then used here under the Home tab all of the formatting options. Now, this is okay if the pivot table structure is not going to change. However, you have to be a bit careful because what if I would change the structure? What would happen? Now, I'm going to remove what we have here on rows. And now I'm going to have maybe a breakdown by the weekdays. And over here you see the sum of price too. Well, there's an error. Well, why is there an error? Because of the base field that disappeared to calculate the running total. So I'm going to remove that one. And what happens to the formatting, the number formatting for our values also disappeared. But it was the same field. Now this happened because we applied the formatting to the cells. But in the meantime, the structure of the pivot table changed. And see, the formatting is gone. Now, how can we do it in a proper way? By applying it to the field itself. Now, you can do this either by right-clicking on the field, number format, or you go here to value field settings, and then number format. Now, this should look familiar because this is normal number formatting, and we can say from here that we want to have, let's say, a number, 0 decimals, but we do want to have the 1000 separated. Click OK. And the advantage is that when our structure now changes, for example, we add now channel over here in columns, then you see we have still the same number formatting. And if we change it to something totally different, maybe here we have the spot length, and then we have, let's say, the weekdays below it, you see, still the same number formatting because we applied it to the sum of price field. Okay, so basically for your values, there are 3 steps. Step 1 is how do you want to summarize your values? Sum, count, average, max, min. Now, once you have decided on that, you go to the next step. How do you want to show your values? Do you want to show the absolute values? Then you don't have to do anything. But do you want to have a percentage, a rank, or a difference from? Well, then you need to make your choice over here. Otherwise, just leave it on no calculation. Then step number 3 is to go to the number formatting and then set up the number formatting, and that's it. Now, all 3 steps you also find, if you go here to value field settings, you find all of these steps over here in one box, because here we have summarize values by, show values as, we have number formatting, and also the custom name, so the name of the column as it will show in the pivot table. And that's it. Okay, so now that we know how to get the right values inside of a pivot table, let's talk a little bit about design. Now, also very important topic, because to get the message across, you want this pivot table and later on the pivot chart to be as readable as possible, so that the insights that you want to show to the user come across in the most efficient way. Now, how can we change the design? Now, it's not very difficult, but you need to know where to look. Now, here I'm just going to restructure the pivot table to what we had before, which was weekday on columns. And then over here for the spot length, we leave it on rows, but we're going to add channel right above it. And the sum of price can stay where it is. Okay, now let me zoom out a bit. And now we're going to go to the design tab. With the pivot table selected, or one cell in the pivot table, you see here, design at the top. Now, here we can choose different colors. Now just open it up and you see different variations. You can hover over it and see how it would look like. And these options that you see here, they're connected to what you have on the page layout. So if you change the themes, so let's say we go for the next theme and we go back to design, then you see the options over here also change. So if you have a company theme that you can use in Excel, then all of the pivot table options, the design options, they relate to that theme. Now for our purposes, I go back here to page layout and change it back to the standard office theme. Now, let's then go back to design. Then here, you also find at the bottom, new pivot table style. Now you could create your own pivot table style. However, it takes quite a bit of time. And here you have to then go element by element and set up the formatting. Now, if you have time, that's okay. But usually I don't have that much time and I look for a more efficient way, which would be the following. Let's click on cancel. You could also say, okay, I want to have something that looks like this one over here. But it's not exactly the way I want it to be. So let's use this as a starting point and then just make a few adjustments. So this we can do by right-clicking on that style, and then we can duplicate it. Then you can give it a name. So let's say my style. So my pivot table style. And then we can go to each element and change the formatting. So we could, for example, go for a background color. Maybe we want to have a gray. Click on OK. Can make it the default pivot table style for the document. Click on OK. And now we can assign that new custom style over there. Now, with the next workbook that we open up, that pivot table style will not be there. Okay, so it is a lot of work. However, if you have a pivot table style and you want to reuse it in another workbook, you could copy it over to that workbook, and then that style will also be available there. Okay, now then the options that you see right next to it, these pivot table style options, you can click on it and see what it does. So this is all formatting. Okay, so just try it out and then it's clear what changes in the pivot table. Now where it gets very interesting is here under the layout section. Now first of all, we have grand totals. Grand totals are the totals that you see here on the side or at the bottom. So we can turn them off. Then we have no grand totals. Or we can go back to design, grand totals. Turn them on for rows only, so on the right hand side. Turn them on for columns only, so here at the bottom. Or rows and columns. Now, grand totals, nothing special. Now, what about subtotals? Subtotals can be shown at the bottom of a group, over here, for each channel, or we can show them at the top of the group, or we can do not show subtotals at all. Now here, let's say we want to have them at the bottom. But by default, it takes the same aggregation as what you have there for that field. sum of price. Can be that it might be interesting to show the sum, the average, the max, and min. Now to add more subtotals besides the sum, you can go here to one of the channels, doesn't matter which one, or the subtotal row, right click, and then here we can go to field settings. Here you see subtotals is left on automatic, but we could also go for custom. And here we can choose the subtotals that we want to show. Click on OK, and now you see all of those subtotals. If you want to undo it, you can go back, or I simply go to the Home tab and click on Undo. So I expected this to be under Design, but somehow you have to go to the field for the subtotals, right-click, Field Settings, and change it over there. Now, the next thing that we have is here Report Layout. There are 3 layouts that you can choose from. We have the compact form, which is what we have been using so far. And you see, even though we have on rows the channel and the spot length, they pop up in the same first column. Now here, this, well, maybe looks nice. However, it's not that easy to use because then we have to go here to row labels. And later on for sorting and filtering, we first have to choose the field to which we want to apply the filter or the sorting. Now with the outline form, we don't have that problem. Then we have one separate column for each field that we place on rows. So then you see we can just go to that column header and we don't have to choose which one it is because it's clear that this is the channel and that is the spot length column. All right, so what is then the difference between outline and tabular? Now let's choose tabular as well. You see, well, what changed is that here we have first the channel, and then on the same row, it continues with the breakdown of the spot length. We have the first spot length. If we go back to outline, then you see, well, here we have the channel, and then it jumps to the next row with the breakdown for the spot length. Okay, so we have the compact, the outline, and the tabular form. Then here at the bottom, we have 2 remaining options: repeat all item labels and do not repeat item labels. If we go for repeat all item labels, then you see here it repeats the channel name, and otherwise it doesn't. Now, over here, the very last option, blank rows, can add to the readability because then it adds another blank row in between the different channels, which might make it a little bit easier to read the table. Okay, so now you've basically seen all of the different options that you find under design. Now, in the next section, we're going to have a look at grouping, filtering, and sorting in more detail. In the previous section, we talked about how to customize a pivot table using the different calculations that you can apply to your measures. Now, first of all, we could do this with summarize by and show values as. Then the second part was more how to customize the design of the pivot table using all of the features under the design tab. Now in this part, we're going to have a look at 3 common analytical tasks, which are sorting, filtering, and grouping. Now that might sound easy, but inside of a pivot table, it all works just a little bit different. So let's have a look and open up the workbook for this part, which is 05, grouping, sorting, and filtering. Just like before, we have the same data set that we're going to use for our pivot table. Now let's go over here to insert and choose pivot table. And we're going to place it on a new worksheet. And let's analyze the price field. So let's put price on values and let's break it down by the different channels. So channel on rows. Now let's first talk about sorting the fields. Now here we have 2 main options. The first option is to use the row labels and the column labels. Now here we only have a vertical breakdown. So therefore we only have row labels. Let's go here. Let's click on the drop down. And from here, you see we can sort from A to Z or Z to A. So in ascending or descending order. Now let's choose the first option and see we have everything in alphabetical order. Now of course we can also do this the other way around from Z to A, and then we have it in alphabetical order, but starting from the back. Now what if we want to sort the channels, not on the basis of the channel name, but on the total cost. So the sum of the prices that we paid for our advertisements. Well, then we can go back again to the row labels, more sort options, and then we get this window. Now here we can choose also ascending or descending order, but here we also have a drop down to choose the field that we want to sort by. So instead of sorting the channel by the channel, we're going to choose over here the sum of price. All right, now let's click on OK. And now you see we have our channel sorted in descending order on the basis of the total cost, the sum of the prices we paid. Okay. Now we can, of course, do this also in ascending order. Just go back. and then here choose ascend. So this is basically option number 1, to go to the row labels or the column labels and then sort from there. But there's another option. Option number 2, let's have a look. Let's close this window. And over here, we can also go to the data tab and use the sort buttons that you find in the ribbon. Now here, it is important that you pay attention to which cell is selected inside of the pivot table. So if I would select one of the channels, then go to data and sort in ascending order, so A to Z, and you see we are sorting the channels on the basis of the channel name in ascending order. However, if I would select one of the values in the price column and then do, let's say, Z to A, now we are sorting the channels on the basis of the price field. Okay, so the cell that is selected when you apply the sorting is now important. Now, this becomes extra tricky when we have another breakdown. So let's make this pivot table a little bit more complex. I'm going to add over here another breakdown by taking the spot length and putting that also on rows. And then we're going to have another breakdown by weekday by placing it on columns. Now, here we can now go to the grand total column. And let's say we select I5. Now this is a row on which I have one of the channels, so the grand total for RTL. I see I'm over here in column I where the grand total is. All right, now let me highlight that cell. And now I'm going to go to data and say A to Z. And you see the sorting changed. But what changed exactly? Now we are sorting the channels on the basis of the grand total because we are on a row where we have the totals for the channel and we are inside of the column with the grand total. So you see over here I5, I9, I13. Here these values are in ascending order. Now, if we would have selected, let's say I6, so over here one cell lower, now let me clear that background color and go over here to I6. Now, if I would now go here to data and sort in ascending order, now we are sorting not the channels, but we are sorting the spot length. And we're sorting by the grand total because we are here at the intersection of one of the spot lengths with column I where we have the grand total. You see, here we have the values in ascending order, here we have them in ascending order, and here. The sorting of the channels didn't change. So that also means that if we would go somewhere in the middle, and let's say that we select E5, where we are on the Thursday values, on the channel level, and we then go to data and sort in ascending order, we are sorting the channels on the basis of the values that we have for the channels on Thursday. Now then there's also still the option to apply a manual sort. Now you have seen before when we went to row labels or maybe column labels this time, and we go to more sort options, there we can say that we can manually drag the items to rearrange them. No? So here, if I go back, then I could, for example, take the Monday field. So I just select the header, go to the borderline, you see the cursor changes, and now I can drag it to wherever I like. So I can place it all the way on the right and drop it. You see, now we change the sorting order. And the same for the channels. I can go over here to one of the channel names, go to the border, and then just drag it up or drag it down. And when you see the green bar, drop it, and that is where you position it. Now, an alternative to this is to not drag and drop, but just override one of these headers and just say I want to have, let's say, the channel sky here at the beginning. I just type in here sky, enter, and now it takes all of the values for sky and places them at the top. So this only works within a pivot table, so you are not overwriting the header, you are changing the sorting order. And the same over here. So if I now want to have Monday back here at the beginning, I just go here to B4, type in Monday. You see, I'm not overwriting Tuesday. No, Tuesday jumps to the right. And here we have now Monday as the first column. Okay, so this is what you need to know about sorting. Let's now have a look at filtering. Now here we have a couple of different options. The first option is to use the filter drop zone. So let's say we want to filter on a certain month. And we can take the month field, drop it here onto filters, and we get the filter box. Now, at this point, no filter has been applied just yet. However, we can go here to the drop down, select multiple items, and make a selection from here. Okay, and as soon as we choose a certain month and put a filter in place, then here in the fields list, there you see a little filter icon. If you want to clear it, you can go over here, select all of the items, or you go here to pivot table analyze and clear all filters. Okay, so this is one option. Second option is to just go directly here to the month field, click on the drop down, and over here choose the month on which you want to filter. Let's say January, click OK. And for this, you don't necessarily need month on filters, okay? So this just allows the end user to put a filter in place using that box at the top of the pivot table. Now, the big downside of using that filter drop zone is that you cannot have something on filters as well as on rows. So here the spot length, I cannot have it as well on filters. You see, it would remove it from the row. So what can you then do if you still want to have the ability to filter on the spot lengths and have it here on the rows? Now I'm going to place it back. Now instead of having spot length on filters, you could also make use of slices. Now we have seen them before. So if you take the pivot table analyze, then here we can insert a slicer. We can choose to have it on the spot length over here. Click OK. And now here I can place it wherever I like and choose the spot length that I want to filter on. Now you see, now we have a filter on the spot length as well as having it as a breakdown for a pivot table. Now there's another option to put filters in place, and that is by using the row or the column labels. For example, we could go here to the column labels and say that we only want to have the weekdays. So over here we can deselect Saturday and Sunday, click OK, and see we have now only the weekdays showing. All of the values for Saturday and Sunday disappear. Now this works in the same way for the row labels. So I can go here to the row labels and then choose which channels I would like to show. So let's say we don't want to show free TV, click OK, and that channel disappears. Now every time there is a filter in place on the fields that you're using on rows or columns, you will see there's a little filter icon right next to the drop down arrow. Now let's have another closer look what options we actually have when we go back to the filter section. Now here, first of all, we have the option to choose the items that we want to show. So manually select those items that we want to show. If you have a long list, then you can make use of the search box. Search, for example, for all of the TV channels that contain a C. Now here you see channel 4, Discovery. Now here, what is important is whether you want to override the filter or add the current selection to the filter. Okay, so just keep in mind that over here, if you don't want to override it, you have to check that box and only then click OK. Now then we also have the option to use the label filters and the value filters to filter the channel. Now, the label filters are based on the names of the channels. So over here, we can, for example, say that it should begin with a certain letter or should contain a certain word in the TV channel name. Now the value filters, there you can filter the channels on the basis of the values. For example, if we only want to have the top 3 channels, we could go here to top 10 and then say how many we want. So we want to have the top 3 items based on the sum of price. Now here, there's only one option at the moment because I only have one field on values. Now here I can click on OK. And the top 3 channels are channel 4, Free TV, and RTL. Now the filter options for the label filter are there because the field that we have on rows is a text field. However, it looks a little bit different when you have a date field. Now I'm going to remove spotlight and channel from rows, and instead of that, I'm going to take over here the date and drag it onto rows. Now you see it automatically creates a grouping by month, which we will talk about in a second. However, what is very important here is that now we don't have the label filter option. We have now the date filter option. And here you see it adjusts the filter that we can put in place because now we can, for example, say, show me the values of this year or last year or next year. Okay, so the filter options that we see here are all date filter options. Now this is very nice because let's say you always want to have the values of this month showing. Now I'm not going to select it over here because this is an older data set, but just imagine you would put a filter in place on this month. Then you could right click on the pivot table options, and then here under data, refresh the data when opening the file so that we always have the latest data. And because there's a filter on this month, we only see the values for this month. All right, so we have a lot of different options for sorting, filtering, and now we're going to have a look at grouping, because when we placed our date field onto the rows, you can see that it automatically grouped all of the dates by month. And I can click here on the plus icon, and then I see the individual dates for that month. Now, this is because the pivot table created the grouping for us. But we can also do this manually. If you right-click on the date field, you can also choose Ungroup. Now here we see all of the individual dates in our dataset. Now, then we can right-click on that column and then choose Group. And from here we can say that we want to group by the months and the years. Okay, now maybe we also want to have the quarters, then just click on quarters as well. And let's click here on OK. Now, you see we have the year, the quarter, and the months. And on rows, you see we have the years, the quarters, and the last field, there it just always says date. Now, at any point, if you want to make an adjustment, then you can just go back, right-click, group, and then let's say we don't want to have the quarters, get rid of the quarters, click OK, and you see over here, it just removed that quarter field that we have had on rows. Okay, so this is how it works for dates. And what about time? Well, for time, it's exactly the same, but then we have seconds, minutes, and hours. Now, it is a little bit different when you have a value field. Now, let's say that we remove again the date and the years from rows, but this time we're going to take the price and put the price on the rows. Now, I'm just going to remove it first from values, take the price, put it on rows. Now, what happens is that here we have a breakdown of all of the prices. So basically a list of all of the distinct values that we have in the price column. Now, this on its own is not very helpful. However, we can create now groups, buckets that go from 0 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000, 2,000 to 3,000, so that we create buckets for the prices that we paid for our TV spot. Now, how does that work? Well, kind of in the same way. We right-click on the values, go to group. Now here we can start at, let's say 1, and then end at 15,000, and group by 1,000. Then click on OK, and here you see we have now these buckets. And then what do we want to show on values? We could, for example, show the average incremental visits. So let's take the incremental visits, put it on values, and change the sum to an average. Okay, now then we can also update the formatting. And then here go for a number with 0 decimal places. Click OK. And here we have the average incremental visits, so the average extra visits that we got for each TV spot. Now this is actually helpful because now we could make conclusions for different pricing brackets. So for example here for the pricing bracket from 5 to 6,000, there on Monday we had extra visits of 38. Okay. And with the help of some conditional formatting, we could, for example, highlight the highest point and the lowest point. Or we could use conditional formatting to highlight the highest ones in green and the lowest ones in red. Now we could take all of these values and then go here to conditional formatting and apply a color scale just like this. And you see the best result we had over here in the price bracket, 12 to 13,000 on a Monday. The worst one over here, we actually had a negative result on Monday in the pricing bracket of 10 to 11,000. And you see, placing a value field on rows or columns usually doesn't make sense unless you make use of the grouping feature. Now, what about normal text fields? And let's have a look at that as well. Now, here I'm just going to undo what we did before. All right. And now I remove the price from rows. And let's now create a breakdown by channel. Okay. Now over here, let me update the number formatting. And now I want to create 2 groups for my channels, the main channels and the other channels. Now let's say here channel 4 and RTL are the main channels. Then I hold the control key, select both of them, then right click on one of them, and then choose group. Now you see we have over here group 1 with channel 4 and RTL. The same thing I can do for the remaining ones, because all of the remaining ones, they are placed in their own group. So I select over here Sky, Discovery, Fox, Free TV, holding the control key, right click, and create another group. So we have group 1 with the main channels, group 2 with the other channels. Now we can give these groups a different name. Just go over here to group 2 and then override it with other channels. And the same thing for group 1. There we can override it with main channels. All right, so now we have over here the grouped channels. And if you look here on rows, we have channel 2, that's the group, and the original channel field. And that's it for grouping. So now you know how sorting works, how filtering works, and how grouping works. Now in the next section, we are going to have a look how we can do custom calculations within the pivot table. Previously, we have seen how to do calculations using summarize values by and show values as. Now in this section, we're going to focus on how to do custom calculations using calculated fields and calculated items. Now we're going to use the workbook that's called 06 Performing Calculations. Now let's open it up. Now on the very first sheet, you find the dataset that we have been using so far, which is about TV advertising. Now let's create a pivot table that uses this as its source. Now it is already formatted as a table, as you can see when you select one of the cells inside of the dataset, table design, and then here on the left hand side, the name of the table, data. All right, then we go to insert the pivot table. Let's place it on a new worksheet. And here we take the price and put it on values. Then we want to have a breakdown by channel. So let's take the channel and put it on rows. Now let's say right next to it, we would like to show the average spot length for all of the spots that were aired on these different channels. So not only ours, but all of them. All right, now this field is not there just yet because we have here spot length, but that is the spot length for our spots. All right, so how can we calculate this? We need two things. We need the length of the break and we need the advertisers in the break. So now we can take the total length of all of the breaks and divide that by the total number of advertisers that we had during all of the breaks. So we can do this calculation right next to the pivot table. So over here, we can go to the column right next to it and start typing our formula where we refer to the length of the break. And you see in the formula bar, there's a function get pivot data. Now what does this function do? It just grabs the sum of the length of break for the pivot table that starts in A3 for the channel 4. Okay, and even if the structure of the pivot table would change, as long as channel 4 and the sum of length of break is visible in the pivot table, it extracts that value. Okay, now this is kind of nice because now we get that value and then we can divide that by the total number of advertisers that we had during the breaks. Okay, now let's press enter and that gives us 19.6. Now let's copy it down and you see, well, it returns the same value for the other channels. And that is because over here, the reference inside of the get pivot data function didn't change. So we will get back to the get pivot data function because it can be very helpful, but for our purposes here, we don't want this get pivot data function to show. Now, what you could do is just delete all of these formulas, go to the pivot table analyze, and then here on the left hand side and the options, there we can deselect generate get pivot data. Now, if we do the same formula, so C4 divided by D4, you see, the get pivot data function doesn't get generated. Press enter, same value. However, now the references do change when we copy it down. All right, this is what we want. And these values are correct. However, the downside is that if the pivot table changes its structure, for example, we bring in weekday and put it on rows, then, well, that calculation doesn't automatically extend down because it's not part of the pivot table. So this is an approach that a lot of people take, but it's not so good. So we have to look for a better alternative to make this calculation part of the pivot table. Now, one thought that you might have is to add an extra column with the calculation inside of the data source, update the pivot table, and then use that. Now let's give that a try and see if that works. Okay, so I'm gonna go one step back, and over here, these values, which are correct, however, I don't want to do the calculation right next to the pivot table, so I'm just gonna drag that to the right. And now we're gonna go to the source. Now over here, we can add a new column right next to it. So we can call this column the average overall spot length. All right, now let me make this column a little bit wider and the row a little bit less high. And then we can write the formula. Now the formula is length of break divided by the number of advertisers in the breaks. Okay, now press enter, copies it down, you can update the formatting, just like this, and then go back to the pivot table. Now here, you don't see that new column. Now why not? Because we need to refresh the pivot table by right-clicking on the pivot table and then choose refresh. Now you see it is possible to select it from the fields panel, and then we can drag it onto values. Now here, it sums up all of these values that we calculated row by row. Now that is not very helpful. So instead of that, you might think, you know what? Then let's just take the average. Now let's do that. However, you see that these values are a little bit different from the values that we calculated before. Now, why is that? Because here, row by row, this is correct. However, if we then take the average of all of these values, then we are taking the average of all the averages, which is not something that you want to do, because then you give also an equal weight to each single row. Now, what we did before our first approach, that gave us the correct values, but here, these values are not correct. And that is because first you have to sum up all of the break lengths, then you have to sum up all of the advertisers that we had during the breaks, and then you can divide one by the other. And then you have a weighted average. Otherwise, you give an equal weight to every single row, which is not correct. So adding a new calculated column to the underlying data source is not ideal. Also, it is easy to make a mistake when you write the formulas, and all of these formulas need to be maintained. Now, instead of that, there's still a third option, which is the preferred option to do the calculation inside of the pivot table using calculated fields. Now with calculated fields, we can use the values from the other columns to do a calculation. Now let's see how that works. Let's go to the pivot table, select one of the cells inside of the pivot table, then pivot table analyze, and then here we have fields, items, and sets. Then we can create a calculated field, and let's give it a name. So we want to have the average overall spot length. Okay, now this is the calculated field, so I just name it CF. And then the formula, well, for the formula we need the length of the break and divide that by the advertisers in the break. Click OK. And now we just have to update the formatting. Now I'm just going to do it quick using the Home tab, right? All right. So over here, you see these values are the same as approach 1, but not the same as approach 2. And that means, okay, that is actually the correct value, the weighted average. All right, so what is the advantage of the last approach? Well, with the last approach, we don't have to add that new column to the underlying data source. And when the structure of the pivot table changes, then it calculates the correct values for all of the breakdowns that you have in your pivot table. Now, let me show you this. I'm just going to remove the ones that are wrong. This one I'm going to take out, and this one. All right. And let's just clear the background. And now I'm going to change the structure of the pivot table. So I'm going to take the weekday, put in rows, and see it still works. Now, do we still need the sum of length of break and the sum of advertisers in the break? No, we can kick those out. So let's remove those two. And you see, it still works, even though they're not visible. And with approach 1, well, you need to have these values visible to be able to do the calculation. So you see, doing calculations, these custom calculations inside of the pivot table using calculated fields is very powerful. So with calculated fields, it's important to understand that you're using the values from different columns for your calculation. But sometimes you want to do calculations with items that are inside of one column. And then you need to use calculated items. Now, let's have a look at how calculated items work. Now, here, let's just put the weekday onto columns. And I'm going to take out that average overall spot length. And here we have a breakdown now by the channel and the weekdays. Now, let me just update over here the number formatting. And the next thing that I want to do is add here a column that sums up Saturday and Sunday so that we have the total for the weekend. Now, that is a calculated item because here we have all items that belong to the column, to the field, weekday. And now I want to do a calculation with two items that are inside of that column, inside of that field. So you need to select one of these items, then go to pivot table analyze, and now we can do a calculated item. Now, it is important that one of these items is selected because if I would go one cell below it, then you see it's grayed out. All right. So with one of the weekdays selected, I can go here to calculated item. And now we can, for example, do the weekend calculation. So I can say weekend, and I want to calculate the Saturday values plus the Sunday values. So Saturday plus Sunday. Click OK. And now you see over there, we have Saturday plus Sunday, the 340,000 plus the 361,000. And that gives us over there the 701,000. Okay, perfect. So that is a calculated item. Now, what if we then also want to sum up, let's say, some of the main channels and some of the other channels? Now, how could we do that? Again, calculated item. Make sure that one of the items within the field is selected. Then go to Analyze. And then here we can choose again, calculated item. All right, so we could say we have the main channels, which is then channel, let's say channel 4 plus, what is the other one? Let's say RTL. Click on Add. And then we have the other channels. So let's say other channels. And for the other channels, I want to have Discovery plus Fox plus Free TV plus Sky. All right. Now that looks good. Let's click on Add. You see now we have these two items. All right, so once you have all of the calculated items, you can close this box by clicking the X, OK or close. And now you see here for the channel field, we have two new items, these calculated items, main channels and other channels. Now, up to this point, it's not very confusing just yet. But what happens if you have two calculated items that affect the same cell? Now, let me give you an example. I'm going to go here to channels, then calculated item, and let's add another one where I divide the main channels by the other channels. Okay. Now, how can we do that? Now, the formula over here is main divided by other. All right. Now, once you have this, let's click on OK. And you see we have here a new row. And here we could change this maybe to, let's say, percentages. All right. Now, there's one cell where two calculations overlap. Here, main divided by other. Now, if we take the Saturday value plus the Sunday value, that would not be 375%. But the weekend calculation would be Saturday plus Sunday. Doesn't work. So what is that 375%? Well, the 1.7 million divided by 454,000, and that is 375%. Okay, now, why does that main divided by other calculation show and not the Saturday plus Sunday? Now, here we have to have a look at the calculation order. All right, so if we go back over here to one of the channels, pivot table analyze, field items and sets, and then here we have the solve order. And you see we have all of the calculated items and they get calculated in this order. And the last one is main divided by other. But if I would move that one up to the top, so before the weekend calculation, and then click on close, and you see that value changes because now we have Saturday plus Sunday gives us that value over here. Now this is only relevant if you have two calculated items that affect the same cell and have a different result. All right, so once you have all of the calculated items and calculated fields, you probably want to have an overview of all of your calculations. Now this is super easy. You just go to the pivot table analyze, and then here under field items and sets, there we can list all of the formulas. And it generates a new sheet and you see all of the calculations that we created so far. So this is all you need to know about calculated fields and calculated items. So a calculated field is a custom calculation that you can do using the values between different columns. A calculated item is a calculation that you can do with the values for items within a column. Now in the next section, we're going to switch focus a little bit because we are going to switch from pivot tables to pivot charts. Now let's have a look. All right, it's time to switch gears a little bit because so far we have just been talking about pivot tables, but there are also pivot charts. But you will see it is actually very easy to use pivot charts once you know pivot tables. Now, for this section, we have the workbook 07 pivot charts. Let's open it up. And of course, here we have our data set again. But now we're going to use this data set to build a pivot chart. Now, how can we do that? We select one of the cells inside of the table, go to Insert, and then we are not going to go to Pivot Table, but here to the Charts section. And there on the right hand side, there we have pivot chart. Now let's click on it. Now this looks more or less the same. The only difference really is that over here we have create pivot chart. Now here we have the table that we're connecting to, and we're going to place it on a new worksheet. All right, now let's click on OK. Now this inserts a new sheet, and you actually see two placeholders, one for the pivot table and one for the pivot chart. A pivot chart is always connected to a pivot table. Now, let's see what happens when we start structuring the pivot chart. Now here on the right hand side, you see more or less the same as for the pivot table. Now, let's say we want to analyze our prices again. So let's take the price, put in values, and we have the sum of all of the prices that we paid. Now, here you see we have the chart as well as the pivot table, and both change at the same time. So that means also I could go to the pivot table and do it from here. Now, to show you, I have the pivot table selected, take the price, put in values, same thing. All right. Now let me go back to the pivot chart, select it. Now here on the right hand side in the fields panel, you see that columns is now called legend. And what was rows is now called axis. So if we take the weekday and put it on the axis, we have a breakdown horizontally by the weekdays. So weekday is on the axis, and in the pivot table is on the rows. So then we could take the channel and let's put the channel on the legend. Now here you see we have now a legend for the channels. So each bar corresponds to a channel. Now I could also take the spot length and put this one maybe also on the axis. However, then you see it becomes very difficult to read. Now, so just make sure that you don't put too many fields all on the axis or on the legend. Now, if I take spot length and put it on the legend, then you see we have over here two field panels. It's also possible, but it becomes very confusing. Okay, so keep it simple. I'm going to remove the spot length. And over here we have now the chart, which we can move anywhere on the sheet. Now, how can we improve the chart? Now, for this, we have all of the tools that we find in the ribbon. Pivot chart analyze, we have design, we have format. Now let's go and change, first of all, the design, because we have very many bars. But maybe it would be better to go for a stacked bar chart or a stacked column chart. So we can go here to change chart type and then stack the columns. Click OK. Now that already looks much better. We have now just one column for each weekday. And for the channels, we have then here the legend that shows the portion for each channel in a different color. Now, what is next? Well, here you see we have all of this extra functionality that the pivot table also has. So we can sort, we can filter, we have slices that we can make use of here in the pivot chart analyze. So that is all there. But you also still have the chart tools under the design and format. So you have the best of both worlds. Now, how can we make this look a little bit better? Just like we learned before. So we could take over here the chart and let's say we want to decrease the space between the bars. Now, then make sure that you select one of the series, then Control-1 to open up the formatting menu. You could also double click, also works, or use over here the tab between the fields list and the formatting menu for the chart. Now here we can change the series overlap, just like we did before. Now 100% is good, and the gap width, let's put it to 50%. Now what if we want to change the colors? We can go to the fill in line bucket, or if we want to be quick, we can go here to design, change the colors, and go for one of these palettes. Now what other changes can we make? Well, it's just formatting, right? So we can add over here chart title, and let's call this one cost by weekday and channel. Now we can place it in the top left corner. Let's maybe get rid of some zeros on the y-axis. So select the y-axis, go here to the three little columns in the formatting menu, axis options, and display units we can change to, in this case, a millions. All right, now this all looks quite okay. However, what still bothers me a bit is that we have these gray buttons, and these gray buttons you cannot format differently. Now, they're not that pretty, and later on when we actually create a dashboard, you want to work with slicers that then filter all of the pivot tables and pivot charts that you have in your report. Now, how can we then get rid of these gray buttons? So yes, they are functional because they let you change the sorting and the filtering. However, I don't want to show them because I want to build, let's say, a slicer panel later that lets us filter the charts. Now, To hide the fields that we have here in these gray buttons, we can select the chart, go to Pivot Chart Analyze, and here we have the field buttons. And to hide all of them, well, we go for the last option. And see, they're gone. Now we can just take the chart and reposition it. So that looks all right. Then make the plot area a little bit smaller. And then over here, the legend, we can put it wherever you like. All right, so let's maybe put it at the top over here. And let's make it a little bit wider so that they pop up right next to one another. And then I place it right below the title. Okay, now because this is a pivot chart, we can make use of all of the pivot table functionalities like slices and timelines. So we can take the chart, go here to Analyze, and we can insert a slicer on, let's say, the channel, and let's say also the weekday. Let's click on OK. And now you see we have our two slices. All right, now let's try them out. I'm going to put them right next to one another. I'm going to select the days that I want to show. You see it filters the chart. Now I'm going to select just a few channels. And you see also here it filters the chart. And using these slices in combination with multiple pivot charts and pivot tables on a sheet, you can create amazing reports. Now, we're going to do that in the next section where we're going to create a dashboard using all of this functionality. But before we go there, let's also have a look how we can use conditional formatting inside of a pivot table. Now let's see how conditional formatting works using that pivot table over here. Now, we could select the cells to which we want to apply the conditional formatting, then go here to the Home tab, Conditional Formatting, and choose the conditional formatting that we want to apply. For example, here we can go for top-bottom rules, and let's say we want to have the top 10 items. Now, top 10, let's go for the top 3. And let's go for a green fill with dark green text, and click on OK. Now, here, this little formatting options box that you see in the bottom right corner is very important. And here we have 3 different options. We can apply the conditional formatting to the cells that are selected. Now, this is a bit dangerous because if the pivot table structure changes, well, the conditional formatting still gets applied to the cells. Then we can also go for sum of price values or sum of price values for weekday and channel. That's probably the one that we need for this example, because now you see it highlights the 3 highest values overall, not considering the totals here. All right. Now, also, if we go here to conditional formatting, manage rules, then you see we have here the top 3 applied to sum of price, weekday, channel, not to a certain range, not to the fields of the pivot table. Now let's close this and let's go to the pivot table and then the field section. And then over here, let's add another breakdown. Let's add the spot length onto the rows. Let me move this chart a little bit to the right. And you see here, we have now, again, the 3 highest values highlighted. And here the conditional formatting is applied to, well, let's open this. It is applied to sum of price, weekday and channel, not considering the spot length. All right, so if I delete this rule and click here on OK, and reapply it, and to apply it, you don't have to select all of the cells. One cell would be enough. Go over here to the top bottom rules, top 10 items, and here we want to have the top 3 again, and then green fill with dark green text. Click OK, click here on that little option box, and here we can do the same again. However, now values for spot length and channel. All right, you see, this gives then a different result. And if I go back to conditional formatting, manage rules, now you see here sum of price, spot length, and channel. So now you know how to work with different visualization tools inside of pivot tables, so conditional formatting, and how pivot charts work. Now, in the next section, we're going to put this into practice and build a dashboard using pivot charts, slices, pivot tables. Now, let's go. Now it's time to take everything that you learned about pivot tables and pivot charts and put it into practice by building a dashboard. And for this, we're going to use the workbook 08 Dashboards. Let's open it up. And here we have our usual data set about TV marketing. All right, now when I create a dashboard, I first start thinking about the structure. Now, here we're going to keep it very simple. We're going to have 3 main sections. We're going to have the section at the top where we have the header information. So think about the logo, the title, last update. And then on the left-hand side, we're going to build a slicer panel. So a panel that contains all of the slices, all of the filters and timelines. And then in the main section, there we're going to put the pivot charts, the pivot tables. All right, now let's head over here to a new sheet. And here we can create the outlines for these 3 sections. So let me take the first row. I'm going to make it a little bit higher, around 100 pixels. And then we take here the first column and let's make this one a little bit wider. Okay, now then in the first row, we're going to have the title and the logo. So I'm going to take over here that first row and do not select the entire row and then put a borderline on underneath it. Instead of that, only take those cells that you need for your dashboard. So in our case, we can take cell A1 and then go more or less to the right hand side of where our dashboard will end. Okay, now let's say column M. Then Control-1 to go to formatting options, or right click, format cells, or you can just go here to the top and then from here select that you want to have more borders. And here we can choose the style. So I'm gonna go for a little bit thicker style and let's go for a blue color. Then we can say where we want to have that line. So we want to have the border line underneath the first row and click OK. And there you go, we have that line. Then the same thing we can do here on the left hand side so that we have the line that separates the slicer panel from the main visuals. So I'm gonna take here A2 and then go all the way down till the very end of where your dashboard will more or less end. So for us, that's going to be row 50. Okay, then Control-1 to go to more options. And now we're going to put the border on the right hand side. And then we can click OK. And that's it. So now we have the 3 sections. We have the part in the middle where we will put the pivot tables and the pivot charts. The section at the top, that's going to be the header. And then here on the left hand side, this is where we put the slices and timelines. Now I like it when the background of the dashboard is clean white. Now what you shouldn't do is select all of the cells, then go here and choose a white color. Now instead of that, just go here to page layout. And then from here, we see grid lines and you can turn them off. Now, alternatively, you can also go here to view. And then here you also have grid lines in the show. All right. Now for the left-hand side, our slicer panel, there I do want to have a different background color. So I'm going to take all of these cells, then either Control-1 or go here to the Home tab and choose the color that you like. Now, for our purposes, we go for a little lighter blue color. Now, select it, and that's it. Now we can put in the title. Now let's say we are looking here at sales performance. And then we can make the font color blue and make the font size a little bit bigger. Okay, and then we can align it in the middle to the left. Now here in A1, later on, we can put in a logo. All right, so now that we have the main structure of a report, we can start adding our visualizations to it. Now let's head over to our dataset. And from here, select the dataset and just double check it's a table. Yes, it's a table called data. All right, then we can go here to insert and we're going to choose a pivot chart. Now, let's click on it. We are connected to the table and we're going to place it on an existing worksheet. Now, that existing worksheet is over here on sheet 1. And this doesn't have to be exact. I just choose here an empty cell, press enter, click OK. Now, a normal pivot chart comes with a connected pivot table. However, that pivot table we take later to a different sheet. Okay, and then we hide that sheet. Now, let's start to give it a structure. Now, let's say we are interested in the prices again. So take the price, put it onto values. Then we want to have a breakdown by the different weekdays. So I take the weekday, put it on the axis. And for the legend, let's say that we want to have the channels. So let's put that one onto the legend. And there you go, we have our pivot chart. However, it's not so pretty yet, but we're going to make it look a lot better. Now, first, before we're going to do that, I'm going to take that pivot table over there, Control X to cut it, and then we go to a new sheet, and here we can paste it. Okay, now that is going to be my data sheet. So let's rename this sheet to data. Then we go back, and this is going to be my dashboard sheet. So let's rename this one to dashboard. All right, and here we are only going to show then the pivot chart. Now, how can we improve this one? Well, first of all, we can change the chart type from a clustered column chart to a stacked column chart. So right click, and then here we can choose change chart type, and here we switch to a stacked column chart. Then click OK. All right, and now we just have to play around with the formatting to make it look a little bit better. Now, what can we do? we can, for example, change the width of the gaps in between the columns. So I'm going to select one of the series, Control 1, and then from the right-hand side, we see all of the formatting options for charts. And then here we can choose these 3 little columns that show us the series options. So add the formatting options specific to that chart element. Okay, now the gap width, we can change here to, let's say 50%. And the next element that we can improve is the y-axis. So let's go over here and then format the axis, go to the 3 little columns, and then here we can change the display units to millions. Then if we want to change the step size, we just have to go here to the unit section and increase over here the unit size maybe to 500,000. Now it slowly starts to look better. Now let's update the colors, so which we can do here from the fill and line bucket. And then here choose a different filling for each one of these series. Or if you want to be quick, you can just go here to design at the top, change colors, choose the palette that you like. Now here I just want to go for different types of blues. And you're done. All right, so now we just take the whole chart, then go here to special effects. And then we can also add a little bit of shadow in the bottom right corner. Let's make it a little bit lighter. And then we can go to fill and line, border, and then here all the way at the bottom, then we have rounded corners. And that's it. Now you see, it starts to look better. Now the only thing that really misses is the title. So let's add also here a title. And let's place that title here in the top left corner. Okay, now let's update it and say this is my sales by weekday and channel. Now to finish this chart, we can update the sorting order. Now on the axis, the weekdays is fine. And we go from Monday to Sunday. However, here for the channels, I would like to have them sorted based on the sales. Now this we can do with these gray buttons, the field buttons. Now we click here on channel, more sort options. What do we want to sort and in which order? Well, here ascending or descending, and we want to sort by sum of price. And then click OK. Now you see if you leave it like this, you have all of the small slices at the bottom. I would like to have it the other way around. So I go back over here to more sort options and then choose here descending order. Now you see that the colors are maybe a little bit dark now. So I go back here to the chart, design, and change the colors back. So now we just go over here to the same palette, but well, the other way around. Okay, maybe it looks just a little bit cleaner. Now these field labels are of course very helpful when you want to change the sort order or you want to put filters in place on the chart. However, it only affects this chart and not other visualizations that we're going to place on the report. And also, well, they're not that pretty. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to hide the field labels and work with slices and timelines. Okay, now let's hide them first. So let's take the chart, go to Analyze, and then field buttons, we can turn them off. Now you probably have to take down the title and shift it a little bit up again, just like this, and the plot area can move down a bit. Okay, so now that the field labels are gone, we of course need a replacement, which is going to be then the slices and the timelines. Okay, now I'm going to take the chart again, and then here under pivot chart analyze, then we have the filter section. Now here we can choose to insert a slicer. Now let's say we want to have a slicer for the channel and for the weekday. Now then we can click here on OK. And that gives us 2 slicers. Now we can just drag them here to the left hand side. And now you just have to make sure that either the slices are a little bit smaller or that first column that we have over here is a little bit wider. Okay, and then we just do the same thing for the channel. So let's take the channel and slide it right below the weekday slicer and adjust the size. Now, of course, double check if it works. So I'm going to choose Monday to Friday and it nicely updates the chart. And then the same thing for the channels. I'm going to select here Fox, Free TV and RTL. And you see, it nicely updates the chart. Perfect. Okay, now these slices are of course not so pretty yet, but we're going to make them prettier in just a bit. So now we have our slices that let us filter the pivot chart. Now I just see that the title of the pivot chart should not be sales by weekday, but it should be cost by weekday and channel. Okay, now we are ready to add this second visual to our dashboard. So let's go back to our data set and over here, insert a new pivot chart and then place it also on an existing worksheet, which is the dashboard. And I'm going to place it right next to the other one. Press enter, click OK. Now there we have our empty pivot chart. Let's place it below the other one over here. And we want to analyze the prices. So let's take that one and put it on values. And we want to have a breakdown over time. So date on the axis. Now let's say we want to have 3 lines. So 1 line for each spot length. So I take that one and put it on the legend. And that's it. Now we just have to take here the pivot table, Control X to cut, and then go to the data sheet. And then over here, look for an empty spot. So I'm going to place it not exactly right next to the other one, because that one might change in size. And then it overlaps with this one and you get an error message. Make sure that you place them a little bit further from each other so that they never will be able to overlap. And then you go back here to the dashboard. Okay. Now that data sheet we can already hide. So right click, hide that one. Okay, so now let's take that second chart and put it right next to the first one. Now here we want to do similar formatting changes as for the first one. So maybe to save a little bit of time, copy the formatting from the first one to the second one. Now, not a major change, but I might save a few steps. And here we want to have a different chart type because we are showing the development over time. Maybe it makes more sense to go for a line chart. So right click, change chart type, and here choose the line chart. Okay, so now we have 3 lines, 1 for each spot length that show the cost development. So also here, let's add a title. And let's call this one cost development or cost over time. And let's place it here in the top left corner. Now here for the sorting, we don't have to make changes. And so let's take the chart, go to Analyze and turn off the field buttons. And then I have to slide the title a little bit higher, just like this. Okay, now here we have the font size 14. So let's go for the same. So home, and let's increase it to 14. And then the plot area, I'm going to make it a little bit smaller so that we have more space. And for the legend, I'm going to drag it to the top of the chart. And then I'm going to make it horizontal. So here, let's resize it. Then they pop up horizontally next to one another. Okay. Then position it exactly there where you like it to be. Now we're getting closer. Then the next thing that I would like to do is to take the y-axis and show it in thousands. Okay, so double click or Control 1. And then here, display units, we're going to put 2000. All right, so let me just resize the plot area a bit more. And then we take one of the lines, go to the fill line bucket, and here on the line all the way down, let's make it smooth lines. And we do that for every single line. So click on the orange one, and lastly on the blue one. Then we also want to have a bit of shadow. So let's take the chart again, go here to shadow, and let's put the shadow in the bottom right corner. And then here also, I want to have a lighter shade of gray. And then under the fill and line bucket, there at the bottom, we can go for rounded corners for the chart area. Now you see our dashboard gets a little bit wider, so I would have to drag this border line a little bit more to the right. And then we get our second line of visualizations, or maybe you want to have a pivot table underneath it. Okay, now for the positioning of these charts, I always go to the chart and choose an exact width and exact height. So here on the format. And then here for the width, we can, for example, go for 7.5. And then here for the width, we can choose 12. And you see at the moment, they are linked. So if I change one, the other one changes. So you have to change that. And this you can do here from the menu under size and properties, size. And you see here we also have the size. And here we can choose whether the aspects should be locked or not. Now you would directly get there also by clicking on that little arrow in the bottom right corner. So if I go here and I click there, you see it brings me to the right place. Now here I can also make these changes and decide whether the aspect ratio should be locked. So just make sure it's not locked and then choose the sizes that you like. Now the same thing I would do then for the other chart as well and choose the same dimensions so that it later on looks nicely aligned. So I'm going to take the second one and also here, make sure that lock aspect ratio is turned off. And then here for the height, we go for also 7.5. and then a width of 12. So once the dimensions are set, then you can take both of these visuals, go here to shape format, and then use the alignment functionalities to align them, for example, at the top. And that's it. Now you see I have to drag the borderline here at the top and a little bit more to the right. All right. And now we have to also check, do our slicer filters actually filter that second visual as well? Now let's check this. I'm going to choose different channels. So let's say I want to have channel 4. Now the first one gets filtered, but the second one didn't change. Okay, now how can we make sure that that slicer also filters the second visual? Now, to do that, we have to either right click on the slicer, then go to report connections, and then choose that second underlying pivot table from here. Or you can also go here to the pivot chart, then you go to pivot chart analyze, filter connections, and then from here we can say it should be connected to both of these slices there, and click OK. And you see it directly updates. Now let's undo the filter, just like this. And you see both of the visualizations are now unfiltered. Okay, so both of the visuals are now connected to both slices. So this is something you need to check every time you add a new pivot table or pivot chart to your dashboard. Okay, now the next thing that we need to do is update the formatting of the slices, because now we just have the default formatting, which is maybe not too pretty. So let's make some changes. So I'm gonna take one of the slices, go to slicer, slicer options, and slicer tools. Then here we have slicer styles, and we have the default styles, but we can also create our own one. Now here, my recommendation would be to choose a style that's kind of close to what you're looking for. However, usually you don't find perfectly that style that is exactly the way that you want it to be. So you just choose one that's kind of close. Now let's say that orange one here at the beginning. So I'm gonna right click on it and then duplicate that style so that you do not have to set the formatting for each single element. Now we can give it a name. So here we can say company slicer style, and then we can start to adjust all of the formatting elements. So here for the whole slicer, we can format it. And then we can, for example, say we don't want to have a border. And for the fill in color, I want to have the same fill color as what I have for that slicer panel. Click OK. And just like this, I would make changes to each element of the slicer. And then we can set it as the default and click OK. Now, it doesn't apply it straight away, but you do see it now here under slicer styles. We have our own custom style. And this one we can now apply to each single slicer. And that already starts to look better. So now we just have to align them. So let's take both of them, put them nicely in the middle, and then resize them so that they exactly fit. And if you want to update the captions, right click on the slicer, slicer settings, and then here you can update the caption. And also, if you want to have a different sorting order for the buttons, then you can do that from here. And also, if you want to make dependencies between slices, then you can set hide items with no data. This is all fine. We can leave it as this and click OK. Now, we do not only have slices that let us filter multiple visuals that we put on our dashboard. We also have timelines, which is basically just a slicer or filter for dates. So we're going to go back to one of the visuals. It doesn't matter which one you choose. Pivot chart analyze. And then here we can insert a timeline. Now, choose your date, click OK. And there you go, we have a timeline that lets us filter the two visuals that we placed there. So let's put it also here on the left-hand side. So I'm going to drag these two down a bit, then take the timeline and put this one right above the other ones. Now here for the slices and how you align them, you can use a similar trick as for the visualization. So you take the slicer and then here choose an exact height and exact width. Okay, so here for this one, I could say I want to have an exact height of 6.5 and then an exact width of, let's say, 4.5. And then I do the same for the next slicer. So a width of 4.5 and here the height. Now the height, we can choose exactly the same, or maybe you want to have it as high as many buttons you have. So in this case, I probably would put it at 5.5. No, then we get a scroll bar. So let's go for 6 instead. And then here for the timeline, we can also choose a different width. So we had 4.5. There you go. And now we can select all three of the slices and timelines. And then here use the alignment functionalities and then distribute vertically to get an equal space in between. And then align to the left or to the right. So here, just want to have them a little bit more in the middle, just like this. Okay. Now also for the timeline, we can update the formatting by just selecting it, choose timeline, and then here I want to have the matching orange. So right click, duplicate, and then again, give it a name. So company timeline style. And then here we can format each element as we want it to be. Okay, so the same fill-in color, no border. Then make it the default, click OK. And then you can apply it to the timeline. Now it starts to look better, and then we can choose the period for which we want to show our data. Let's say Q1 2020, nicely updates. However, the second chart, you see, it's not filtered. And again, you would have to go here to that slicer, right click, report connections, and then make sure that it's connected to the underlying pivot table. Now you see pivot table 1, pivot table 3. We could do better with the naming of our charts and the pivot tables. So let's update that. We go here to the underlying data and then select the table, pivot chart analyze. Then here on the left hand side, we can give it a different name. So for the first one, I would say this is then the cost by, let's say, channel. And then for the second one, there we have the cost development. And then we go back to our dashboard. And when we then right click on the timeline, report connections, you see they pop up with their corresponding names. Okay, so that's much better. Now let's see if it's now connected to the second one. And yes, it is. It nicely updates. Perfect. Okay, now if you also want to update the names of all of the other objects, then you just go to the Home tab. And then here we have Find and Select, Selection pane. And there you see all of the other objects, which you can give different names. You can group them. And if you like, you can also show and hide them. Okay. And that's basically it. We have a dynamic report where we have the visuals in the middle that you can filter using the slicer panel on the left, and all of the summary information we put at the top. Of course, we can still add more visuals to it and make it look a little bit better, but that's going to be the exercise for this section. One of the most used functions in Excel are lookup functions, which let you extract data and match data. You have different variations like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, and index match. If you want to get up and running quickly with these functions and also see more advanced use cases, then this training is for you. In the previous section, we have talked about all of the fundamentals about working with functions in Excel. Now it's time to start exploring different types of functions. And one very important category is the lookup functions. Now here we have different types of lookup functions. We have VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, we have XLOOKUP, we have index match, and we're going to talk about all of that in this section. So let's get started and open up the workbook, everything about lookups. Now, first of all, what are lookup functions and why do you want to use them? Now, to show you that, we're going to go to the very first sheet, 01 lookups, where we have a very small data set about different beverages that we can order in a bar. All right, now let's say we want to know the price of a medium-sized green tea. And I want to do this without using any formulas or functions. How would you approach this? Now, what I would do, I would go to the beverage column, go down the list until I find green tea over there. And then I go 2 cells to the right, because there we have the medium-sized prices. And this way I get to the price 245. Now, because this is a very small data set, you could do this, of course, very easily in a manual way. But just imagine you would have hundreds or thousands of rows, then this would take quite a bit of time. And what if you want to know the price now for an espresso? Well, you would have to go down the list again, and again, manually look for it, and then say which size you want and extract the price. Now, instead of doing it manually, we can, of course, do this with the lookup function. And the most common lookup function is a VLOOKUP. So let's start with the VLOOKUP function. Now, over here, we're going to look up the price for, let's say, that green tea. And the size that we're going to look up is medium. And we want to look up the price. Okay, now here for the price, we're going to write our VLOOKUP. So I type in an equal sign, VL, and the VLOOKUP function pops up. Now, looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table. And that's important, the leftmost column of a table. Okay, and then returns a value in the same row from a column that you specify. And by default, the table must be sorted in ascending order. Now, let's go over this step by step. Now, here, I'm going to select it by pressing Tab. So I do not write the full function and bracket open. No, I just press Tab. Or if you prefer, with the mouse, you can also just click on it. Okay, now we have 4 different arguments. Now, the first one is the lookup value. We want to look up green tea. Now, we could do this by hard coding it like this, green tea. And because it's text, we need the quotation marks. Or alternatively, we can also refer to the cell that contains the lookup value, which in our case is A16, green tea. All right. comma, to go to the next argument. Now here we need a table array. Now it doesn't necessarily have to be a table. It can also be just a data set, right? So over here we have our data set. It's not a table, or it's at least not formatted as a table, okay? And what is important is that we start with the lookup column. So we do not start over here in column A, we're going to start in column B. And we select everything all the way till the end. Now, the column from which we extract the information also needs to be in this table array inside of the range. Okay, so if we only are interested in the median prices, well, then I don't necessarily need to select the very last column. However, to be a little bit more flexible later on, I also include the very last column as well. Okay, so now before I do anything else, I'm going to enter a comma to go to the third argument, which is the column index number. Now, the column index number from which we want to extract the information. So that means with the information that we currently have, it will look up green tea in the very first column of the range, finds it over here, and then we have to say, from which column do we want to extract the information? Well, if we want to know the price for a medium-sized green tea, well, then we have to go to column number 1, 2, 3. You start counting from the most left column in the range that you specified. So not from column A, no, you start counting here from column B. So column B is 1, C is 2, and D, that is 3. Okay, so that's why we type in a 3. And for the very last argument, we have to say, do we want to have an exact match or do we want to have an approximate match? Now, most of the times, you probably want to have an exact match. Now, we will get back to this a little bit later to explain exactly what the difference is. But if you're not sure, let's go for an exact match. Okay, now let's close the bracket, press enter, and it gives us 245. Which is indeed over here the price of a green tea. Perfect. Okay, and now what if we are interested in the price of a medium-sized espresso? Well, then we just have to change the value here in A16, the name of the beverage, to espresso. Press enter, and now we have 375, which is a medium-sized espresso. And what if I have a lowercase e? Does it still find it? Yeah, still works. So it's not case sensitive. And what if I don't want to have a medium-sized espresso, but maybe just a small one? Well, then we just go back over here to the formula, and instead of a 3 for the column index from which we want to extract the information, I would have to change it to a 2, because the small prices are in column number 2 of the range that we specified. Okay. And then we have 315, which is indeed the price of a small espresso. Now let's go over these steps one more time on the next sheet. So let's go here to 01 exercise. And here we have a different type of data set with financial information for different accounts. Now I want to extract the information for one specific account, and that is the account 6,805. So if we would do this in a manual way, we would take that number, go to that column with the account numbers, and then you would go down the list until you find 6,805, which is over here. And let's say we want to know that value for debit, then we would go to the column right next to it and then return 2,132. Now, all of that I want to do with a VLOOKUP function. So we go here to D5 and start typing our VLOOKUP function again. To select it, press tab. Now the lookup value is over here in D4, comma, then the table array. So just the range. Well, this range needs to start with the lookup column. Okay, now that is very important and where a lot of people often go wrong. So we are not starting a range here in column F. We are starting a range with the account number column. Okay, now we want to return the value in the debit column. So we at least need to go until that column. However, if we want a little bit more flexibility to be able to also return values in the credit column, then we have to include column K as well. Okay, so with that selected, I press comma to go to the third argument. Now, what is the column index number? Well, that is the column from which we want to extract the information, counting from the most left column inside of that range that we just specified. So the debit column is in column number 1, 2 of that range. So we type in a 2. Then, do we want to have an approximate match or an exact match? We want to have an exact match. So we type in false. Never leave this last argument out. It is optional, but if you don't specify it, it does an approximate match. and could give you the wrong result. So watch out, always type in false. Press enter, gives us 2,132. Now let's see if that is correct. Well, over here we have 6,805 and we have the debit amount of 2,132. Perfect. So our VLOOKUP is working. Now it's also very important that you know when to use a VLOOKUP, and sometimes people go wrong there. So I have another example on the next sheet, 01 duplicates. Now here we have a different data set, also with different accounts, different years, account description, and an amount. Now what I want to do is look up again the account number in here, the very first column. And once I find it, so 6,857 is over here, then I would like to return the corresponding amount, now in this case, 7,730. All right, now you might think, okay, we can do this with a VLOOKUP. And yes, we can. Now let's write it. So it's equal to VLOOKUP, that's the function I need. I want to look up the information in D4, and I'm going to look it up over here. Now, starting with the very first column, Control-Shift down, Control-Shift to the right to select the entire data set. And before I go up, I enter a comma so that when I go up, I do not change the selected range. Okay, so over here for the column index number, I have to press backspace. And then for the column index number, we can type in a 4 because we want to extract the value in column number 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and we want to have an exact match, so type in false. Close your brackets. Enter 7,730, exactly the amount that we were expecting. However, if you have a closer look, you see that we have that same account multiple times in this data set. We have it over here, and if we go down a little bit further, you see we have it over here as well. And then if I go down again a little bit further, we have it here as well. So you see we have it 3 times because we have information data for multiple years for the same account. And now what happens is that it only returns the very first entry for that account number, not the other values. And what you might be hoping for is that you would get the sum of, well, all 3 of these values, the value for 2019, 2020, and 21. However, then we are using the wrong function because how could we get to that number? Well, we have already seen that in the previous section, because then you would want to do a SUMIF. So you would like to then sum all of these amounts if the account number is 6,857. So you would not use a VLOOKUP. So instead of a VLOOKUP function, we could write a SUMIF or SUMIFs function. Now the sum range, that is then the amount column. And then we have the criteria range, which would be the account number column. And then the criteria itself, which would be the account number that we fill out in D4. All right, press enter. And now it gives me 18,941, which is the sum of this one, and that one. All right, so here you would not use a VLOOKUP because we do not just want to extract the information of one, we just want to sum the amounts for a specific account. So a VLOOKUP you don't use when you want to sum or take the average or the count of different values for that corresponding lookup value. And here that would be the account number. Instead of that, you would use the conditional functions like SUMIFs, AVERAGEIFs, and COUNTIFs. Okay, so now you know the basics of VLOOKUP, but there's also HLOOKUP, and that's what we're going to explore in the next part. So we have just seen how to use the VLOOKUP function, which is probably the most used lookup function that's available in Excel. However, there's also HLOOKUP, which just means horizontal lookup instead of, well, vertical lookup. So let's see how it works. And for that, we go to the sheet 02 HLOOKUP. Now here we have a small data set where we want to look up the values for different metrics like cost per click, number of clickouts, number of bookings for a certain month. Now the months we have at the top, and I want to type in a certain month and look it up in that very first row. And once I find it, I want to go a few rows down to then return the value for that metric. Now, for example, cost per click for October. That would mean I look up October over here in the very first row, find it over there, and then if I want to go to the cost per click, then I just go 1 row down. And that is then the value that I return for October cost per click. Now let's do this then with a HLOOKUP, because that is exactly how that function works. Now we go over here to the cell E6, type in equal sign, and then HL. Now the HLOOKUP function pops up. You select it by pressing tab. And then what is the lookup value? Well, the lookup value we have over there, October. Now, comma, where do I want to look it up? In what range? Now here, instead of the very first column of the range that we specify, it's going to look up the lookup value in the very first row of the range that we specify. Okay, so if we select the whole data set here, including the headers, then it's going to look up October in the headers over here. Okay, now another comma. Once it finds the lookup value, to which row do we then want to go to extract the information? Now, we want to have here the cost per click. So counting from the very first row, we want to have the information on row number 2. Then the last argument, also here, always fill it out. We want to have an exact match. Now, close the brackets, press enter, and there you go, we have 48 cents. And what if we also want to get the number of clickouts, revenue from clickouts? Well, we would like to just take that formula and drag it down to the other two. And it gives us an error. Now, why is there an error? Let's have a closer look. I'm going to go over here to E7 and then click in the formula bar. And you see that range that we specified, well, it shifted down as well. And the lookup value is not October anymore, but the cell below it. So if we just want to simply drag or copy our formula to a different cell, then we have to make sure that we fix our references. Now, how to do that? Well, let's go back to the original formula where we started. Now I want to fix at least the row number here for E4, because when I drag it down, I don't want this reference to October to go to the next cell below it. Okay, so then the range that we specified here for the second argument, well, that shouldn't move at all. So I'm going to use F4 to lock over here T11 and to lock P16. And then the third argument, well, we still want to have here the cost per click, so I'm not going to change that, and press enter. Now we can drag it down and see, well, we have, well, the same value everywhere. However, for the number of clicks, we can go back and change the 2 to a 3 to get the next row in the data set. And here for the revenue from clickouts, which is the very last one, we go to row 6. So I have to change the 2 into a 6. Okay, so our HLOOKUP is working. However, let's practice it again on a different data set. So we go here to 02 exercise 2, where we have that same data set as we had at the beginning for the VLOOKUP function, but now we're going to do an HLOOKUP here. Now, let's say that the beverage for which we want to extract the price is going to be, again, the green tea. And then the size that we had before was medium, and we want to, well, extract the price. So how could we do that now with HLOOKUP, and how is it different from that VLOOKUP that we had before? Now, I'm going to write an HLOOKUP, so HL, selected by pressing tab. Then the lookup value that we have, well, here we are going to look up horizontally. So now we're not looking up the beverage. No, instead, we're going to look up the size. So the emphasis is now on the right size, not so much on the beverage. So B16 is the lookup value. Now, if you like, you can fix it. It's not that we're going to copy it over somewhere else, but let's press F4 to fix that reference, comma, then the range. Now the range where we want to look it up, well, it needs to start with the very first row because that's going to be the lookup row. Okay, so here, whether or not you include the beverage column doesn't really matter. The columns that you really need are these ones over here. And then the row index number. Now, where is the beverage green tea? On which row? Well, green tea is over here. So that is row number 11. So I'm going to type in 11. And then, do we want to have an exact match? Yes, we do. So type in false for the very last argument and then enter. 245, which is indeed the right price that you see over there. And what if we want to find not the medium size, but the large size price? Well, then I just go here to size and change medium to large. And now we have 265. And what if we want to have the price for a different beverage, for example, cold brew? Well, nothing changes when I change the beverage name, because here we have no reference to the cell where we type in the name of the beverage. So if I want to look up the price for a different beverage, I would have to go back to the formula and change the 11 here to, well, let's say I want to look up cold brew, which is on row number 9. Then I have to change the 11 to a 9. And then we have 325. Now, is that correct? Now, cold brew is over here. It's a large size. So indeed, it's correct. Now, let me get rid of this color. And that's it. Our HLOOKUP works. Now, you see the difference with the VLOOKUP from before, where we did a vertical lookup in the beverage column. Now, with the HLOOKUP, we are looking up the size horizontally in the header row. And then once we find the size, we go to a certain row. So the row is a little bit more fixed here. So now we have seen and practiced a little bit with VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, but there's also XLOOKUP, which I'm going to show you in the next part. So the newest of all of the lookup functions is XLOOKUP. And actually, if you know XLOOKUP, you don't really need to know VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So let's see it in action. Now for this, we're going to return to the very first sheet in the workbook, 01 lookups. Now over here, we were looking up the price for an espresso, medium sized. Okay, now I'm going to delete whatever we wrote here in C16 and now write an XLOOKUP. Now let's see how it's different. I'm going to type in an equal sign and now we type in XL. Now the XLOOKUP function pops up. Now here we have the description of an XLOOKUP and it's almost the same. However, there's a subtle difference. Searches a range or an array for a match. It returns the corresponding item from a second range. So here we have to set up two ranges. One range in which you're going to do the lookup, another range from which you want to extract the information. Okay, now let's select it and see how it works in action. Now, lookup value, that's over here in A16, comma, then the lookup array, well, that's going to be the lookup range, so the beverage column. And it doesn't really matter if you include the header row or not. Comma. And the big difference is that we didn't include the price columns. And before, we did include the columns from which we want to extract the information. However, with the XLOOKUP, you just specify the extract range in the third argument. So if we want to have the price of a medium-sized espresso, right, then we're going to select column D there. And the number of cells that we have in that second range needs to correspond to the number of cells that we selected there for the first range, the lookup range. Okay, now these three arguments you need to specify at a minimum, and then there are a bunch of optional arguments which we'll have a look at in a second. Okay, now by default it always does an exact match. You don't need to bother with that over here. And you see we have a price of $3.75, which is indeed the price of a medium-sized espresso, but now we extracted the information using an XLOOKUP. Now let's double check if it works. Let's change over here to an iced latte. And you see we have here 425. And what if I write it lowercase, like with a lowercase I, then it still works. So also here, it's not case sensitive. Okay, so let's go over these steps one more time for 01 exercise. Now here we wanted to extract the amount in the debit column for a certain account number. So this time we're going to write it using an XLOOKUP. What is the value we want to look up? That is the account number in D4. The lookup array, so the lookup range, that is going to be the account number column. Now, before we didn't include the headers, but if you want, you can include the headers as well. Then, another comma. What is the return array? Well, we want to return the debit amount. So that is the range right next to it. And because I included the header before, I have to include it over here. Now then we can close the brackets, press enter, and you see 2,132, which is indeed over here the corresponding amount for account 6,805. Now one of the big benefits of XLOOKUP is that for a lot of people it feels a little bit more intuitive. And you can also do a horizontal lookup. So it replaces both VLOOKUP as well as HLOOKUP. So if we go here to 02 HLOOKUP and get rid of all of these formulas that we wrote there before, and there we can now use an XLOOKUP instead. Now I'm going to go here to E6, write the equal sign XL for XLOOKUP. Now the lookup value, that is October, the month here. So then where do we want to look it up? Now we're going to have a horizontal range. Now that horizontal range is over here. So all of the months, comma. What is a return array? Now for the very first metric, cost per click, that is, well, row number 2. So this row over here. And we select as many cells as we have for the very first range. And then we can simply press enter or close the brackets and press enter And there we have the 48 cents, which is the value for October. If we change the month, let's say from October to July, then you see we have 64 cents. Now also with the XLOOKUP, if we want to copy our formula to the right or down, we need to fix our references. So here the lookup value in E4, that reference, well, we need dollar signs, right? So at least a dollar sign in front of the row number 4. And the lookup array, well, also needs to be fixed. So I'm going to put dollar signs here. And here for the return array, well, we could fix it or we could not. But if we don't fix it, then it will go down, meaning it takes the next row, which is the number of clickouts, which is okay for the second metric. And if the next one would be number of bookings, well, then I would not fix the reference to the return array. However, we want to have here the revenue from clickouts. That means that if I would drag it down here, you see we would have, well, number of bookings instead of revenue from clickouts. So I would need to go back and make an adjustment and say here, I don't want to have row 14, but I would like to have row 16. So 16 over there. And now we have 2,829, which is indeed the value for July revenue from clickouts. Okay, and now you might be wondering, why did you show us VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP if there's XLOOKUP, which is basically a better version and replaces both of them? And I agree with you. However, there are a lot of people that don't know XLOOKUP and work with VLOOKUP. And that's why you still need to know VLOOKUP as well. However, if you need to extract the information from a dataset, just use XLOOKUP. It's much more flexible and replaces the other two. Lookup functions are not only used to extract information from a dataset, they are also often used to match 2 or more datasets together so that you have one big table with all of the data, which is something that you need for normal pivot tables if you want to use the fields from different datasets. Now, let's see how that works in practice. Now, for that, I have a separate sheet. So we have over here 03 match data. And here we have 2 datasets. The main one, here on the left-hand side, where we have information about the revenues for different hotels. And we have a second dataset, which contains descriptive information about these hotels. So here we have the hotel ID, and here we have the hotel ID and the names of the hotels. Okay. And what I would like to do is I would like to look up the hotel ID in that second data set. And once I find it, extract the information right next to it so that we have the hotel name in the very first data set that's on the left. Okay, now how would that work? Well, we could use a VLOOKUP or an XLOOKUP. Let's first try VLOOKUP. So I'm going to write again an equal sign, VL for VLOOKUP. Now, what is the lookup value? Hotel ID right next to it, G5, comma. Now, where's my range? Right here. So I'm going to select the whole range. Then another comma. Once I find the hotel ID, so the lookup value, then I want to go to the second column in the range that is specified. So number 2. And then the last argument, I want to have an exact match, so type in false. Now let's close the brackets, press enter, and you see it works for the very first one. However, as soon as we copy the formula down, then you see at some point we get errors. And that is because, well, the range that we specified here for the second argument also moved down. So if we want to match the data, we have to go one step back and we have to fix the reference to the lookup range and the range from which we extract the information, because that one shouldn't move. So here we need at least a dollar sign in front of the 5 and in front of the 14. Okay, and then we can press enter. Okay, now why don't we need a dollar sign in front of G5? Because, well, that reference needs to move down. Okay, so there we do not use dollar signs. Okay, now we can just drag this one down, or you just double click in the bottom right corner and it copies it down for the whole data set. Perfect. And you see now it does work. For example, here for hotel ID 7, that is Ramada Limited. So this is how you can match data using a VLOOKUP. Now, of course, this would also have worked with an XLOOKUP. Okay, so here, let me delete what we just did and then go back again to H5. Write XL for XLOOKUP. We want to look up over here the hotel ID right next to it. Then the lookup array. Now, where do we want to look it up? In which range? We want to look it up here in the second dataset, first column, comma, then return array. So from which column do we want to return the values? That's the second column right next to it. And because we are going to copy this formula down, we're going to fix these ranges. So the second argument, the lookup array, we need to fix. So I use the F4 key to fix that range. And the same for the return array. Okay, so use F4 to fix those references. All right, then close the brackets, press enter, and then copy it down for the whole column. And there you go. We have exactly the same as what we had before with the VLOOKUP, but now just with XLOOKUP. So we have two variations here. Now what would make all of this a little bit easier is if we would use tables. Now I'm going to go again one step back, and I'm going to create a table from that very first data set on the left. Now where we have basically all of the revenue data. So I'm going to select the data set, go to insert and choose table. The table has headers, click OK. Now we can change the name here under table design. So table design only shows when you have one cell in the table selected. So table design all the way to the left hand side. And we can call this one revenue. Okay, so here we have all of the revenue data. Then we go to that second data set, create a table from it. So insert table, table has headers. So let's write again that last XLOOKUP. So now we can say is equal to, then XL for XLOOKUP, selected by pressing tab, lookup value is right next to it. Now you see, because we are using a table, we have that @ sign, hotel ID, just means take the hotel ID from the same row. Now the lookup array. Now we want to look it up here in the hotel ID column from the second data set. Now you see we have hotel info, hotel ID. Okay, so hotel info is the name of the table, hotel ID is the name of the column. And then the return array, well, here we can either select that whole return array, so the hotel name column, or if you prefer, you can also just type in the name of the table, square bracket open, then we see everything inside of the table, all of the fields. So we want to have as the return column the hotel name, and then we can close the square brackets and then close the XLOOKUP. Press enter, and you see it automatically fills it down for the entire column. And this makes it especially easier if your data sets are in different sheets. Now, let's look at another example. Now for this practice exercise, we have 3 sheets. We have financials over here with financial data, so revenue cost, for different countries, different departments, different dates. Then we have geographical information on the next sheet, and we have information about different departments. Okay, now you see that we can match the data, for example, for the department on the department key, because here we have department key, and if you look in the financials data set, we also have department key. And then for geography, you see we have over here country key, and in the geography sheet, we also have country key. Okay, so we can use those unique identifiers to match the data. Okay, now how can we do that? Well, to make it a little bit easier for ourselves, we're going to work with tables here. So I'm going to go to financials and then select one cell inside of a data set, and we can do Control-T or insert and then click on table. Table has headers. All right, and let's give it a good name. Let's call this one financials. Then we go to the next one, geography. Do the same thing. So select one cell in your data set, Control-T, press enter, and then rename it. And this one we can call geography. And then the last one, departments. Let's go there as well. Control-T, enter, and call this one departments. Okay, so now that we have our tables, we can match the data. For example, let's say that from the geography table, we want to have the full country name instead of having here the country key. Now, how can we do that? Well, with our lookup functions. So let me make this column a little bit wider. And here we're going to have the country name. Now let's type in our lookup function. Now, for this example, I'm going to go for an XLOOKUP. Now, what is the lookup value? Well, we're going to look up the country key. So @ country key means it takes the country key from the same row. Then we add a comma. Now what is going to be the lookup array? Now here, I want to look it up in the geography table. Now we could go there just by clicking on geography and then selecting over here A2, Control-Shift down to select the whole column. Then comma, go back to financials. We could do it like this. However, if we are in the sheet financials, how I would do it is I would just type in the name of the table, geography, square bracket open, then we see everything inside of that table. We would like to have the country key, select it, and then square bracket close. Okay, and now the return array. Now, from which column do we want to return the value? Well, again, geography, square bracket open, and we want to have the country name or the country. then square bracket close again, and then we can close our XLOOKUP. Press enter, and because it's a table, it automatically fills it down. Perfect. And that's it. Here we have the country name. And what if we also want to have the region? Well, then we can just add another one and say that this is the region column. Now we can just take over here that very first cell, drag it to the right, and let's see what happens. Now it gives me an error. Why? Because it takes department key now. And so the next one. And we have to change that back to country key. So it's going to be country key. And then it's going to look it up in the country column in the geography table. Now, we don't want to have the country column, but the country key column. Sorry, change country to country key. And we want to have the information from the region column. That's correct. So that's it. Press enter, and it automatically fills it down, and we have the corresponding regions. Perfect. And what if we need information from departments? Now, then we can do exactly the same. So I'm going to have here, let's say, the department name. Then we can write our XLOOKUP. What do we want to look up? Well, the department key. Where do we want to look it up? We're going to look it up in the departments table. Square bracket open. And then you see everything inside of that table. Now we want to match it on the basis of the department key. All right, square bracket close. And then the return array. Then again, we refer to the departments table. Square bracket open. And we want to have the department name value. So the department value. Okay, then square bracket close. Close the brackets for XLOOKUP. Press enter. And here we have all of the full department names. So you see, working with tables makes this a lot easier so that you don't have to jump back and forth between the different sheets. So now you have seen how we can use the different lookup functions, not only to extract information, but also to match data from different tables or different data sets. However, what we didn't talk about yet is why do we actually need an exact match? And what is an approximate match? Because I think you might be surprised. An exact match versus an approximate match. What does it exactly mean? And why did we choose so far only exact match? Now, what a lot of people think that it does is that it takes the lookup value and looks it up in the lookup range and looks for, well, an approximate match. However, this is not exactly true. Now here I have a couple of examples on the sheet 04 approximate. Now as the very first example, we are going to look up a certain quantity in the quantity column over here. And once we find it, we see, okay, what is the corresponding discount percentage? Okay, so the more a customer orders, the higher the discount percentage. All right, now let's say the quantity is 1,000. Now then we can write a VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. Now here, I'm going to use for now first VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP, the lookup value is here in D4, comma. Then we are going to look it up over here. So I'm going to select the whole data set. Now the first column, that's our lookup column, and then another comma. Now, once we find that quantity, we want to go to the, well, the value right next to it, which is column 2. And we want to have an exact match, so therefore false. Close the bracket. Enter 6%, which is true, which is the corresponding discount percentage for that quantity. But just imagine we would have not 1,000, but maybe 750. Then, well, 750 is not inside of that first column, so doesn't find it, error. However, you would still get a discount if you order 750 products. Now, how much discount? Well, probably the 4% that you have here, right next to 500, because you're in the bracket from 500 to 1,000. And that is where approximate match comes in. Now, if we go back to a formula and change false to true, now we're going to do an approximate match. You'll see, now it returns that 4% over here, right next to 500. Now, why does it return the 4%? Because what an approximate match does, it takes the 750, and if it cannot find it, it goes to the largest value underneath the lookup value, which is 500. And then goes to the second column and extracts the information. Now, what is also really important for this to work is that the values that we have in that lookup column are sorted in ascending order. If not, then it might return you the wrong result. And that is why it can also be so dangerous to not specify that you want to have an exact match, because then by default, a VLOOKUP always does an approximate match and might just return you a random result. So never leave it out. Okay, but now let's look first at a few other examples where we can use this approximate match. Now, if you go a little bit lower, we have over here a second data set with different tax brackets. Now here, I would like to type in income. So let's say we have an income of 50,000. Then what is the corresponding tax rate? Now, for this, we can use, again, a VLOOKUP. Lookup value over here in D13, comma, the range where we want to look it up. Well, we want to look it up in the very first column of this range over here. And then we want to extract the information from the third column. Okay, now let's start again with an exact match and close our brackets. Now it doesn't return anything because 50,000 is not in that very first column. However, we do know that we are in the bracket 9,744 until 57,918. So our tax rate should be somewhere in the range of 14 to 42%. Now, how can we make sure that we return the corresponding tax rate? Well, this is again where we have approximate match for. So we go back and we change false to true. And now we have that value 14 to 42%. Okay. Now, and what if we have 57,917? Nothing changes. It doesn't jump to the next one, even though 57,918 is closer than 9,744. Now, is that good? Yeah, it's good because, well, we are still in the bracket 9,744 till 57,918. Now, a last example where this approximate match could be very helpful is to, well, again, match data. For example, if you have certain accounts here that you want to match to a category. Now, let's say that for a certain category, you have always a range of different account numbers. So for example, for IT, it's from 0 to 1,000, from people, 1,000 to 2,000, and then for office, 2,000 to 3,000. Okay, then we can match the data using a VLOOKUP. Now the lookup value is over here. Then where do we want to look it up? Well, in the first column of this range here. Then we want to have 2 as a column index number, and we're going to have now an approximate match. Now it returns office. Why does it return office? Because 2,499 is not here in the first column. However, it goes to the largest value underneath it, which is 2,000. Then goes to the second column where we have office as the category. And that is the value that it returns. Okay, now is this possible with HLOOKUP? Yeah, it works exactly in the same way. And what about XLOOKUP? Well, of course, it's also possible. Now, let's have a look how this then would work with XLOOKUP. Now, I'm going to go back to that very first example, and I'm going to write an XLOOKUP. Lookup value is that 750 that we have there. We're going to look it up here in the quantity column, comma, and then we want to return the value here in the discount range. Okay, close your brackets, press enter, and you see, returns an error. Okay, now why? Because by default, an XLOOKUP does an exact match. Now, if this would have been a VLOOKUP, well, VLOOKUP by default does an approximate match. However, they figured most of the times people want to have an exact match, so therefore, exact match is now the default for XLOOKUP. And if you want to do an approximate match, then we have, well, another argument here. If not found, match mode and search mode. Now, if not found, that could be helpful because you could, in an elegant way, return a message. So, hi there, value not found. Okay, so you see, instead of an error, I get now that text that is specified in the formula. All right, and then there's another argument after that I could specify. So, comma, comma, to go to the next one. And here we can say, okay, what kind of approximate match do we want? We can say exact match, that's 0. We can exact match or next smaller item, exact match or next larger item, or wildcard character match. Now, over here, the ones that we are interested in are these two. We want to have here an exact match or next smaller item. We want to go to the one that's below it. So the largest value below the lookup value, basically. Okay, now select it by pressing tab. And then we can close the brackets, press enter, and it returns the 4%. Now, sometimes there might be a use case also of 1, which would then return the 6%. That's right above the lookup value. Okay, so then it would go to the 1,000 and then to the right. Okay, so you have a little bit more flexibility here compared to the VLOOKUP. Now I'm going to return over here the 4%. Now, how would that work for the other ones? Exactly the same way. Now that you know what an approximate match does, you're probably a little bit disappointed, because often you want to look up the lookup value in a range and find the value that's almost a match. And that is not what an approximate match does. Instead of that, we can solve that problem with wildcard characters and do a contains match. Now, that's going to be the next part. We have just seen how the approximate match works and when you want to use it. However, often you also just want to take the lookup value, look it up inside of the lookup column, and if there is almost the same there, then match the data. And that is not what an approximate match does. So how to solve it? Well, with wildcard character. That is exactly what we're going to look at right now. Now, follow me to the sheet 05 contains. Now, here we have a very small data set, and what we want to do is take the company name, look it up here in the company column, and then once we find the value, then extract the amount in the debit column. Okay, now you see already that Wayne is not here exactly in the company column. However, we have Wayne Enterprises Inc., which probably should be matched. Okay, so let's see how we can do that with our lookup functions. Now, also here, we can do it with a VLOOKUP or an XLOOKUP. Let's first do it with a VLOOKUP. So I'm going to go here to D6, type in an equal sign, VLOOKUP. We want to look up the value in D5 where we have Wayne. We are going to look it up over here, starting with column D, and then we want to go at least until the debit column, comma. Then once we find Wayne Enterprises there, then we want to extract the information from column 2. And for now, we want to have an exact match. Close your brackets, and doesn't find Wayne, and therefore returns an error. Okay, as expected. And now a lot of people think, you know what, I'm going to fix this. I want to have an approximate match. So I change this to true. And it does give me a value. But this is the dangerous part, because it gives you the wrong value. The value for, well, Stark Industries, not for Wayne. Not for the one that you probably were thinking where the match would be, Wayne Enterprises. Okay, and because it returns you a value, you might think everything is fine and you continue. Now, just because here the data set is very small, it's easy to spot the mistake. However, if your data set is very large, then it might not be that obvious. Okay, now, how can we fix that? Well, let's go back to our formula. I'm going to undo here the fill color, go back to the formula, and here we are going to get rid of D5, and for now, just type in Wayne. Between quotation marks, because it's text, and here we do not want to have an approximate match, but we want to have an exact match. Now, at the moment, still returns an error. However, if you now go back, and here you place an asterisk sign right after Wayne, well, that is a wildcard character, which means anything can follow after Wayne. All right, so if I press enter, you see now we get 63, which is indeed the value that we were expecting. Okay, and what if there's also something in front of Wayne? For example, here we have a number, and then doesn't work anymore. But then we can also place an asterisk sign right in front of it. And that means now we are looking at a value that just contains Wayne. Whatever is in front of it or after it doesn't matter. Now let's try this also for a different company. Let's say Hooli. Okay, now here my formula doesn't update because I hard-coded Wayne. So now I'm going to hard-code Hooli inside of the formula, and it works. There we have the 750. But sometimes you need to be a bit more exact, right? So now we just say it should at some point contain Hooli. Now, of course, we can either place it on both sides or just one of the sides, or there's still another alternative. We can also say that we are looking up Hooli and then 5 characters. Okay, and that is the second wildcard character, the question mark. Okay, so with the question mark, now we are saying we need to find Hooli and, well, 5 following characters, and spaces also are a character. So if I know over here that it should have 5 characters following Hooli, then 5 question marks. Okay, press enter, and you see it works. However, if we would have 1 extra character, then it will return an error. So this one, the question mark, is a little bit more restrictive. Now, at the moment, we are hard coding the lookup value, which is of course not so good. So how can we make this so that we don't hard code the value, but just refer to D5? Well, we go back here, and then instead of hard coding the value, we're going to refer to Hooli. Now, how do we get the wildcard characters in? Well, we want to have an asterisk sign before and after it. So you go right before the D5, quotation mark, asterisk, quotation mark. Now it needs to be in between quotation marks, otherwise Excel thinks you're gonna do, well, multiplication, right? And now we want to combine text, basically, a wildcard character, as text to the value that's inside of D5, which we can do with an and sign or ampersand sign, before it and after the cell reference. And then after it, we want to have another wildcard character between quotation marks, and that's it. Press enter, you see, it works again. It finds Huli there. Okay, and if we change Huli now to Wayne, you see, it returns the 63. Perfect. So now we're not hard coding the lookup value, but just referring to a cell that contains the lookup value. Now, can you do this also with an XLOOKUP? Of course you can. Now, let's go back and change the VLOOKUP to an XLOOKUP. Now, I'm not going to write it totally from scratch. I'm just going to keep that very first part. So the lookup value, that's not going to change. Now, the lookup array is over here. And then the return array is over there. Now, I'm going to close my brackets, press enter, error. Now, why did it work with the VLOOKUP and not with the XLOOKUP? Well, because with the XLOOKUP, you specifically have to say that you're using wildcard characters, which you can do by making use of the optional arguments. So comma, comma, then here that second optional argument, there we can say we are using wildcard characters for the match. Press enter, and you see now it works again. Now at this point, you have seen all of the most important things that you need to know to extract information from a dataset or to match datasets together using different lookup functions. However, there are situations where you need even more flexibility than what the different lookup functions offer you. And that's where index match can help you out. Now, basically, it's the combination of two functions, index and match. And if you put the two together, then you have even more possibilities. Now, let's first do a normal lookup using index match. Now for that, follow me to 06, index match. Now here we have that same data set as what we have seen before with the different prices for different beverages and sizes. All right, now let's say that we are looking up again, green tea, and then for the size, medium. Now, what is the price? Now here we're going to now use index and match. And because these are two functions, let's do them step by step. So instead of doing it all in one cell, I'm going to split it up into two cells. Now let's first go for the index and then for the match, and then we put the two together. So here we have index, there we have match. Now, here, let me create some placeholders. Let me make this column a little bit wider and start with the index function. Now here, just type in index. Now the index function simply gives you the value that's at the intersection of a column and a row. So first start with the range. So here we have our data set, and this time I include the headers. That's important for later because you have to be consistent. So I include the headers, and I would like to have the value for that's on row, well, over here for green tea, that's row 11. And then let's say we want to have medium sized, so that is column number 1, 2, 3, 4 in that range, and then enter. Gives us 245 over here. Now, of course, we don't want to manually look it up and figure out what the row and column numbers are. And that's exactly where the match function comes in. Now with the match function, we can look up a lookup value in a column, just like the lookup functions we have seen before. So the match function will then tell you what the relative position is, so the row on which that lookup value is. Okay, so I'm going to use a match function for the second one. So type in match, select it by pressing tab. Lookup value is going to be green tea. And then we're going to look it up, comma, we're going to look it up over here in column B. Now you see I include data. That's important, that's consistent with the index function. And also there I included the header. Okay, so just be consistent, either include it in the index function and include it in the match function, or exclude it in the match function and exclude it in the index function. Okay, then we want to have an exact match, so 0, and then we can close the match function. And you see it gives me the row on which green tea is. And that value we can then use inside of the index function. So instead of hard coding the 11, we could just use the outcome of that match function like this. Okay, so I just referred to the cell that contains the outcome of the match function. Now, of course, that gives me then 245, the correct value. However, we needed two cells. So can you put it all together? Yes. All right, so if we combine the two, then we can just grab over here the match function without the equal sign, Control C to copy, enter. Then you go back to the index function. Then over here, instead of referring to the cell that contains the match function, F17, I'm going to take that out. And then for the row number, paste in the match function. Press enter, and there you go. We have 245. All right, and that match function over here, we don't need anymore. You can delete that. Okay, so here, this index match combination does the same thing as a VLOOKUP or as an XLOOKUP. Okay, now you might be wondering that what is exactly the benefit of doing like this? It seems much more complex, and that is true. If you can do the same with a VLOOKUP and an XLOOKUP, just go for the VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP. However, I will give you 1 or 2 examples where index match is the only way to go. All right, now let's look at a first example where index match can do something that VLOOKUP can't. Okay, now for that, I'm going to just readjust this here a little bit. Now let's say that we're not interested in the price, but we are interested in returning the category, the product category in that very first column that you see over there. Now, if we would do this with VLOOKUP, we could say VLOOKUP, lookup value, that's the beverage, and then we look it up over here, and we want to extract, well, we want to extract the category, which is outside of the range. So that's where the problem is. So if I just type in here, now what is the column index? -1 or minus, you cannot go outside of the range. So over here I can finish it, but you will see that it returns an error. You cannot go outside of the range. And you might think, okay, but then we can just adjust over here the range so that it starts over here at the beginning. However, then it's going to look up green tea in the very first column, will not find it, and also then you will get an error. Okay, so this is not solving it. So what a lot of people sometimes do is they would take that product category column and then just drag it here to the right hand side so that, well, you can return the value to the right. However, this is a bit clunky. Now, how can you solve this? Well, first of all, you should know that you could have solved it also with an XLOOKUP. So we can do an XLOOKUP, look up green tea, look it up over here in the beverage column, and then return the value here to the left of it. Okay, press enter, and you see it is in the tea category. Okay, so this is probably the easiest way to solve it, but now I want to do it with an index match. Okay, before we are going to look at a more complex example with index match. Okay, so how would that work? I'm going to start with equal sign. Now here we can use again index. Now where is my range? My range is over here, so the whole data set, including the headers. All right, then the row number. Now for the row number, I can use a match function. So match, lookup value is over here, the beverage. Where do we want to look it up? In column B, including the headers. Then we want to have an exact match, so 0, close the match function. So the match function is going to figure out the row number, comma. Then from which column do we want to extract the information? Well, over here we can extract the information from the first column in the range, so 1. Close the brackets, press enter, and you see, also works. So probably now you think, yeah, but the XLOOKUP was still easier. And I agree. However, in the next 2 examples, we're going to look at 2 cases where you can only solve it with index match. So let's have a look. You just had a first introduction to the index and the match function and how you can use them together to basically do the same thing as an XLOOKUP. So what's the point? In this part, we're going to have a look at how you can do a double lookup. So where you look up a value in a column and a row. Now let's head over to the sheet 07 row and column lookup. Now here I want to look up an account in that very first column with the account numbers. And I would like to look up a certain year because we have values here for the year 2020, 21, and 22. And that is the value then that I want to return. So in this case, 6,805 is here. I want to return the value of 2020, which is there, which should then be 562. Now important is that both the account number and the year need to be flexible. So I want the end user to put in a value here and here to then get the value over here without having to play around with the formula itself. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, this case can only be solved with index match. Now, just like before, we can split it over multiple cells. So we're going to have an index function and we're going to have a match function, but now for the row and the column. All right, so we're going to have 2 match functions. And over here, we can start with the index function. And we can say, okay, the data set that we're working with is over here. And here either include or exclude the headers, but be consistent, all right? So I'm going to include the headers. And then just for now, I'm just going to say, okay, account number 6805 is a row number 4. And then column number 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4, 4. So I'm hard coding the values, and that gives me then the 562. But of course, this needs to be dynamic. Okay, so you have to figure out on what row 6805 the account is. We can use the match function. So I'm going to type in match. Now, what is my lookup value? The 6805, comma. Where do we want to look it up? In that very first column. And we include the headers or exclude the headers, just be consistent. And you see, it gives me a 4. Then the same thing for the column. So over here, we can use another match function. The lookup value is that year that we have right below the account number. And where do we want to look it up? We want to look it up in the row. All right. Now, here it's important that you start at the beginning, right? Because here in our case, it needs to return 1, 2, 3, 4, column number 4. Okay. And the match type needs to be exact. So 0. Enter. You see, it gives us a 4. So now we have the 3 components and we just have to put them together. We have over here the index function. And for the row number, instead of hard coding it, we can refer to the cell that contains the outcome of the match for the row. And then for the column, we have over here a reference then to the match for the column. All right, still the same. However, we need 3 cells. We want to have everything in one formula. So instead of just referring to that cell, I'm going to copy that match function, Control-C, go back to the index function, and then here go to the second argument for the row number. D9 I'm going to delete, paste in here the first match. Enter, still works. So you see, that one we don't need anymore. Then we do the same thing for the column. So copy over that match function over here into the index, paste it in there, enter, still works. So now that second match function we also don't need. And what we are left with, this formula, well, that is our double lookup formula. So I'm going to copy that one and then paste it in here for D6. That is the final result. All right, now you see quite many functions and might be a little bit overwhelming at the beginning. However, just make sure that you split it. And at some point, once you have done it multiple times, you can do it in one go. Now, what also might make it a little bit easier is to divide it over multiple rows. So if we make the formula bar a little bit bigger, then here we can use Alt-Enter to place the index function on the next line. And the same thing you do then for all of the different arguments, so that you don't lose oversight what is doing what and where are the opening and closing brackets for what function. And then here the middle part, the middle arguments for the index function, I probably would indent a little bit so that it becomes a bit more readable, just like this. And press Enter. You see, the spaces and placing it on a new line doesn't affect the functionality. And what is also nice is when you combine this with drop downs. So if I make the formula bar a little bit less high and go here to the account number cell, then we can make use of data validation. If you go to data and then here data validation, then here you can say what should be allowed for the user to put into that cell. Now, we only want to have the values that are in the list. And then for the source, well, here we have unique values in the account number column. Press Enter, click OK, and now we have a drop down. So the user can choose which account they want to extract the information. For example, 6022. And for the years, we can do the same. So select the year cell, data, data validation, and also here we want to have a list with the values that are over here in the row header. Enter, click OK, and now we have 2 drop downs, and it can change over here, the year as well as the account. So if I choose over here 6880, which is over here, year 21, which is over there, we have 8038, which is correct. Perfect. So our index match is working. We are now doing a double lookup, which you cannot do with a VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, or HLOOKUP. Let's look at another example where you need index match and cannot use one of the other lookup functions. And that is if you want to do a multiple column lookup. Now follow me to sheet number 8, multiple column lookup. And here in this data set, I have above it the lookup value. So you see we have the year, the month, the partner ID, and the product ID. And basically there's no unique value in that data set, only when I combine multiple columns, so the columns for the year, month, partner, and product ID, only when I combine them, only then we get a unique value. Okay, now let's first write a formula and then go through it step by step, because I think it's a little bit easier when you see the end result. All right, now we're going to look up the cost per click for product 1, partner ID 1, month January, year 2010. All right, so how to do that? Well, the value that I'm expecting is here that 72 cents in that first row. Okay, now let's give this a try. Let's go to H9, and here we can write an index function. Now, here, first of all, where is the table from which I want to extract the information later? Well, we have our data set over here, and also here, just be consistent if you include or exclude the headers, select the whole range. Okay, comma. Now, what is my row number? Now, instead of my reference to H7, let's put in a 2. Then the column number, let's put in then a 6, and then we can close the index function. Press enter, 72 cents. All right, easy. But now, what's next? Now we need to figure out in which row the combination of these 4 lookup values is, right? But then in a dynamic way, instead of hard coding the 2. So for that, we can use a match function. And this is where it gets a little bit more complex, because now the lookup value consists of that value over there, and that value over there, and that value over there, and there. All right, so we're going to combine the text that is in these 4 cells. All right, comma, then the lookup array. We want to look it up, well, combining, well, again, 4 columns. And here, be consistent, we include the headers for now. So I click here on D14, Control Shift down, and then the ampersand sign so that we can combine it with the next column right next to it. Okay, which is the month. And then we combine that one with the partner ID. So over here, Control Shift down, another ampersand sign, and then the last column we got over here. Let's go to the top, Control Shift down to take that one. Okay. So that is the lookup array, the combination of the values that are inside of these 4 columns. Okay. Then the match type, well, we want to have an exact match, so 0, and then we can close that match function. Oh, I see I have there a wrong icon. Let's get rid of that. And press enter. You see we have 72 cents. And what if we have product 2? Let's type in here product 2. Then you see 64 cents. Okay, so it's working, but why is it working? Now, let's go over these steps, step by step. So let's go here to the right-hand side of our data set. Now, how did we start? We started by saying, okay, we don't have a unique value, but only when we combine the year with the month, with the partner, with the product. Okay, so we combine these 4 cell values, which gives us 1 value. And then where did we want to look it up? Well, there is not one column where we will find that. However, we can combine the values that are in the year column over here, then the month, then the partner, then the product. We combine them, and then we drag it down for the entire data set. And once you have done that, then we do have 1 unique value, which we can then find where it is using a match function. So match, this is the value, the lookup value. Where do you want to match it? Well, in that column that contains all of these combined values from these columns. All right. And then also here we want to have an exact match, so 0. And that gives us a 2. And that is indeed correct. We have over here product 2 selected. If this would be product 1, then it would return over there a 1. All right. So this is how we can do a multiple column lookup. However, now we just have the row number. We needed to have the actual value, the 72 cents over there. Now, how to get the actual value? Well, we have to do an index. Okay, so we can then say index. Now, here we have the whole data set. So we take over here that whole data set. Then we have the row number. Well, the row number we just figured out over here. And the column from which we want to extract the information, well, cost per click is in column 6. And then close the brackets. That gives us the 72 cents. This is how it works step by step. All right, so going back to our formula where we have the whole thing, let me make this a little bit bigger and then put it again on separate lines to make it a bit more readable. So we say index, not the range part, that's the easy part. Now from which row, that's where it gets tricky, where it's a bit more difficult. And over here, that is the last part is just the column from which we extract the information. Okay, so here the middle part is the tricky part. So we combine the lookup values, we combine columns that we use for the lookup over here, and we want to have an exact match, and that's it. All right, so this was another example of how you can use index match to do something that you cannot do with VLOOKUPs or XLOOKUPs. Now, of course, it's very specific. However, might be very helpful to remember this once you run into a similar situation. So that's it. Now you should be able to tackle any situation for which you need to do a lookup. Visualization in Excel is not only about charts, it's also about conditional formatting, Sparklines, form controls, data validation, and custom formatting strings. And those topics we're going to cover in this section. The very first topic that we're going to cover is conditional formatting, which is basically just formatting with a rule attached to it, so that you can determine when the formatting should be applied. Now, follow me to the very first workbook here in folder 01, conditional formatting, and let's open it up. On the very first sheet, 01 basics, we're going to have a look how conditional formatting exactly works and what kind of different rules there are that you can choose from. All right, now let's start with the very first column over here, where we want to apply the rule that everything that's above the value 7,500, we want to format maybe with a different color, different background. Now let's see. All right, now just like with normal formatting, you just select the cells to which you want to apply the conditional formatting tool, and then you go here all the way at the top to the Home tab. And then here in the middle, there you find conditional formatting. Let's click on it. And here we have a categorization of the different conditional formatting rules that we can choose from. Now let's start at the top with the highlight cell rules. Now here you see we have rules such as greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains a date occurring, and duplicate values. Now I think most of these rules are kind of straightforward. Now what do we want for our case here? Well, we want to have the greater than rule because we want to highlight everything that is greater than 7,500. So let's go for that rule. And you see, without us clicking on anything else, we already see conditional formatting being applied in our sheet. Now, the rule is still not set up in the way that we want it to be. However, everything that's now above 6,063 has a red background and a red font color. Now let's adjust it. So instead of the 6,063, we can put in the value that we want, 7,500. All right, that already looks better. And that's basically everything for the rule part. So the first part of a conditional formatting is set up. However, now the second part, which is the formatting itself. How should the cells be formatted? What background color do we want? What font color do we want? What do we want to have for the borders? Now that we are going to adjust over here on the right hand side of this box. And you see we have some default options. And here the first default is currently being applied, the light red fill with dark red text. Okay, now we want to have maybe something different. Now we could go for maybe a green fill with dark green text. Or if we go back, we can also go for our own custom format. Now let's choose that. And this dialog box should look familiar because this kind of corresponds to normal formatting. So here we can, for example, go to fill and choose the fill color that we like. Let's go for orange. And then here for border, we can put a border around the cells. All right, now let's say this is exactly the formatting that we were looking for. Then we can just click here on OK. And now we have the second part of our conditional formatting also set up. And you can just double check in the sheet if everything is exactly like you want it to be. If it is, then click OK. And you're done. Now let's see if our conditional formatting rule is working exactly in the way that it should. So you see everything above 7,500 is highlighted. And if we now take any random cell that's below it, for example, this one over here, and I make this one 8,000, then it should also be highlighted. And you see, it indeed works. Okay, so it is basically just dynamic formatting. Now, what if at any point you want to make an adjustment to the conditional formatting? Well, that's of course possible. You just go back to conditional formatting in the Home tab, and then here at the bottom, there we have Manage Rules. Now, if we click on it, then we get a new dialog box from which we first of all can choose which formatting rules do we actually want to see. Now, at the moment, we only see the conditional formatting rules of the selected cells. Now you see, I have one of these cells selected over here. Therefore, I see the conditional formatting rule that we set up. Now, if you don't see it, just switch to, well, this worksheet. Or if you want to look at conditional formatting rules of different worksheets, then you can choose those, of course, as well. All right. Now, here we do have our rule showing up. Now, if we want, we can delete it or we can edit the rule. And if we click on Edit, then we get again a new dialog box. And from here, we can adjust the rule. So you see, at the moment, it says greater than 7,500. All right. Or we can also change the formatting itself. And you see over here, we have the formatting, click on Format, and then make the adjustment that we want. All right, then just simply click OK and click OK again. And then we're back and we can just check if everything is fine by first clicking on Apply. If it looks good, then close the box or click OK. And that's basically how conditional formatting works. You see, not that difficult. And now with this, you already know enough to start using it in practice. However, of course, there are always tricky cases. So in the next part, we're going to have a look at what happens when you apply multiple conditional formatting rules to the same cells. We just got up and running with conditional formatting. However, what happens when we have multiple conditional formatting rules that apply to the same cells? Now, let's have a look. All right, now back to our example. So over here, we go now to the next column. Now here we want to highlight everything above the average. So we have with conditional formatting, always two parts, the rule and the formatting. And the rule is going to be above average. So we look at all of the values, and if they're above the average, then we want to apply our formatting. And the second part is the formatting itself, where we just want to apply a different background color. Okay, now let's first select the cells to which we want to apply the conditional formatting over here. Then we go to the Home tab and then choose from the middle here, conditional formatting. Now it's always the question, where is the rule that we want to apply? Now at the beginning, it's a little bit of searching. However, there are not crazy many rules, so you will get an overview quite quickly. Now, I don't see it here, so I go here now to the top bottom rules. And now over here at the bottom, there we have above average and below average. Now, I want to highlight everything above the average. So I go for this rule. And you see everything that's above the average is now already in red. However, I would like to have our own custom format. So I go to custom format. And then from here, we choose a different fill color. Now let's go for maybe just a neutral blue. Click OK. Click OK again, and there you go. Now, this is the first rule. Everything works as it should. Nothing special, just like before. However, now we're going to apply rule number 2. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to have everything that's in the top 3 to be in green with a dark green font. All right, now let's do this again. I'm going to select the whole range, and now we go to conditional formatting, top bottom rules, and we can choose here top 10 items. Now it's called top 10, however, it can be any number, right? So it doesn't have to be top 10, it can also just be top 3. All right, and now over here we can go for a green fill with dark green text. All right, so green fill, dark green text. All right, let's click on OK. And here we have 3 values that get highlighted. Now, it looks good. Now, you might wonder, however, why do they show up with a green background and dark green color for the font and not in blue? Because, well, these 3 values, they are also above the average. Now, to dig a little bit deeper of what is going on here, we have to go to conditional formatting and to the Manage Rules dialog box, because from here we can control how these rules exactly get applied. Now, I don't see anything yet, and that's because I didn't select the range that we were working with to which we applied the conditional formatting. So I change over here from the drop down to this worksheet. Okay, now I see all of the rules on this worksheet. Now the first one I'm not so interested in. So let me just delete this one over here so that we only have the other two. Now the question is, how do these rules exactly get applied? Now here for our top 3 rule, which clearly shows here for 8,373, it is the green background and dark green font that shows in the end. So what is happening is that conditional formatting goes top down, looks at the value, and then checks the rule. Now, is it in top 3? Yes. So green fill color and dark green font. And then goes to the next rule. Is it above the average? Yes, it is above the average, and wants to apply a blue background. However, there's a conflict because the green fill color already has been applied, and therefore it cannot apply the blue background, and that's it. However, what would happen if we change the order of the rules? Now let's have a look. Let's take that second rule, and here by using these arrow keys we can change the order. So I place it up. So now the above average rule is the first rule. So now let's click on apply, and you see it clearly looks different. If we go back to that same cell over there, 8,373, well, that value is above the average. So a blue background color gets applied. Then goes to the next rule, and it checks if that value is in the top 3. Yes, it is in the top 3. So it wants to apply a green background color. However, there's a conflict because the blue background color already has been applied. And then it also wants to apply a dark green font. Well, is there a conflict? No, because the first rule did not change the default color. Just said default color. Okay, it didn't specify any specific font color that needs to be applied. However, the second one does. And because there's no conflict for the font color, the dark green font color gets applied. So we end up with a blue background color and dark green font. Well, what if we actually want to stop after a rule returns true? Well, then there are still checkboxes over here on the right hand side that we can click on. So if we click here on stop if true, now it will not go to the second one, top 3. So once we apply this, you see the dark green font color disappears because the value is above the average and then doesn't continue to the second one. Okay, now all of this only really matters if you start applying conditional formatting rules to the same cells. Otherwise, you don't really have to bother. Now let's click on OK, and now it is time to go to the next part of conditional formatting, which is just exploring all of the different rules that are out there. You probably noticed when we went here to conditional formatting, we have data bars, color scales, icon sets. However, also here, new rule, when you go here to one of these buckets, more rules. Also, here we still have all kinds of different rules that we can choose from. And that is going to be the next part. It is time to start exploring more conditional formatting rules. So let's dive in straight away. Now here in the middle, I have the column with the values to which we want to apply our conditional formatting. And the rule that we want to check is cells that contain blank. So all of the blank cells, we want to give a different color. All right, so as always, first select the cells to which you want to apply the conditional formatting. And now we go here to conditional formatting and look for that rule. However, if you go over here, I don't see it. Well, that is because we have more rules than just the ones that you see over here. We can also go to more rules, or over here we have new rule, okay? And then a new dialog box pops up from which we can choose the rule that we want to apply. So here you see we have different buckets again. Format all cells based on their values, only cells that contain, top and bottom, only values that are above or below. All right, so start exploring all of this. Now here we probably need this one, format only cells that contain, and then we can set up the rule and we want to have the blanks. All right, now that's it. Then we have the second part of conditional formatting, which is the formatting itself. So let's go here to format and choose the color that we want to apply. Now, let's go for a green color, click OK. OK again, and now all of the blank cells have a green color applied. All right, now, so if I delete here one of the values, you see, it becomes green. So now it is a good point to stop the movie, go to conditional formatting and explore all of these rules that you can apply just to get a little bit of an overview. Now, once you have done that, continue. Now there's one special group of formatting rules, which are the color scales, the icon set, and the data bars. Now, let's have a look over here at the data bars first. Okay, now, the way to set it up is the same. You select the cells, conditional formatting, data bars. And now here you choose the data bars that you find pretty. Now I'll go for the very first one. And well, that's it. And you might wonder, what is the rule? There's always two parts. We have the rule and we have the formatting. However, here the rule is set up automatically. It just looks at what is the highest value that you have in that range and what is the lowest value, and then scales the bars on that basis, the minimum and the maximum. Okay, now of course you can still make changes to that. So to make changes, you just go here to conditional formatting, manage rules, and you see we have here our data bar rule, and we can just edit that rule. Now that brings us to this dialog box from which we can make the changes. You see, it is basically just here, format all cells based on the values. And then here we have data bars. We could say here, show the bar only. And then following after that, we could change the way everything is scaled, right? So now let's leave it as it is for a second and then continue a bit further. Now here we can change the color, also whether we want to have a solid fill or a gradient fill, and don't overlook this button here, negative values and an axis. So in case you would have negative values, which we don't in this case, however, if we do, then we could choose a different fill color, for example, red. All right, now after all of this is set up, we can click OK again, and see now we have our adjusted data bars. And what if we think, okay, these data bars, they're a little bit too big? Well, one option would be just to make the column a little bit less wide. However, this is not really what we want. We can then also adjust the scaling where we were just before. So if you just go back, manage the rule, click here on edit. Here we could, for example, make the bars 50% of their current width. Now, how could you do that? Well, we could over here change the maximum. Now, if we go and choose here from the drop down, either a fixed number, or if we want to make it a little bit more dynamic, we could go for a formula. We could say is equal to, and then we can look for the maximum. Now let me drag this a little bit to the right, and we want to find the maximum inside of that range. All right, now close the brackets, and then we could multiply that by 2. So then we make everything 50% smaller. Click here on OK. Click on OK again. And you see, everything is now half the size from before. And that is because we increased the scale for these data bars from 1 to 10,000 before to now more or less 1 to 20,000. But it is dynamic because we used a formula to determine the maximum where the scale basically ends. Okay, so now we can also have a look at the last two, which is the color scale and the icon set. Now, they basically work in a similar way, but let's see them in action. I'm going to select the next column, go here to conditional formatting, and now we want to go here for a color scale. Now, also here for the color scales, some default setups, and over here, the one there that we have there at the bottom is with 2 colors, and the ones that we have here is with 3 colors. Now, I actually want to have only with 2 colors. Let's say this one over here. Click, and that's it. All right, now if we want to make an adjustment, conditional formatting, manage rules, take the rule, edit the rule. Now over here we can still switch between the other alternatives, and we can also change the minimum. And I think here we wanted to have the 75th percentile. So that means our gradient scale will only be applied to the top 25%. So everything that's above the 75th percentile, and everything below it gets the color that we choose here on the left. So let's just go for white. Click OK, OK again, and you see only 5 of the cells have a green color. Okay, good. Then the last one, where we want to have icons, but only an icon for the values that are above 8,000. Okay, now I selected the cells, conditional formatting, icon sets, then choose the set of icons that we want to use, maybe just over here, these bubbles. And then we can go back to manage. And let's say that we want to edit that rule. And here you see the rule that's being applied. And we want to make an adjustment because I only want to have the green icons. And we can also play around with the cutoff points. But let's say we just only want to get rid of the icons. Then we can choose here no cell icon and click OK. Click OK. And you see now we only have the green circles. So now at this point you should have a good overview of the different rules that you can choose from. However, this is not where the story ends. You can also come up with your own custom rules where you decide exactly when the formatting should be applied, even if it's not one of these default options over there. So, and that's what we're going to explore in the next section. The nice thing of conditional formatting is that you're not limited to the default rules that Excel gives you. You can come up with your own custom rules and use those for conditional formatting. And that is what we're going to have a look at right now. Okay, so to get started, I have an example set up on the next sheet, 02 custom logic. Now, let's say we want to highlight all of the cells that contain text. Now, and we want to do this with our own rule. Now then we need a formula that returns true or false. And every time when it returns true, formatting gets applied. When it returns false, the formatting doesn't get applied. That means we can basically write any logic as long as our formula returns true or false. Now, let's start with a simple one. I'm first going to go over here right next to our small little data set. So let's select here F6, all right? And here I would like to come up with a formula that checks if that value that we have here in C6, if that is a value, a numerical value, or if that is text. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, there's actually a function that's called isText. All right, now let's select it by pressing tab, and I'm going to refer to C6, close a bracket, press enter, well, false, okay, because that's a numerical value. Now, if I drag this down and to the right, then you see that we have true here for the next one, F7, because here in C7, the cell that we were referring to, there's some text, okay, and the same over here for C9, all right, so here F9 refers to C9, there's text, so 2 times true. And here we have a third one in D7, okay, so therefore here we also have true. Good, so the formula is working. Now how can we use that formula now for conditional formatting? Well, I'm going to go here to the top left cell, and here we can just copy the formula. And after you copy that, you select the cells to which you want to apply conditional formatting, go to conditional formatting and choose new rule. Now here we want to have our own custom rule, which we can do here at the bottom, use a formula to determine which cells to format. And here we can simply paste in a formula, and that's it. And then the second part is the formatting. So let's do that as well. I'm going to choose here green color, click OK, double check over here if the formula is still the same, and click OK again. Now clearly something went wrong because we don't have conditional formatting applied here on the left hand side. However, I do have green here and green there where it shouldn't be. Well, this is because conditional formatting sometimes is a little bit annoying, and you will see that in a second. If we go back, manage rules, and we click here on the rule, you see it's now referring to B2. I had there C6 before. So we have to go back, click on edit rule, and just make sure that this is C6. Click OK, click OK, and you see now it works. All right, now how does it exactly work? Well, basically it took that formula that we typed in over there, applies it to the top left cell in the selected range, drags it down, drags it to the right. Okay, and therefore we have, well, here true, there true, there true, and the formatting gets applied. Now, do we need still this example here on the right hand side? Now, of course not. That was just to show you how the formula works. So over here, I can delete that again. Perfect. Now let's give this another try on the dataset below it. Now here we have a list of hotels, and what I would like to do is that it automatically highlights the hotel that we fill out over here. So when IBIS is typed in here, it should highlight the row where we find IBIS. And if I type in Hyatt, it should highlight Hyatt. Okay, now something that conditional formatting should be able to do. However, there's no, well, default rule that does exactly what we want. So we have to write it ourselves. So to do that, I first check my formula in our sheet. We need a formula that returns true or false when the hotel name is equal to the search hotel. Okay, now how can we do that? Well, we can just use an equal sign. Here's a search hotel, and we check if it's equal to this one over here. Now, false. Now, the same thing I want to do for all of the other hotels. Now, if I drag this down, you will see my cell references also move down. So that means we need our dollar sign. So let's go back and let's put the dollar sign where? I think, all right, you got it? Okay, now we need it over here in front of the 17 because we want to fix the row number of the cell reference D17. And if we want to fix the row number, we need a dollar sign in front of the row number. Okay, and now we can just drag it down. All right, and you will see it returns true here for IBIS. So that part is working. So that means if we use this formula as it is with that dollar sign for conditional formatting, then it will give a different color here to C25. Okay, but we don't only want to have here a different color, we also want to have a different color right next to it. So we need to take our formulas and also copy it over to the right. And you see that right there we have, where we have true, we have, well, false in the second column, and that shouldn't be. Okay, now why does this happen? Because, well, our cell references moved again, so we need more dollar signs. So let's, well, undo what we did over here. And I only keep that very first one, because here, where do we also need dollar signs? We need still a dollar sign in front of the D here for the search hotel, because, well, the column should also not change when we copy it from the left to the right. And here for C19, well, where do we need the dollar sign here? Well, in front of the column as well, because that reference to the name of the hotel column should still always be in that column and shouldn't move to the next one. Okay, and once we have that, we can copy it and then select the cells where we want to paste it. And now you see here for IBIS, we have 2 times true and true. Okay, now this is the formula that we can then finally copy over. So I go here to the top left cell of my example, I copy it, and then I select the cells to which I want to apply it, go to conditional formatting, new rule. And here, use a formula to determine which cells to format, and here we can paste it in. And that's it. And then we can just choose the color again that we want to apply. Click OK, and just double check. Yeah, this time we don't have to change it back again. Now it's working. So we can now change this one to Redison, and now Redison gets highlighted. Perfect. Now, our own custom rule. So again, just a formula that returns true or false. Now the next example you're going to try on your own. Follow me to 03 highlight row. Now here we have a bigger data set to make it a bit more realistic. And you see there's a distribution channel column. I would like to highlight all of the rows of the distribution channel that you fill out over here. So if I type in here web, then it should highlight the entire rows that belong to web. So here's one, there's one, etc. And if I change my mind and put something else in here, for example, CRO hotel, then it should highlight those. So a perfect example of where you can use conditional formatting, just like that previous example. Okay, now give it a try. Now the next topic strictly doesn't belong to conditional formatting. However, it is a good alternative to data bars, which does belong to conditional formatting. So therefore, I still squeezed it in because it's just too nice to skip over it. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking about how we can use custom icons and repeat them a certain number of times on the basis of your summary values. Now here I put in an image of what we want to create, and you see we have here a certain icon repeated as many times as the value that we have right next to it. Kind of like what data bars do. Okay, now let's give this a try. So here we have the real data set to which we are going to apply it, and you see the number of employees by activity. Okay, so I'm gonna go here to E7, start my formula, and here we're going to use a function that's called ret, which just means repeat. Okay, select it by pressing tab. The text that we're going to repeat, let's just go for an X, comma, how many times? Well, as many employees as we have for that activity. Press enter, and you see we have now for the first one 6 X's. And I can drag this down, and you see we have over here a certain number of X's corresponding to the number of employees. Okay, so that is working. However, now I want to have a custom icon. All right, now where do we have these icons? Well, if you go to Insert, then all the way on the right hand side, there we have Symbol. Now here we can choose first of all the font that we want to use. And here you just have to choose a font that has icons. For example, Wingdings or Webdings or Wingdings 2, Wingdings 3, and then start looking which icon you like. Now here we can look for that little person icon, which is Webdings. So I'm just gonna switch here to Webdings, and then a little bit lower there we have that little person, Webdings 128. Okay, now you can remember that code, or alternatively you can say Insert, go back, just copy it, and then you go over here to where we had the access, and over here paste it in there, press enter. And here, why is it blank? Because, well, this is Calibri and not Webdings, so we still have to make sure that we apply the right font. So let me change this to Webdings, and then I can do the same for the other ones, or I can just drag it down, just like this. Okay, now this is one way to do it. Alternatively, you could also use the character function. So just type in character, or CHAR, and then the character number was 128, and then press enter. You see, this also works. Now that's basically it. Now using these custom icons in creative ways on your dashboard can really take it to the next level. Now give it a try on the next example dataset here below, where we have different products with a rating from 1 to 5, and right next to it, what we would like to see is just the corresponding number of stars. Good luck. Now that we talked about conditional formatting, it's time for the next topic, which is custom formatting strings, which basically just gives you more control over number formatting. For example, when you want to display your values in thousands or millions, then you can do that with custom formatting strings. And also when you want to have maybe a different date format, which you cannot find under the default date formats. Then also here you could do that with custom formatting strings. So let's dive in and let's start exploring. Follow me to the next folder, 02 formatting strings. And let's open that Excel file. And here on the first sheet, I have some examples set up on which we can test our formatting strings. So let's start here all the way at the top with this first value, 123,456. Now, if we want to change the number formatting, we can do this under the Home tab. Here in the middle, there we have the number group, and we have some default formatting options that we can choose from. However, this is not always enough. Now, if we want to see more number formats, we could go over here. And that brings up this dialog box. Now, another way to get there, let me click on cancel, is just with Control-1 or right click and then format cells. Now that brings us to this dialog box here. And here on the left hand side, we basically just have the default options that you also found under the drop down. However, here all the way at the bottom, there we can choose custom formatting strings or write our own formatting strings. And I remember from me in the beginning that when I saw this, it looks very intimidating. However, there are just a few things that you need to know. First of all, what are all of these zeros and hashtags? So these pound symbols. Now the 0 is basically just a mandatory placeholder for a digit, and the hashtag, the pound symbol, that one is an optional digit. Okay, now for example, if we have this formatting string over here, 0.00. Now look at the sample. You see we have now 2 decimal places. Now if I click here on OK, then here my number has 2 decimal places. And the 00 is not really necessary to show for this number. However, a 0 is a mandatory placeholder for a digit. So therefore it always will show 2 digits. So if I go over here, let me type in comma and then 15. All right, then it shows also both of them. And what if I have 3 digits? Oh, now it rounds it to 2 because the formatting string said 0.00. It always shows just 2. Okay, now if we go back and I'm going to go here to format cells. Now we could change the 00 with 2 pound symbols here for the digits. Now let's see what changes. Now nothing changes. We still have 2 digits. However, there's a difference as soon as we change over here the value to .10. Now we only have 1 digit here at the end. Why does it only show 1? Because the hashtag is an optional digit and it is not really necessary for the value to show .10. We can leave out that last 0 and therefore it doesn't. When it's not necessary, it doesn't show. Okay? But this is not only for the decimal places. If we go back to our formatting string, we could also change this to 0, 0, 3 zeros. Click here on OK. And when I type in, let's say, just 1, now you see we have 0, 0, 1. It always shows 3 digits because in the custom formatting string, we have 3 mandatory placeholders for digits. Okay. And over here, when we have 12, you see we have 0, 12, and everything that's above shows in a normal way. Now, what if we would like to show 1000 separator? How can we then adapt the custom formatting string? Now let's go back again. And you see if we go a bit lower, there we have hashtag, comma, hashtag, hashtag is 0. And over here, that comma that you see there, that is the 1000 separator. Okay, so that's why we also now need a few more hashtags. And that last one is a 0 because, well, we always want to show at least 1 digit. Okay, so let's test this. Let's click on OK. And you see, now we have our 1000 separator. Okay, now if we go back, now we can add our decimal places just by putting in a dot and then again how many decimal places we would like to have. So for example, 1 decimal place would be .0 and let's click here on OK. So now that you understand the differences between the hashtags and the zeros, it is time to explore the other ones. So we just got up and running with custom formatting strings and looked at the difference between the pound symbols and the zeros. Now let's explore some of the other things that you can do with custom formatting strings. Now, first of all, scaling. So when we want to show our values in thousands or in millions. So instead of having to work with formulas and divide everything by 1000 or million, we can just do this with custom formatting strings and show our values differently. Okay, now to show you this, let's go here to the next example. Control-1 to open the number formatting options, and we go to custom. Now let's choose here the custom formatting string on which we ended, this one here, where we had 1000 separator. Now let's say we want to show this in thousands. It's very easy. We just place a comma there at the end. You see in the sample, it already nicely updates. There you go. Okay, and what if we want to have it in millions? Well, then we can just go back. And then here we can just place another comma there at the end. Now, because we are below a million, it just shows 0. So maybe you would also want to have decimal places. Well, that is still possible. We just go here in front of these 2 commas and just do a dot and it's 0. And now we have 0.1 million. Perfect. And what if we want to have another digit? Then we just place in another 0. Now, let's click on OK. Let's see how it looks. We have now 0.12, but the value itself, you see, it's still the 123,456. Okay, now what if we want to make it a little bit clearer that these are millions? Then we can just put in an M or MLN in the custom formatting string, and it will show the text. So if we go back, now here we can just add an M at the end, and this M needs to be in between quotation marks, just like this. You see already in the sample, there you go, we have the M. I'm going to click here on OK, and now everybody knows it's in millions. Now what would happen when our value is negative? Now let's give this a try. I'm going to put a minus sign right in front of value and show us with, well, a minus sign. But maybe you would like to have brackets. And how should the value show when the value is actually 0? Should it show like this or should it show nothing? Well, this you can also control with custom formatting strings. So if we go to our next example over here, and we're gonna open up the custom formatting options, then here under custom, you often see very long custom formatting strings. For example, this one over here. Now, why do we have over here 2 times almost the same? Now, what we have here at the beginning, right in front of that delimiter, the colon, well, that is the custom formatting string for positive values. And what follows after, that's the custom formatting string for negative values. So you see that one has a minus, but now I'm going to change that with brackets. So just like this. I'm gonna click here, okay? And you see when we now change a value to a negative value, it shows with the brackets around it. And when it's a positive value, then it takes that first custom formatting string. And when it's 0, well, then it just shows 0. But maybe when it's 0, we want to show an empty cell or the text not possible. All right, now this you can also control with formatting strings. Let's go back, Control 1. And over here we can add a third part. So let's put in another semicolon. And here in between quotation marks, I'm going to put text not possible. All right, now I'm going to click here on OK. You see when it's 0, it's not possible. And when we have a value here, it just picks up that first formatting string, the first part, and when it's negative, well, it puts it in between the brackets. So the first part of the formatting string, that was for positive values, the second part for negative values, the third part for zeros, and there can also be a fourth part for text. Okay, so if there's, for example, text, now let's say test, then, well, it shows here on the left-hand side, just basically as general. However, we can open our number formatting and add a fourth part and then say this is text. Okay, now let's click here on OK. And every time when we have some text there, it will just replace it with this is text. Now, if you don't want to show anything, what you can do is go back and let's say we don't want to show any text, then just do quotation mark, and let's say when it's 0, we also want to show nothing, quotation mark, click OK. You see every time when we have text or when it is 0, it shows nothing. Only when we have a value, it pops up. Okay. Now, sometimes you have numbers that should be formatted in a specific way, like phone numbers or social security numbers. Now, let's say we have a phone number over here. I don't just want to show a value like this. I want to first show what the country code is with a little plus in front of it, and then maybe put some space right after some of the values so that we have blocks of numbers so that it's easier to see the phone number. Okay, so let's go to custom formatting. So let's go to our number formatting options, custom, and over here we can just make this empty and start writing our placeholders. So for example, we could do hashtag, and then make blocks of 3, for example. Let's see what happens. Now, over here you see at the beginning we have the country code plus 49. Now, I want to have a plus in front of it. So here at the beginning, I'm just going to write plus, and then over here we can write the blocks of hashtags, the placeholders as we want them to be. So over here, I would like to have 4, and let's have 4 here at the end. So I always want to have my phone numbers formatted in this way. Now let's click on OK, and you see, now that looks already much better. Now we can use custom formatting also kind of like conditional formatting. It's kind of the old school way of doing conditional formatting when there was no conditional formatting. Now let me show you. We can apply rules. Let's open the formatting options. Let's go here to custom. Let's choose whichever one you like. I go for this one. And now let's say we only want to apply that formatting string when we are above 1000. Then we can just go here right in front. Open with square brackets, say bigger than 1000, and then close the square brackets. Okay, now that is basically the rule. Only when the value is above 1000, that formatting string will get applied. So when I click here on OK, now you see we have 1000 separated. But when we are at 1000, so not above it, then we don't have 1000 separated, and the custom formatting string doesn't get applied. Now, what could we do when we don't want to show values above a certain threshold. Now then we can go back over here and let's say that we don't want to show the values above 1,000. Then we can do quotation mark, click here on OK. Now the 1,000 still shows, but as soon as we go above it, let's say 2,000, then you see we don't show the value. However, the value is still there, but with the custom formatting string, we make it look as if it's not there. Now we're not only limited to setting up the rule, we can also apply colors. Now let's see how that works. Let's go over here to the next example. Let's open up our formatting options. And over here, I choose this one. And let's say we want to show the positive values in blue. Then I again do the square brackets open, write the color that I wanted to show, and then square brackets close. Then the normal formatting string. Now I want to have also, let's say for negative values, the same. However, then I want to show the values in red. And I want to have a minus sign in front of it. Okay, let's click here on OK. You see the positive value shows in blue. And as soon as this is a negative value, then it shows in red. So you see how you can work with rules and color in your custom formatting strings. However, I would still usually go for conditional formatting, where you have a little bit more flexibility and a better overview of all of the rules that are being applied. Okay, now one more. We have over here also the ability to repeat a certain character. For example, if we go here to the last one and we open up our formatting options, go here to custom, let's choose here the one that we like. Then we can go over here at the end and then add an asterisk sign and then the icon that we want to repeat. Okay, now let's click on OK. You see now it just repeats that until the end of the cell. All right, and we can also do this in front. Okay, so if we go back over here and do the same thing in the front, click on OK, then we just have the same thing, but in front of the value. Now these are all numerical values. Dates we talked about all the way at the beginning of the Excel Bootcamp training. However, let me repeat that also quickly to complete the story. Okay, now over here, I'm just going to copy this and let me delete that value that's there. And let me just change the formatting to general. All right. And over here, we are going to talk about dates. Now, if we have the date of today, now let's type in today, press enter. You see, we have the 7th of August 22. Now we can update that formatting. Let's go over here to custom. And here we can play around with the number of D's, M's, and Y's to change how that date format looks like. Okay, so if we have 1D, it just returns the number for the day. If we have 2 days, that does the same thing, but puts a leading 0 over here always. Okay, even if it's not necessary. With 3, you get the abbreviated code, and with 4, we have the full name of the weekday. Now the same thing we can do with the number of M's. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Just look at the sample, how it changes. So if we have 4 M's, then it writes out August fully. If we have just 3, you get the abbreviated code. Okay, now then for the year, the same thing. So with 1 or 2 Y's, we get just the 22. The 2 Y's is then also with leading 0 or not, and we can increase it until 4. Okay, so now we have everything written out fully, everything with 4 times. Now to make it a little bit shorter, let's just go for 2 D's and then over here 3 M's and then 4 Y's. Now, if we want to have something different than spaces, for example, /, it's possible. Okay, so you just put the icon that you like in between the different date parts. Okay, and once you're happy, click OK, and that's it. And what if we want to show our date in a specific language? Well, then we can make use of language codes. Now, let me show you how that works. I'm going to go back, and the easiest way to do it is to go first here to date, choose the location that you want. For example, let's go here for Germany, and then choose something that shows the month name. For example, here March, MRZ, so März, and then we can go back to custom. And now you see you have the language code here at the beginning, and the rest still stays the same. The @ sign at the end, you don't really need, that's for the text part. Okay, and then you just play around with the number of D's, M's, and Y's. And once you're happy, just click here on OK. Now that dot, let's get rid of it. And that's my final result. So now that you know the fundamentals of custom formatting strings, it's time to practice. Go to the next sheet, practice, and over here we have different values and dates on which you can start practicing the custom formatting strings. So now that we covered the fundamentals of custom formatting strings and you had the chance to practice a little bit, it is time to see another application where we combine custom formatting strings with charts. Now let's have a look and follow me to the sheet practice number 2. Now here we have a small little data set that we're going to use for our chart, and what we want to build is, well, what you see on this picture here on the right hand side. You see here on the horizontal axis we have basically 2 rows. The first row that just shows the partner, and then the second row there what the growth percentage is, and a little triangle icon right next to it. Okay, now let's get this to work. Now let's go to the data set that's here on the left hand side. Now for this we of course need custom formatting again, so let's see how we can use it here. Let's go to the data set where we have the growth percentages that we want to visualize later on the axis. Now let's open the formatting options, so right click and then format cells, or shortcut Control-1. And from here we can go for percentage, and we want to have a percentage with 1 decimal place. Now here to customize that a little bit further later on, we can also go here to custom. You see this is the custom formatting string for these percentages, and if we now click on OK, you see we have the formatting applied. But now the interesting part, how can we get these little triangles right in front of it? Well, also with formatting strings. Let's go back to our formatting options. Let's go to custom. Now you probably remember from before that if we want to show something in thousands or millions and indicate that with a little K or an M, we could just put that inside of our formatting string. And for the triangles, it's kind of the same. You can basically put any character here in the formatting string. Now, what kind of characters? Unicode characters. Now, where do you find them? Now, to get a full overview and to find them in an easy way, you have websites like unicodetable.com. For example, if I would like to have a truck, then I can look for truck. And then I want to have this one over here, a black truck, and I can just simply copy it. And then I can just paste it over here in our formatting string. And it will always show with a little truck in front of it. But what if we don't want to have that for the negative values? Well, then we can just make use of the different parts, so semicolon. And then for negative values, let's say we just want to show percentages, then 0.0%. And let's also put in a minus sign right in front of it and click OK. And you see only the positive values, the positive percentages, have a little truck right after it. Now, of course, we don't want to have a truck. We just want to have arrows. Well, now we just have to look for different icons. So let's go back to our formatting options. And now I'm not going to have a truck. Let's delete that. And here we just need to look for these arrows. So I'm going to go back here to Unicode character. And then here we can search for an up arrow. Now this is exactly the one that I want to have. And let's just copy it and then paste it over here in front of the positive values. And then we do the same for negative values. So arrow down. That's the one. And then over here, I also copy that one, go back again. And instead of the minus sign, I'm going to have the arrow down. All right, let's click on OK. And there you go. Okay, so the first part, the custom formatting string part, that is done. Now the second part, which is the chart. How do we get these growth percentages to show on the axis? Now, let's start with a normal column chart. I'm going to select the market column and the current month column. And then over here, I'm going to insert and I choose a column chart. Now let me put that image a little bit to the side, just like this. Now on the axis, the purple selection over here, we have the different partners. And now I want to include that column over here. Now let me see if I can just drag the bottom left corner to the left. Doesn't work. However, we can go here to chart design and then here select data. And now over here, what do we want to have on the horizontal axis? Let's edit it. And here we can now select both columns, the first one as well as the second one. Then click on OK. OK again. And you see, that's it. Now we have the growth percentages on a second row. And what if we show the negative values in red? Does that get reflected in the chart? Well, let's try. I'm going to go back over here, Control-1. And here when it's negative, I would like to show it in red. So I'm going to put the color red in front of it. Click OK. You see now the negative value is in red, and in the chart, doesn't get reflected. Would have been nice, but not possible. Another thing that you probably want to know is what happens when you add more and more rows to the axis. Well, that's no problem. You can do it in a similar way as we did for the growth percentages. However, you need some kind of title in the identifier what is on that row. And to get that, we can make use of simple text boxes or shapes. So you can go to Insert, and then over here, Text Box, and we can then just add a text box that says over here, growth. And then let's make this a little bit smaller, just like this. And then we put that right here at the beginning. Okay, now, of course, you need to be careful that when you move the chart, that the text box also moves. Okay, so make sure that you group them together so that it forms one whole. And now when I move that group, you see, they move together. Okay, now I could have made that a little bit prettier, but you get the idea. And that's it for custom formatting strings. Super helpful. I hope that these custom formatting strings that you see when you open the number formatting, that it doesn't look like magic anymore and that you know exactly what it means. Okay, now it's time for the next visualization topic, which is Sparklines. Little charts that exactly fit inside of one cell that show you in a very quick way a trend. Now let's see how we can use them. Now it's time for the next visualization topic, which is Sparklines. Little charts that fit exactly inside of one cell. And they are there to show you a trend. And on purpose, don't show much detail. Now, let's have a look how we can insert them into a worksheet and why you would want to use them. Now follow me to the next workbook here in 03, Sparklines, and open the workbook. That's pretty straightforward to create Sparklines, so let's dive in straight away. Now here on the very first sheet, and the very first data set that you see here at the top, there we have values for different partners over time. And I would like to have Sparklines right next to my little data set. Okay, now how can we do that? Well, I first select where I want to have them. Then I go here to Insert, and then the Sparklines you find next to the charts. Okay, so here we have three types of Sparklines: the line Sparkline, column, and win-loss. Now let's go here for the very first one, line Sparklines. Now we can say what the data is, and here we do not include the headers, so without the headers. And here the location range is already filled out because that is the range that we selected over here. Now we could have also selected the data set itself, and then the first part would have been filled out, and then say where we would like to have it. Okay, now what is important is that here we have the same number of rows as over here. Okay, now then we can click on OK. And that's it, we have our Sparklines. And Sparklines, they just show the trend. There is no visible axis, and there are no data labels and all of these kind of things that you have for charts. And that's for a reason, because the only purpose is to show a trend. That's it. And if you need more details, well then you should go for a chart. Now let's try this again, but then for columns. Here I'm going to do it the other way around. So I select the data set itself without the headers. Then I go here to Insert, and then over here we have the column variation. And now we have to say, okay, where would we like to have it? I would like to have it right next to my little data set. Press Enter, Enter again. And now we have also Sparklines, but in the form of columns, okay? And also here, not much detail. Now, the last variation is win-loss, which, well, you can insert in the same way. So let's do this one more time. And we can choose over here win-loss, or maybe one alternative would be if we select a data set, and here in the bottom right corner, and then from here we can also choose Sparklines, and here we have the three variations. Now, let's go for win-loss. Okay, so now you have seen the different ways in which we can insert these Sparklines. Now, what formatting options do we have? Now let's go over here to the beginning, to the lines, and as soon as you select one cell inside of that Sparkline group, then here at the top, we have Sparkline options. So let's have a look what we find over here. Now, in the middle, there's just style, which is pretty straightforward. We choose a color that we find pretty. Now let's go here for blue. Okay, now then right next to it, we have Sparkline color. And there we can also change the color. We have a little bit more flexibility and control. However, we also find the weight. So it's a little bit hidden in the color. So here we can say how thick the lines should be. Let's go and make them a little bit thicker. All right. And then over here we have marker color, but we don't have markers yet. So where can we insert these markers? The markers for the data points. Okay, now here we have these checkboxes. And if we click here on the high point, now it always highlights the highest point with a marker. And the same thing we could do for low point. And if we want to give these different colors, then we can go to marker color and say that, for example, the high point should be in green and the low point should be in red. So now you basically know all of the options that you find here under Show and Style for Sparklines. Now, what else do we have? Well, what if we want to get rid of the Sparklines? Well, let's select one of the Sparklines, this one over here, and press delete. Nothing happens. That is because, well, we can still write a value inside of the same cell. You see, it's a different layer inside of that cell. And when we make the cell wider, the sparkline also gets stretched, but it is a different layer than the numerical and the text values that we can put inside of the cells. Okay, now, so if we press delete, we just, well, delete the value and not the sparkline. If we want to delete the sparkline, then we can go to sparkline here at the top and use clear selected sparklines or sparkline groups. So there's a difference between sparkline and sparkline group because sparklines, they come as part of a group. And you have already seen that when we change the color, because as soon as we change the color, you see, then this color gets applied to the entire group. And if we delete a sparkline, well, then we also have to specify just that one or the entire group. So what if we just want to have the middle one over here in a different color? Well, then we can ungroup that sparkline. So basically we have now two groups, one group with 4 sparklines and a single sparkline in its own group. And now, because it's in a different group, I can give a different color to that sparkline. Now let me just undo that, Control Z, so that it's part of the same group again, once more, all right? And then we go to sparkline options, and now we can go here all the way on the left-hand side, where we can edit the group, location, and data, edit single sparklines data, and if we just choose one of these, then you see it just pops up that same dialog box from before. Okay, now what else do we have? We have hidden and empty cells. Now this should look familiar from the charts section where we had exactly the same options. Okay, now same for sparklines. Now let's go back again, and over here we also have switch rows and columns, which looks familiar, and we can just switch what we have over here on the axis, so the partners or the months. Okay, now you've seen almost all of the options for sparklines. However, there's still one important consideration that you have to make, and that is the scaling of the axis. Well, there's no axis. Well, there's an axis, it's just not visible, because somehow Excel still needs to scale the values, and for that it uses an axis, but that axis is hidden. However, you can still control the scaling. Now, let's have a look over here under the sparkline options, axis, and here you have the vertical axis minimum and maximum options. And by default, it's set to automatic. So basically that just means that it looks at the maximum, minimum, and all of the other values just get scaled in between. And it does that for each sparkline. So each sparkline has a different scale. And that can be a little bit dangerous because maybe you want to have a direct comparison between the different partners. Well, then we could also choose same for all sparklines and the same for the minimum, same for all of the sparklines. And then it suddenly looks, well, quite a bit different. All right. But now all of these different partners have the same axis. Okay, so important consideration if you want to make comparisons between the different items for which you have sparklines. Now you probably also noticed that here under sparkline options axis, we have the general axis and date axis. Now the date axis, that becomes relevant when the periods in between the different columns is not always equal, and just like for charts. Then we have show axis. Well, nothing really happens. Well, show axis only shows the horizontal axis when you have negative as well as positive values. So for example, here, we can say, okay, show the axis, and you see then it would show the axis at the top for the negative values, at the bottom for the positive values. And let me just change that to a line so that's a bit clearer. And now you see a little horizontal line for each sparkline, and that's the axis. So now we are up and running with Sparklines. So in the next part, we're going to have a look at another implementation idea for Sparklines. Now let's start practicing a bit more with Sparklines. Now over here we have another data set, and I would like to have Sparklines here on the right hand side. And here I would like to still apply some custom formatting string to make it look like the image here on the right hand side. Now let's do the custom formatting strings first as a quick reminder. So over here we can select the cells to which we want to apply these custom formatting strings. So I'm going to select all of these lines, Control 1, and then we go to Custom, and from here we can apply the custom formatting string, which is actually one of the defaults. So if we just scroll down, 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 you see here at the bottom, there you go. And if you want to have different icons, then just do it like we did in the previous videos. All right, so this is the formatting string. Then let's click here on OK. Now let's decrease the font size so that it fits a little bit better, just like this. Okay, so now the first part is working, and the next part is going to be the Sparklines. Now over here, the Sparklines, they go over 2 rows, so we can just merge over here these cells. And the same thing we can do for the next ones. So let's do this 5 times. And once you have done that, then we can apply the Sparklines here to the right. So let's do it for the first row. Let's go here to Insert, and let's choose the line Sparkline. Now I want to have it right next to it over here, and click on OK. And now we just have to repeat this 4 times. So let's go here to the next one, and to be a bit quicker, make use of the quick analysis box, and then Sparklines line. All right, and then another time for partner 3, and then partner 4, and the last one, partner 5. So once you have inserted the Sparklines, maybe you also want to give them different colors, then just go here to Sparkline and choose the color that you like. And if you want, you can also add some markers and give them the color that you like. Okay, so here we are using Sparklines right next to a data set so that we don't have to look at all of the individual values, but we get a quick idea of the trend for each partner just by looking at the Sparklines. And if there's an interesting trend, only then we can go over here to the data and look at the values. So much more efficient. Now, another way in which we can use Sparklines is on KPI cards. So like the one that you see here at the bottom. Now here we have a KPI card where we are showing the growth percentage from January to May. And we have a title, and we have here a trend line, which is then the Sparkline. Okay, now how can you rebuild something like this? We can, first of all, make a little bit more space by making the column a bit wider. And let me just select where we want to create the card, and then add border lines. So let's go here to border. We can just go for a simple border line, or if you would like some color, just make use of the color box and click on outline. Let's make a little bit thicker. Okay, like this. All right, so after you have that, then here we can give it a title. What are we looking at? So let's go and write here revenue. And also here we can give that the same color. And let's make it thick, and let's put it in the center. Now right below it, we would like to have the growth percentage for the first partner from January to May. Okay, now let's calculate it. So over here we have the 755 divided by the 1039 minus 1 gives us the growth percentage. Now in this case it went down, and then we can update the formatting, Control 1, go to number, custom, and then over here at the bottom, there we have the formatting that we want to apply. Let's click on OK. And let's make it a little bit thicker, bold. And then the last part, the Sparkline. Let's go here to Insert, and then click on Line. And the data range is going to be these values that we have over there. And then the location range is the selected cell. And click on OK. And there we have the Sparkline. And then we can add some markers, give these markers a different color. And there we have our card. Now over here, I just have to refine it a little bit. Let's put the revenue at the top. Let's make it a little bit bigger so that it looks more or less the same. And this value, maybe a little bit smaller, just like this. Okay, so now it's more or less the same. Okay, so this is our KPI card. However, I wouldn't put it like this on a dashboard because this is dependent on the column width and the row height. Instead of that, you're going to place this on a sheet that you can hide later. And you're going to copy it. And on the sheet where you want to use it, you just right click. And then here we have paste special. And there we have a linked picture. And you see when I just go here now to page layout and also get rid of the grid lines, that looks pretty good. And this is a linked picture, so that means when the data changes, so let me just change one of these values here. Let's go for, let's say 600, so that we have some growth. And then I go back to sheet 1, you see, this is also nicely updated. So now you've seen how Sparklines work and different implementation ideas.